Тогда гаси. Раз. Қайырлы күн.
Good morning, dear participants to the forum. Today, within the framework of the Forum Digital Almaty, are having the session on the issues of insurance, digital insurance. My name is Marlen Sekhaev. Good morning, dear participants of the forum. It's already our third time that we are meeting within the framework of Digital Almaty Forum. It's one of the largest platforms in digitization. Our third session, our panel session, is dedicated in particular to the digital insurance. My name is Marlen Sekhaev. I have a number of positions for the society. I'm the president of the Digital Transformation Society. Also for the last 2.5 years, I've been advisor to the shareholder of the Freedom Corp company. Let's start on time. It's Saturday, the second day. It's not like yesterday that we had more than 20,000 people just in once. Here now we have the people who are interested in the market of insurance digitization in particular. First of all, I would like to invite Bekov Sirik Bolsun Konurbayoğlu. He is present. In particular, he is Deputy Director of the Department of Insurance and Actuary Calculations of the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for Regulation of Financial Markets. No, please sit down. I'm going to invite just guests. Introduce the guests now. Our second speaker is Idrisova Nazira, Director of the Insurance Broker Tumar. Our third guest is Orazal Limov Chingiz Aydarbekovich, Deputy CEO of the holding company National Information Technologies. Then we have Zhundubeva Anel, Deputy Chairman of the Board, State Credit Bureau. And the fifth, our final speaker, is Kerimbayev Azamat Rashidovich, CEO of Freedom Insurance. Can you hear us? Right. Dear guests, thank you for participating. I'm telling again that Saturday's morning for Almaty is very much valuable. The people here usually try to have this time to be dedicated for their families. However, since we are here today, the viewers are here, we are here, we are dedicating the time to the digitization in insurance. That's remarkable because the trends in the recent dozen of years, the digitization has been changing our lifestyles. Just a dozen years ago, we used to have some other devices. Now we have new technologies, whereas vacuum cleaners, washing machines can do many other things. Now smartphones, computers can do much more than what they used to have in the past. In general, any technology in any industry, its development is up to a number of factors. The first factor of any industry is that there are certain regulatory norms regulating them. In general, all across the globe, the practice is that the laws all the time are behind the technologies. Laws are drafted for years, taking years. A balanced approach is taking there. That's why when we have something changed in our life, we have the respective adjustments through the practice of our life, but that's more difficult. And by practical experience, we come to the changes, to the respective necessity to change regulations. The same has happened in the financial markets. There are basically norms. For example, the so-called Decree number 50 that regulates the matters around the IT sector. It allows to have much quicker adaptation to the market. In general, this year, the Forum Digital Almaty, it is dedicated to the matters of AI. However, it turned out so that our industry has some specifics. You know, the banks are always advancing. Their technologies come much quicker to them. The same is with the fintech. However, the majority of insurance companies, they are also sister companies of the banks. However, we are a bit lagging behind. We are openly speaking it here out. That's why we have such kind of platforms established, so that we can, on one side, again, analyze ourselves and think why not develop the same way. However, the gap is diminishing year on year. My point is that behind the wall we have the discussions around the AI, and now we are discussing the matters of digitization. That's why we need to have the gap closed. That's why, Sir Wilson, the first speech is with you, since you as the regulator has some respective gradual steps undertaking. You know, the market is adaptive. It would readjust, transform. However, the process that were relevant a number of years ago and the reality is meanwhile different. It's very much difficult to adjust, adapt. It's very difficult, expensive. That's why we as the market would like to have the regulatory norms and acts to change quicker, to adapt accordingly, so that our market, at least in 2 years, to speak about the same topics that they discuss in other platforms. That's why what is interesting going around in the matters of regulations. Thank you, Marlene, for the floor given. I would like to greet all of the participants, guests of the panel session dedicated to the further digitization. The forum, for the third year in a row, has been gathering us up on relevant issues of insurance. It becomes indeed a good tradition. Every year we can see how the technologies transform digital industry, making it more flexible, accessible for all participants of the insurance market. Today I would like to draw attention of yours to a number of key achievements and challenges that the insurance market faces. I'll try to speak more about digitization and what has been done by us within the last year and what is being planned to have this year. In 2024, the assets of the insurance industry increased by 25%, comprising more than 3 trillion tenge. If to compare that to the last 4 years, the growth comprises more than 2 times. It proves about the current trust towards insurance and the increase in demand for insurance products. Moreover, the insurance premium volume within the last year increased by more than 50% and comprised around 1.5 trillion tenge. Definitely, the significant growth became possible due to digitization that became the major driver of the market, facilitating the online sales and securing the insurance products access for the population. One of the brightest successful examples of digitization is the point that as of today we have 100% of all the mandatory insurance civil liability agreements, contracts for owners of motor vehicles concluded electronically. At the moment, the full cycle of providing insurance services through the mandatory range of insurance types are digitized. Online, it is possible to conclude the insurance contract as well as to claim insurance payments with no visit to insurance companies. The activities are taking place through the online websites, through the mobile apps, marketplaces of banks and payment organizations. The introduction from January 2024 in terms of the online payments throughout all the major insurance types accelerates the process of settling damages, losses, and makes the process much more transparent in general for the clients. In 2024, the digital insurance product Euro Protocol was launched. It became an important step in that regard. Owners of motor vehicles during light MVCs, motor vehicle crashes, can refer to have the settlement in a simplified form through the mobile app. and with no reference to the traffic police and courts of law. Due to the Euro Protocol, the insurance payments take place much quicker. The average time for that comprises around 15 days. Earlier on, meanwhile, it could have taken around 2 to 3 months. Nevertheless, besides the mandatory insurance, the voluntary insurance should be much paid attention to. In the regions like Almaty, whereas there is high seismic activity, property insurance becomes pretty relevant. In particular, the citizens more often understand the consequences of nature catastrophes. Also, we can see more sales digitally in terms of mobile services and marketplaces that makes much more convenience for the clients and users. There is more insurance culture penetration that's taking place every year. An important role here is with the state support. The recently made amendments in the Decree number 50 allows insurance companies to develop digital marketplaces that would allow the electronic trade platforms to participate as partners of insurers and to sell insurance products and services on their platforms. Definitely, the increase in the interest towards the voluntary insurance types, that's about the new challenges for the insurers in terms of enhancing transparency, quality, and introduction of innovation technologies. Also, I would like to share with the major achievements and to highlight the key directions for year 2025. First, from 2024, in terms of mandatory insurance against accidents, we have the new specific social payments for hazardous condition workers, whereas the workers can receive the monthly annuity payments with one minimum life allowance for the respective period of life. That's also about the medical employees for whom we have one single pool insurance activities through which we already have contracts concluded. So also we have more than 139,000 medical employees insured respectively. Besides that, we plan to have the mandatory insurance for the owners of mass gathering assets against fire that would allow to compensate for damages at the assets of more than 20,000 square meters and more, like shopping malls. One of the major priorities for the agency now is to establish an optimal model of insurance against catastrophe risks that's in particular important for the regions prone to natural catastrophes. Now the coverage is pretty low. On average, it takes around 3%. Also, in the program, we have the automated tariff for the mandatory motor vehicle insurance with the respective calculation of potential damages. As you know, in 2024, the tariffs were decreased in 14 regions, in 7 increased, no change in 2 regions, and in 2025, the decrease is with 8 regions and the growth is with 12. Also, the bonus-malus system was reconsidered taking into account the severity of damages during MVCs with the respective decreasing coefficient for the accident-free drivers for 5 years. That's just also about what we had yesterday launched in terms of the minimum actuarial program. The training would start from the beginning of February on the website of the respective organization for the mandatory payments. That's also about the respective windows for selling the products through the websites. In general, the companies would have the opportunity to participate in the respective fintech IT projects. The draft law is with the Majlis, lower chamber of the parliament. From year 2025, we are having a single mandatory accumulating system, Keleshek, whereas each and every educational accumulating system for children, and where the state accrues 60 minimum calculating indices. Sergbolson just hints me that we have the time limit. That's over, sure. I'm just about to finalize it. And one of the most recent actions that we have is to stimulate the respective insurance products, whereas we would have implementation of the respective guarantee for all the mandatory types of insurance. Thank you, Sadiq Bolson. Thank you very much indeed. In general, Asia Moldagalieva should have participated at our annual session. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. Sadiq Bolson nevertheless supported us at last moment, came to the event, supported us on behalf of the agency. Thank you very much indeed for that, supporting the platform. As the moderator, by the way, I didn't mention the topic, the timing, that's why let me just regulate it. The topic is here, title, and in general, we dedicated the year for development of voluntary types of insurance through large platforms, the so-called large platforms, whereas there are certain numbers of people, clients. That's why we are having this particular format to that. In general, our mentality is such that everything that is mandatory, it works, and everything that is voluntary, it comes after some time, and it takes more time, more efforts. That's why our task is to develop the voluntary types of insurance the same way in terms of popularity like the mandatory insurance types. Our next speaker, Nazira, she is head of the insurance broker Tomar. The task, as the regulator told, is that we have certain norms within different periods of time, and while having the digitization, you understand that the legal acts that are dedicated for classical insurance companies, they don't allow us to move much wider, but there are insurance brokers who would show their products and demonstrate what the insurance brokers are heading to. The floor is yours, Nazira. The limit is 10 minutes. The Q&As would be by the last part, so that we will be able to discuss, so that the same question would have been asked for a number of speakers. If in case of having no answer, another speaker can provide with his vision. So let's have more time for Q&As by the end. Okay, thank you, Nazir. The floor is yours. Thank you, Narlene. My name is Nazir Idrisova. I'm director of the insurance broker Tomar. The insurance broker Tomar, it's the first digital broker in Kazakhstan. We are having insurance products exclusively in the insurance environment. The insurance broker conducts activities related to the insurance contracts on its behalf and upon order of insurers. We are among the professional participants of the insurance market. The task of the insurance broker, is it on? Try to have it here, yeah. There we go. The goal of the insurance broker is to secure reliable quality provision of insurance services. To implement this goal, we received a license to conduct insurance activities. Also, we had the respective attestation against the single requirements in regard to the ICT and information safety for information systems. Moreover, we conducted the integration of the information system for controls over the access to personal data through Smart Bridge. Besides that, we had the respective system of POT-T at the moment. Sorry.
So we have made a product, and that project is available in one-stop shops in Almaty, Astana, and Shymkent, and within the upcoming month we're going to be upscaling this product throughout Kazakhstan. So under the system, what we suggest to do is in the special one-stop shops to enjoy that product while registering license plates for the vehicles. And the clients will have a chance to have an immediate access not only to the license plates assignment, but also to they will be able to have technical passports to be issued for the vehicles that they have purchased or wish to register or re-register. We have launched a pilot project together with our colleagues from e-government, and the pilot project was launched in June of last year, on June the 18th to be precise, and the pilot was launched in Astana, and last year later on we have scaled this project up in Almaty and Shymkent. We actually wanted our other colleagues from the insurance market to join us, and it was just Freedom Insurance who has given us a good reaction, and they've joined this initiative. So we hope that the other insurance companies will support this idea and will become a part of the integration. So why do clients choose us? It is important actually to ensure cyber security of the system. It is important to ensure comfort of getting the services in terms of insurance documenting, and it is really important for the clients to make sure that that insurance actually is valid right after the client receives both technical passport and license plate numbers. We do have a secured data center. We have dedicated operators who work for the special one-stop shops, and we also do have a service allowing us to suggest adding the drivers, so and their names and data. So it takes up to 2 hours overall for any client to have license plate numbers received as well as technical passport issued. And all you need is just follow the push-up notification that you receive on your cell phone. So how do we interact with insurance companies? Again, I would like to reiterate that we follow the transparency principle and certainly all of the provisions that have been stipulated under the legal framework. So the insurance brokers keep in touch with the insurance company, and then the company pays us commission for an integration and generating the accumulated data. So you could see different types of voluntary types of insurance, and in fact this service could be promoted through the marketplace and digital platforms. And actually the culture of insurance is getting enhanced, and this is a widely spread practice at the moment. So our objective is to make sure that insurance is comfortable enough and available for the clients at any given point of time. We would like the insurance to take up to a couple of clicks, so that the clients don't spend too much time and would be able to insure the car from any geographic location from all around the world. And the idea is to make sure that there's also a chance to insure your immovable property. This service is available to all Kazakhstani citizens. I would like to address our partners from the construction business so that they could join this initiative. This is going to be an additional channel of sales for you, colleagues. Thank you so much, Nazira, for your presentation. I do realize that once you have a chance to speak at such open platforms, it is pretty challenging, right? You are professional insurance agents, and you're given a chance to actually have an opportunity to have public speaking sessions. So this is a totally new area of business. So the next issue that we would like to actually suggest is actually we have a full-fledged support for IT business in Kazakhstan, and banks actually become more active while you apply. I mean, the clients apply for loans and so on, and the infrastructure. So actually, a national informational system is a large-scale structure that acts on behalf of the state of Kazakhstan, and they perform duties 24/7. And every single year there is another proposal. So there's a lot optimization in the sector. So we actually do have a chance to approach vast data, and big data is something that we have to take into account, and that big data needs to be processed for the sake of the comfort. And this gives an opportunity for the other companies to provide services for business. So now let me give the floor to Chingiz Orazalimov, who is the Deputy Chairman of National Informational Technologies Joint Stock Company. And this organization has been providing its support to Digital Almaty for a couple of years. And we provide a chance for them to announce about the initiatives that they've launched. And we do strongly believe that thanks to those collaborations, there's more opportunities generated for the market. Thank you so much, dearest colleagues. Thank you, Marlene. I would like to greet you to the session. And this is a very interesting and fascinating topic to discuss. I just wanted to brief you about the activities that we have had and the aspirations of the organization. So let me tell you in a nutshell who we are. We are the operators of the infrastructure for the eGov, and we have 3 cases when we have exported our electronic government abroad. And we actually managed to put our products and have the renewal of branding so that our products become clear and more transparent for the clients and for the citizens. So from one standpoint, we strive to have a decent feedback, both from the government and from the citizens of Kazakhstan. Actually, we need to have the initiatives going and enabling the state to provide a wide range of services. So allow me please to share the information in terms of what we provide. You know, we have subscription options, and we have up to 14 million of telephone numbers incorporated under the database. So actually, products is not something that is being as proposed by the state of Kazakhstan, but also the entire market, and other private players and actors actually do have a chance to place their products using our platform. And you know, you could open any bank application and you may find the e-government services as a popping up option. So actually, the system that we have developed allowed to get rid of papers, and the QR signing was something that we have proposed as well. You know, you may sign any important document using your digital signature without any hardships, you know, and this document will be traced and kept in a system, so we can actually have an evidence of digital documents. You know that the services are being provided through different types of channels of communication, to include push notifications, text messages. We can congratulate the citizens with the birthday and remind him or her about the important milestones. And actually, we would like to modernize push notifications so that we could have customized services for the citizens, so that we don't send spam over to the users. We want to convey high quality content, and we do realize that invisible state is just not the notification. This is something that has to be proactive, dependent on the situations the citizen has found him or herself in. So we try to adjust the products accordingly. So there's one of the sections that I would like to demonstrate to you, and it is directly related to the topic being discussed within the framework of today's session. And in 2022, we managed to digitalize the primary information in regards to the movable property. And you could actually use the platforms of the construction companies, and we're being supported by BA Group back in 2022. So we launched the pilot project with them firstly, and you could actually estimate the house loan online and have the approval. And firstly, we started with the apartment buildings that were built, that then we started looking at the secondary movable property market. So in order to have the utilities contracts re-registered, you should have approach the utility companies that might be located in absolutely different locations throughout the city and so on. So it would take time. It would be pretty difficult to reach them out and so on. But at the moment, all you need to do is to just send is to receive the push notification, and you may actually make a selection in regards to what types of utility contracts you would like to sign. So almost all of the utility companies do have a chance, to be in contact with you as a user. And one of the cases and the aspirations is to keep working with different companies so that they could have a chance to have the movable property insured. This is going to be again a voluntary principle, and the second-tier banks will also have access to the citizens. So this is a purely market instrument, market tool, allowing us to digitalize the access and availability of governmental services, the electronic governmental services, so that we could provide a wide spectrum of services to the physical entities. And we would like to ask our business partners to make sure that we provide as much as possible to the clients, so that the life of our citizens becomes easier. So I think that the upcoming 18/24 months, we will have a chance to shift from digitalization to full-fledged artificial intelligence solutions available to the clients. And again, YouGov Mobile is the 360 degrees digital solution, and one of the solutions will be available through that platform, so that there's no limitations in terms of getting the digital services from your government. So this is how we see the future, And this is the integration that we would like to mention about, as I said to you before, the push notifications, the e-mobile, and the colleagues who have made their presentation, I think, told you more about the product. But the key message is that the approach towards the design is getting amended. So we look at the client through the prism of comfort. So the clients need to be in a position to enjoy comfort while getting access to e-government. So we provide under the application the entire spectrum of entrepreneur services, So, so there's going to be very cool services that could do with legal framework, accounting, keeping the records, the bookkeeping, and so on. It would take a couple of days or weeks, in order to, for instance, stop your activity as an individual entrepreneur. For instance, if you want to suspend your activity or registration as an individual entrepreneur, you would just enter the e-government platform, make one single click, and you would suspend your activity. And then should you want to renew the business, again, ideally it would take up to a click, to do that. So overall, we support the development of entrepreneurship, and this is really important to take into account the message that we received from the president. And we think that indeed the state of Kazakhstan and business have to find a common language. We shouldn't be competing with each other, or there has to be a synergy. So why does business need that? There's better income, more profit, an ability to generate more knowledge, ensure profits, as I said. So actually the e-gov market is really convenient for the entrepreneurs, and we're ready to look at different markets that would be actually plugged into the ecosystem. And our objective actually is to make sure that our digital services and digital products become available through the ecosystem. So we have fintech, edtech, medtech, and insurtech, and I think that we're going to be having even more fascinating announcements to be made in terms of medical technology. And all of the services, at the moment are quite segregated, and our objective actually is to put everything together under the umbrella of the e-government ecosystem. So e-government platform is going to be the point of contact for different niches, and e-government is going to be the space, the platform that you would need no matter what type of services you might be in need for. And networking at the moment is immense. However, there's still lots of opportunities to grow, and we need to digitalize many processes, and digital signing, for instance, is very is something that we believe in, and the digital services could be offered through your own digital channels, and so on and so forth. So we'd like to make sure that there's a two-way traffic. So here's the QR code that you could use in order to actually shift over to Smart Bridge platform. And undoubtedly there has to be a chance to do that.
Now we are going to totally change the approach to the application submission, or to connect the users to the state system. Basically, in the test, everyone has the right to connect and to test. It should be the basis. Then once you are successful through getting through all the test stages, you would get to the state environment. There it should be safe for the state, secure. You should be in charge, being responsible for the security. We totally would like, in general, to remove some monopoly in that regard and to make it that way that it would be super accessible for each and every entrepreneur citizen, so that we would have no barriers, so that there would be no reason to call up someone to demand something. It shouldn't be like that at all. You should have it simple. You register, you get the access, you tell what you do, you are understandable for the state, then you would be able to work in a secure, safe way in the state environment. I'm over. Thank you very much. Thank guys. Thank you. More time, but I was very much interested myself to listen up to the presentation till the end. It would be indeed very much useful, since in general the insurance business is in Almaty, the state authorities and the infrastructure respectively are in Astana. Basically the things that you demonstrated, they are very much beneficial for us as the market. I, as the former employee of the same structure, am very much surprised in a pleasant way that everything is changing towards more accessibility, and that's good. Again, as we agreed, the questions would be by the end. EGOV need JC, that's the epicenter of the whole state ecosystem to provide state services. In our area, we have our own ecosystem, our own technical core that secures the model databases, how the state credit bureau should work, and how the sooner it's going to open up and work efficiently, the market is going to be more efficient soon. We cannot work without single databases. We would like to do that's why something new, and if you would like to have something new, it is necessary for the State Credit Bureau to provide new opportunities for us. In general, when the data are open up in a right way, when you adhere to all the laws of informational security, we can come up with super products. Now we'd like to give the floor to Ainel Jundibayev, Deputy Chairman of the Board, JC State Credit Bureau. Ainel, what are the trends that you have, since we are more or less in our business seat in the chats? We discuss the matters, we discuss the respective things, but availing of this platform, we would like the market to know about it as well. Again, it is of no vain that is told that we have the IT people sitting here. They can come up and have the respective platforms established within Decree number 50 that provides respective regulation for the activities. We should clearly understand that among us here at such platforms, we have future new companies, competitors that are going to boost up classical insurance companies to be on time with future. If we as insurance companies are not going to adhere to those trends, then there is a high probability what we can see in technological markets in the big news, the structure would change. That is what was there with the largest industries. They used to be the largest companies, and in 5-6 years they don't have anymore any police top places. So if there are young IT companies sitting here, the information, the very information that we receive from the platforms, it provides you with some incentive to work in the new direction. And in insurance, there is place to maneuver further. Okay, Anel, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be trying to be quick and interesting. In a nutshell, if we to speak about our interaction with our residents, citizens, last year from EGOV Mobile received the respective request to receive a guide for insurance to get the respective activities. Thank you very much for they helped us to do that. And if we need to compare the years 2023 and 2024, there we have the interest of the citizens in their own insurance story background. We do hope that the dynamics is going to continue, is going to work further, and all of us are going to be more and more thinking about insurance. We launched our own AI consultant that can be used by citizens. It can be used through the bot guide to the insurance credit story. There is a division that answers your questions within your background. For our insurance companies, we also open up the branches of the Telegram bot, where we discuss technical issues, the matters of integration with the system databases. There we have consultants answering questions. Now around 30% of all the requests are covered by our consultant, and we do plan that by the year end is going to be up to 60%. We work on updating the knowledge database of consultants. In regard to digital products for the market and for enhancing the access of the citizens to voluntary insurance, this year we started working on the open services that would allow any digital platform to connect to the services, and through us to have all the communications with the insurance companies taking place through the single database. Basically, the citizen would go to the platform intending to have the Casco contract. There we would have the identification taking place, signing of the contract, the QR payments taking place, and then all the interactions with the insurance companies are going to take place through that platform. And from the insurance company, it will be required to have the respective settlement payment for the insurance premium, and that's going to be also about the respective database activities upon us. Here with the insurance broker, we can collaborate accordingly and to go further. We think that would allow us to have the activities much more accessible in terms of voluntary insurance. Now we have so far initiated activities and met with the agency in terms of amendments to decree number 50 so as to interact with within the single database. We hope that we are going to be very much quick about that. The technical part has been already started being implemented by us. In general, also, what we are heading to establishing more universal services of that kind that would allow the citizens, in case of trying to have an insurance contract concluded, to have all the conditions, terms, costs to be mentioned within the respective insurance activity in one place. As such, we are going to facilitate the development of certain digital platforms, marketplaces that are going to connect to the universal services and to suggest the respective decisions. Also, nevertheless, we are heading to the analytics, that direction. In year 2025, we plan also in eGov Mobile to launch the credit ranking story background accessible. We use scoring models within the loss-making paradigms, driver assessment paradigms. The services are going to have the citizens to be more involved into the insurance matters. Thank you very much for your attention. That's the guide of the credit insurance story. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anil. We can see that the person has the experience, laconic, up to the point. In particular, we work with the State Credit Bureau. We can see really all the changes. I've been in the market for the 2.5 years. I can see the changes. It's very much accessible, useful for the technical people. The scoring stories, backgrounds would definitely possibly change tariffs for our market. That's why giving the model insurance database, that's a very right decision, I believe. That's why We are going to wait for much wider, better, bigger products from you. Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Azamat Kirimbayev, my colleague. In general, he is the very person who started explaining me about insurance from scratch zero. When you come from digitization area, you need to get deeper into the respective areas, otherwise it's going to be very much difficult to do the things. Azamat, I would like to have a question, knowing that you can answer any question. However, our forum is about the AI. You, for a long while, as a pioneer in digitization of insurance, have been doing first things, pioneer things. You receive all the blows, critics. However, the topic of the forum is AI. So what do you think in our area? Is there AI, or what should we do to have the AI to be launched in our area? By his smile, I can see that he didn't expect this question. Thank you for the question asked. Good morning, dear colleagues. If to respond directly, the level of automation, not digitization, the level of automation in insurance business is very much low in Kazakhstan. In fact, it's not a fearful thing. It's all across the globe the same thing, because insurance is a bit specific product, you know. It means that everything is long with us. In comparison to the banks, we don't give away the money. We first take the money and we give away promises in exchange that we have to implement within the respective year. And in fact, as per the civil code, it's 3 years, and in terms of some arguments, it can be endless. That's why, since we have the specifics, probably the level of automation still remains low. However, whether we have the AI, maybe we do have some elements. Some of them start using scoring, some of them use them just during common actuary statistical calculations in scoring cards that can be read by any stakeholder, the insurance stakeholder, intermediary getting through the information. But no serious, I think, technology. And I would like to share my thoughts about why that takes place. Why to have the digitization of the insurance company? Given the example of our company, I would like to tell that at the beginning of the week, we came up with the official data on the website of the National Bank in regard to the annual data for the insurance companies. So our companies brought up premium for 10 million US dollars. We had 25 million US dollars of net profit. I would like to tell that 25 million dollars were earned not because we digitized the retail, but because we do have the corporate business conducted. The corporate business is not at all digitized, not automated. Those are just personal sales, personal interactions. My former colleague who left the insurance market and who deals with the e-commerce, he told once that the insurers have everything all right in terms of profits, and in fact there is no necessity for us to deal with digitization. However, why we deal with digitization, I would like to share with the results. In year 2022, we had the MVC KZ, the motor vehicle crash KZ system. We've been speaking about that for 3 years, and as of today, we have 100% of coverage of the online payments for such kind of insurance. Some people like that, some dislike. However, the majority of our clients are pleasant since deadlines are down. It's indeed very much convenient. And here's a big question indeed. How do we assess the damages? So far, we assess damages only by using some expert assessment. We do have independent assessors, adjusters, and the final word is with them. And it seems to me that's the largest area, whereas it is necessary probably to apply the AI, finally, or high level of automation. In our first steps is that we apply the computer vision that allows us automatically to define and find out any damages visually. So far, we don't have the system that allows us to assess sums, but I believe in 2025 we would be able to have that, and the payments would be able to be done online. So we invested basically given my assessment, it's difficult to have it precisely around $1 million in digitization, automation of our activities. In that regard, invested in money, development of people, teams. So what are the results that we received? In 2024, our company saves $150 from each and every insurance payment. For example, in 2024, we launched the Euro Protocol product on the market, and in 2024, the payments comprised 173,000. In 2023, it was 108,000. So basically, that's 29,000 insurance cases more. Out of them, 15,000 cases are about the mechanisms of Euro Protocol that we implemented together with the market as well as the agency. Basically, the people, roughly speaking, don't have any petite damage negotiations on spot. They just refer to the insurance companies. It is much easier, more convenient, with no responsibility. If I'm not mistaken, the administrative code and the civil code have an amendment that the traffic police cannot fine, or the administrative court cannot make a decision on administrative punishment to the motor vehicle crash participants if they have the Euro Protocol concluded. So the digitization, we can see, allowed the clients to refer to the insurance companies, and the insurance companies pay more in turn. As I already mentioned, 137,000 payments, just multiply them by 150, that's a colossal saving for the insurance companies. And that saving, I just spoke with the colleague from the agency, we had a debate, just recently an MP was actively speaking about to increase the car insurance limit again. We are in favor of that, but meanwhile we are in favor of not having the tariffs increased. There are many basically optimization tools for the business process of insurance companies, including the digitization matters that allow to retain high level of losses but to be profitable meanwhile. And the second point that allows us to receive benefits from digitization, those are our own business process. They became cheaper. For example, in 2024, the company pays 23,000 tenge less than what we had in 2024. So 23,000 of savings for each payment. And the third reason, finally, why we need to have digitization and automation, to have new technologies in case of necessity. The colleague from NITJC there demonstrated that, in fact, our country can be proud of our eGov, the Citizens for the Government for Citizens platform. And now we basically, as a state, export our solutions. We exported that to Tajikistan. There also saw Sierra Leone and some more countries. What does it mean for us? Most probably, yesterday you read news that Freedom Bank received the license in Tajikistan, and we in spring plan to open up a bank there in Tajikistan. Why do we do that? It is because in Tajikistan they came up with the electronic government and the state services accordingly. Due to that, our bank can issue digital mortgages and car loans in Tajikistan. Not thinking too much and understanding that since they have the digital loans and insurance, the insurance that is the driver of the respective activities in Kazakhstan, it means that they have the respective activities for the respective insurance of property, cars, and so on, and that can provide with some mandatory insurance types as well. So after the Government for Citizens platform exported to other countries, the digital solutions or digital insurance products allow us to export our products abroad. Tajikistan has more than 10 million people. Kazakhstan has 20. So basically, if we earn in Kazakhstan around $25 million, it means that in Tajikistan we potentially can earn $12.5 million more, and so on and so forth. That's why digitization, Marlene, probably is imminent.
And actually, if I had a presentation 7 years ago, I was totally against the digital intermediates. It used to be the case, and insurance intermediates always are blamed in failures, However, the insurance intermediates will exist always, They will act as economic intermediates, For instance, we would be having insurance agents, and now our economic intermediates will be represented by a national IT center, as they have 10 million users and clients who open the application on a monthly basis. We're going to be having the digital brokers, they manage personal data, and therefore an ability to transform digital intermediates into the appropriate environment, digital environment, is going to be giving us more and more chances, and there's going to be more opportunities. For instance, last year we have unfortunately experienced flooding, and not a single house was insured, and the government gave us an assignment to have insurance risk program throughout the country. Insurance companies don't have enough capacities to insure all of the risks, right? But the major issue is distribution, how to make sure that there's a network of sales allowing you to provide insurance for at least 1 million households. And therefore, we have to develop audit platforms. We have to engage bank applications, and more or less independent platforms is Kaspi Kazat. Halik Bank's application may not be named totally independent, because they are dependent from their insurance company. So through the small references to insurance, we could actually make sure that our clients get accustomed to insurance as it is. So in the shortcoming future, hopefully we will make sure that the citizens of Kazakhstan manage to insure their property. And certainly 100% insurance digitalization is going to give us a chance to the clients actually to indeed have necessary instruments to be used. So there's the thoughts I would like to share with you, and I wanted to mention about the State Credit Bureau, because they actually have done a lot in terms of digitalization, and they said back in 2007 when I joined the market that this common digital platform is going to be providing us with the unique opportunities to process big data. However, 17 years later, they still have colossal amount of data. However, that data is not being shared. Unfortunately, we don't have enough big data analysts working for the insurance companies. Those experts work for the banks and so on. And the big data analysts have to be hired. They have to be getting decent salaries, so that we are able to have this insurance scoring of the clients. Everybody is aware about the credit scoring. However, your experts could be distributed to 10 categories, and our product could be sold to you, for different prices dependent on your income. Thank you so much. We just need to make an extra effort. Thank you, dearest colleagues. So we had the presentations planned, and now there's the next stage, which is Q&A. We have 15 minutes sharp for that, for the Q&A session. So we are now having the online streaming. So I will just give a chance to those raising their hands to ask a question. So question number 1, please. Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. Greetings to all. I also represent insurance market. I used to be working there before, and I left 4 years ago. I know the other experts, perfectly well. I know that they're true professionals, and the experts working for National IT Center are true revolutionaries. So my question is to be addressed to the regulator and wishes, to rather. So you initiated a law saying one agent is equal to one insurance company. So you made the agent obliged to the insurance company, but you didn't guarantee the salary, the income for the agent. Do you agree? Well, not quite, So, for instance, I need to represent the insurance company, and this means that I'm a salesman, but without any salary. So the agent is to look for the clients and to provide the most convenient conditions for the clients, right? So, different insurance companies are specializing in different areas, So, how can you actually ensure that the conditions are ensured? I think that the regulator has to be less strict, and I would like to wish you actually to make sure that you don't have this this provision, as one agent is to be able to represent different insurance companies. I don't know a single country where you would have one agent working for just one insurance company. Now let me go back to the matter of the culture of insurance. I would like to argue with you. I don't quite understand what you take as a culture of insurance. If the growth of the insurance premium, then you're right. However, under the insurance culture, what I realize is the growth of agreement when the client is getting more profit. So we have a lot of compulsory insurance at the market. So the development of compulsory insurance has nothing to do with the growth of the insurance culture. Something forced may not be referred to the growth. And the growth of profits and premium has to be taken into account when the client is the key. So I have a wish. Can you expand actually the analysis of the insurance market and somehow differentiate between the legal entities, physical entities, the amount of premium that you have received from quasi-state or governmental organizations, the banks, and so on. So, again, I'm talking about the forced insurance as a whole list, and on January 10 was sent over to the insurance companies, and my suggestion is to publish the results of the premium, and if that segment is developed, then this is going to be a sign of the enhanced insurance culture. The rest isn't going to be referred as the one. So in regards to the compulsory vehicle insurance, I would argue with Azamat in regards to the tariffs. I think that 5 or 7 years ago, the tariffs on insurance were pretty low. I'm talking about the compulsory insurance. And if the company is in compliance with its commitments, and at the same time, without paying to the agent, they have a zero balance. Have you heard about Amanat insurance company? So Amanat started paying the second working day before the Euro protocol was approved. So we audited Amanat, and they demonstrated everything to us. So at the moment, many insurance companies, and it's not a secret, they just close inability to purchase the compulsory insurance, and whatever freedom is trying to do, and they're trying to make profit, I think this is magic. So why don't you just make your insurance tariffs minimum? And please make sure that there's a wide range of insurance policies. It could be ranging from 1,000 tenge to a couple thousands of tenges. And the client will be able to choose the services and so on. And at the moment, going back to the compulsory vehicle insurance, the market gets stagnated. In order to get the income, the company has to actually decrease the amount of damage, and clients are not happy with the amounts of insurance payments. Why? Because the tariffs are limited, and they remain limited for a number of years. So if you want to have the insurance culture to develop, this is something that you gotta do. So the compulsory insurance is the ones, supporting the development of the insurance culture. So traffic incident is something that is happening more frequently. So actually we have to. And point number 3, as an owner of a vehicle registered in Almaty, I pay 23,000 for an insurance. However, an owner who's registered in southern Kazakhstan region, pays 8,000. We have to get rid of the differentiation in regards to the regions. The work costs the same, and spare parts cost the same, and many insurance companies keep saying that those regions are non-profitable to them, and it generates losses. Perhaps you wanted to take into account the social component. However, I think that it's a high time for us to make insurance tariffs even. Thank you for coming and making this presentation. And thank you so much for giving me a chance to. So 7 minutes, you took, and the rest of the audience only have 8 minutes. We need to free the audience to make sure that there's a next session. So, I realize that there's a good chance for you to just, express your opinion and have your comment made. So, will there be any response? So thank you so much for your questions. Well, in fact, those were not the questions; those were the issues. So I would like to respond to the first question in regards to the agents, and the law that we have was adopted because of certain circumstances. We can study the international practice. We could look at your proposals and have it revised in terms of what could be done. In addition, in regards to the tariffs and the breakdown through the regions, yes, we are aware about the fact that the tariff remains the same for years, and the law hasn't been amended, and in 2020 and 2021, as far as I'm concerned, we have completed a large-scale analysis, and the objective was to analyze what tariffs are available in the regions. So the level of losses in certain regions was up to 70+%. So where we have the losses in the amount of 20%. In those regions, clients pay more for insurance they're supposed to be paying. However, when the level of losses for the insurance companies is 70+%, then this means that on the contrary, clients pay less than they're supposed to be paying. So we made adjustments to the so-called correctional coefficients, and where the loss rate is high, the tariff gets shrinked, and vice versa. So that was done on purpose in order to have even price throughout the entire territory of Kazakhstan. So those norms were taken into account starting from the beginning of 2024. and the norm has been enacted 2 years ago. So again, dependent on the losses typical for the given region, we have differentiated insurance premium. So again, whatever you have mentioned about and whatever you've been asking about in regards to the price of the insurance, again, everything depends on the loss, on the rate of losses. I forgot the second question. So indeed, the wish is not the question. So we have 4 minutes to go. The gentleman to my left, please. Introduce yourself so that there's understanding of whom we're talking to. Good afternoon. Thank you, dear speakers. My name is Djomart. Perhaps I will join the entrepreneurship world. So my question is, the question number one. Cool presentation. You have shared your plans, but you haven't shared the timeline. So please tell us more in regards to when you will be having this estimation methodology. And let me explain, we started technical works, and the plan is that in the first half of 2025, we will actually have the market engaged into the design phase. However, we need to have insurance companies who will be able to join the process, and we met with technical experts from insurance companies already, and there is a feedback from the insurance market. So we hope that in the first half of 2025 there's going to be proposals in regards to the products wished. So, and the next question is to the National IT Center. So could you please tell us more in regards to the time frame, so the integration with the other companies? When do you plan to have it finished? Yes, indeed. We do have a time frame, so February, March is going to be the time frame. We will expect the applications coming from the insurance companies, and then if everything is fine, we'll be in a position to share. Thank you so much. And the next question, the middle of the hall. My name is Anna, and I work for the insurance market for 18 years. So thank you so much for your presentation. So the wish that I would like just to express is that you told us a lot in regards to the digitalization in the market. So I do have an experience both as a salesperson and as a representative of the management board of Amanat. So the major volume of sales has to do with the corporate world. However, we mentioned about the necessity to have voluntary insurance. However, based on the reality, we have to admit that actually the client's activity is pretty low. I've been dealing with automation available for the corporate client, and actually we don't have a chance to have sometimes a convenient client's path. And I have no doubts that the main problem of the insurance the insurance companies is a necessity to invest a lot into IT and the products that are not being demanded. And it's not a matter of money only, and we have young people sitting in this room. So most likely we deal with the business analysts and IT experts. I keep working with these people in different countries from all around the world. So money matters. to them. It is important for them to make sure that the product that they've been developing is something of demand.
Now we have the automation of products on the market, the property voluntarily. The people work for months, but in terms of purchases of such kind of products, I don't know, 10, 20 critical sicknesses are considered there as well. Okay, let us set up the conditions for the digitization of the small and medium enterprises. And if we are going to have the respective facilitated requirements here, is going to be affecting negatively also potentially the matters related to certain issues, and I have a wish that we would see all the good results. Okay, 0 seconds. We are on time to finalize the session. I think it wasn't a question, it was kind of a wish, right? Sir Wilson, would you comment on that? Indeed, we would take into account your considerations, wishes. May I also answer to the previous question asked? Sure, that's about the penetration. I would like to note here that the insurance premium increased, the insurance contracts increased as well. The number of contracts were concluded to a total of around 23 million, and the growth comprises around 36%. The major growth is with the voluntary insurance types. That is why I would like to tell that it's not only about the mandatory type, but voluntary as well. Your wishes are monthly published. You have the respective current market status report published on a constant basis, and given your considerations, wishes, let us consider them. You haven't had those figures change for a long while. The format of the tips, let us consider and enhance them. Take into account your consideration. Okay, all clear. The last question, the time is over. The organizers are here. They request to empty the room. Again, who didn't have the time to ask the questions, the speakers are going to be here in the forum. You can ask them directly. Thank you. My name is Arman. I'm a financier. For 2 years, I've been driving electric mobile car. I've been paying Kaska, and I don't emit. Can we have some kind of benefits in terms of tariffs for them? Again, I would readily go to such kind of systems. Again, let us have those who emit more pay more. That's a world practice now. Again, with all the traffic, the smoke in Almaty, we can't have it, but that way only. So such tariffs matter. Yes, too cheap for some. Yeah. Okay, that's a good suggestion. Let us consider. It seems to me that the agency shouldn't consider that. That's a voluntary type of insurance. Why should you consider it? Let us summarize it. It's a good question, but the benefits are already there. At least in Almaty, we can clearly see that Shimbulak wants to get there to have electric cars only, so we can have the respective application with e-Tunis, and you don't pay for the parking lots. Your number is fixed. Those are good benefits. Meanwhile, the electric mobile taxes are not there. The primary registration, yeah, is there. Okay, Cascade itself, it's complex since physically that's about nutrients. The number of cars is not many. I know Arikia very well. As the author of the FinMentor channel, you should understand that the risk should be redistributed. Thank you very much indeed. Dear colleagues, the final family photo. Thank you. Thank you.
Уважаемые участники, просим вас всех занять ваши места. Сейчас начнется панельная сессия. Цифровые недра, перспективы AI в разведке и добыче ископаемых.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see all of you. My name is Brahim. Today, I was invited to moderate this session. Can you hear me well? Today, in the audience, we have a very interesting format indeed. We have gathered up enterprise solution startups, international guests, corporate sector. I am myself from the private business, from the private sector. Let us set up the dialogue in an informal discussion-like format. Let me first introduce our guests. Askar Bulukbayev, he came from Emirates. He is CEO of the respective company, advisor in Baybars company. Jandos Umralin, data scientist, Tingiz Chevroil. Aybek Islam, engineer for modeling in KPO. Iskender Bisenov, half of financial risk sector, Kazmunay Gas. And our guest from Russia, Alexander Petrov, head of digital initiatives, Eurasian Development Bank. Each and every speaker would have around 5 minutes given. We would like to have more time saved for the hall, for the Q&A. Let me start with my own presentation. Baybars Energy Fund. It is our fund accelerator in power industry and investment fund. Here we have the clicker, right? Allah, could you tell please how to click through the presentation? Thank you. I lived in Saudi Arabia for last 2 years. We dealt with setting up relationships with Saudi Aramco, the oil capital of Saudi Arabia, Dammam. It was initiated by the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Digitization within the intergovernmental relationships. Here on the photo you can see our colleagues from Tech Garden, Astana Hub. On the right side of me is the Director of Innovations for Saudi Aramco. We agreed on that we are going to have the exchange program. In April we plan to have 10 Saudi companies brought to the IT industry. We are opening up doors to our system. Kazmunay Gas, TCO, KPO, ERG, Kaz Minerals, Carmet. And the same way we mirroring the activities would have the respective hosting by them in Dammam. They would open up their doors to power industry, Ma'aden, Taka, Air Products, Saudi Aramco, SABIC. Within that project, we also are initiating the consultative council. There are similarities to digital nomads in the digital ministry, whereas the digital ministry gathered up big specialists in Meta, Google, who deal with transfer of technologies, certain strategic matters to be solved in the country. The same way, we initiated the project Energy Nomads and gathered up all the Kazakh people working at sea level in international projects who had, for example, the Shell Qatar, Total. Those are Kazakh people who attain some high positions in corporate sector at the top international projects in energy sector. This is the pipeline of our startups. So what do I believe in? Within all the forums, everyone speaks about startups, innovations, but many ignore our key industry, energy, mining. Now we have a big focus with the nuclear industry. On the slide, you can see a dozen of startups that have been validated in the Kazakh market, the market of the Central Asian region, who received contracts with the largest fields, and I do believe also in that, in fact, even if not a unicorn but some decathorn, or let's call tulpar, would emerge from the field, from the mining area, since we do have the market. All the periodic table is the proof, and the startups are proving that as well. We do have the global ecosystem for the venture funds. Aramco Ventures, Shell Technology Ventures, BP, Total, Shell, all of them, they have their funds from 0.5 billion to $1 billion. The focus is energy is there with them. It is noteworthy to note the cobalt metals famous startup, whereas they probe fields with satellites. They had Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Jack Ma investing into the startup. All of the people tell about the startup. The point is that we also have the same startups popping up. The market does exist. The market is very big. That is why we gathered up here. This is our plan. In April, we are starting the accelerator program in Saudi Arabia. We have Aramco, Sabic, Maden, largest holdings, energy holdings in Saudi Arabia. Aramco, as you know, all the time is in race with Apple for capitalization all across the globe.
And in fact, this is a victory for us. We have accessed this cooperation, and now we would like to build a bridge to upscale our projects. We will partner with Qatar, Total Energy, then Qatar and UAE, together with Nasdaq. And I mentioned about Beybar's venture capital. So this fund is on pre-seed, and then we will actually unite our efforts with Shell, Chevron, and Aramco on the later stages. And as a moderator, I will be actually responsible to run the session, and my objective is to have a dialogue between the corporations, startups, and the audience. Thank you. So, good afternoon, dearest colleagues and dearest friends. I would like to greet you all, and thank you so much, Ibrahim, for the work that you have already completed. You've been promoting Kazakh startups beyond the territory of Kazakhstan. We're not only famous for very interesting individuals, but we are one of the richest countries from all around the world in terms of natural resources. But it seems to be that we can still find the key to hit the maximum potential. So I just wanted to show you real solutions that have already been used in order to seek for more efficient exploration of new fields and help us to optimize the existing fields. Artificial intelligence is not a perspective of tomorrow. It is about today. We don't need to have multi-billion investment in order to find solutions for the current issues. Despite the wealth and not only in terms of resources, but in terms of the human capital, only 25% of our resources have been explored and confirmed. For instance, in fossil fuels, there's only 13%. In oil and gas fields, it is less than 0.9%. So why don't we deal with geological exploration? Because it is costly, it is risky, and it takes years. And we need to have solutions that are going to be changing the world drastically. We need to have more fields explored, or we need to optimize the current fields, to have the net price of production similar to the one in Saudi Arabia. For instance, currently we use artificial intelligence and we're able to find new fields, so it is 10 times more efficient. It doesn't take years or months to find new golden mines or oil and gas fields. It takes hours, right? So the content of copper and gold, and in terms of the high priority, we have received exploration licenses. And the next solution, we actually managed to optimize the current costs by using the artificial intelligence. So how was this done? I'm now demonstrating to you a very nice reference to the existing field. For instance, you need to drill a well, and you need to make the design on hydro rapture or the reservoirs level. You pick the well, you see the current situation, and then artificial intelligence tells you the horizon, the porosity, and what design of the hydraulic rapture you gotta have. It takes seconds, not 10 days, for instance. So this is something that we use now. And the next solution that I would like to demonstrate to you is we've been training LLM model that is going to be helping the petroleum engineer to take right decisions. So we've been training the model in Kazakh. However, the specific terms in Kazakh are pretty complex. So we've been training modality. The project of design in terms of the field, production is being trained, and the model actually uses the specifics of your field, taking into account the porosity, the level of water horizons, and so on.
Уже внедрять, да, это будет Agent AI называется, то есть искусственный вот этот вот Alage GPT. Когда вы задаете вопрос, он отвечает, и он еще отправляет имейл, кому нужно, и там запускает процесс решения проблемы. То есть это...
So actually, this is not about tomorrow. This is about today. So ChatGPT actually costs up to $5,000 per year. How much does it take to hire the petroleum engineer per year, right? So again, this is something that changes the paradigms. So again, colleagues and friends, Kazakhstan right now is at the edge of whether we keep running business as usual, or we gotta be able to explore new fields in order for us to be competitive worldwide. Kazakhstan is very rich, not only in terms of the natural resources, but in terms of human beings. Thank you so much. We gotta be of demand. Thank you so much for sharing a very inspiring speech. Thank you. Что, Жандос?
Так, добрый день, коллеги.
Yes, good afternoon, dearest colleagues. My name is Jandos, and I represent Tengiz Chevroil, and I'm a data scientist. We wanted to demonstrate to you the results of our work, so what's been done in terms of AI, and this is something that we have done together with our business partners and colleagues. So we wanted to get exposed to the practices our partners have. So we're going to be having a presentation on AI and the plans TCO has. So we had the references to successful solutions, and then we will talk about the priorities TCO has, as well as the principles for responsible use of AI. At TCO, we've been striving to use artificial intelligence data in order to give an impetus and become the leader in oil and gas sector of Kazakhstan, and be the driver in terms of the artificial intelligence development. So what we want to convey is that artificial intelligence solutions will be human-centric. So the human being is to make the final decision. We don't want to be replacing the human beings. We want to make sure that we have an assistant, so that we end up in a win-win situation. So everything is taken into account, and our work is more effective, more efficient, so that we could have guaranteed increase of incomes and profit, so that we are more competent as a company, working with our market partners. And we need to make sure that the professional capacity is growing. We will have less incidents based on the AI-based analysis, in order to enable us to make new decisions and be the driver for the energy sector development in Kazakhstan. So we already have lots of data science projects that are bringing values. In production, we have lots of data scientists who not only provide solutions themselves, but they take ChatGPT as a foundation. And eventually, what we want to do is to share our scaling up strategy, and the strategy as well as the technology allowing us to strengthen business processes. So the next intention is to keep an eye on the new technologies. So I've seen a lot of prominent figures and individuals, and we want our artificial intelligence to be ethical, and to take into, so that it is something that is taken into account the legislation of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Of course, people is the key, and people generate ideas. So in case if we invest in people, this is going to be bringing us more ideas, and it is going to be much better for the from the business development perspective. So we do have the working GPT-based models, and what we have done is we downloaded over 100 documents, and each and every document is comprised of hundreds of pages. So the problem with it that we used to be having was that we had to deal with a lot of disciplines, and it's so hard to find the pieces of information. So what our GPT provides to you is that it just not only an enabler making papers found, but generative AI can make mistakes, right? And you can verify each and every information and each and every little bits and pieces of information. As artificial intelligence has become a driver. So we have digitalized everything, the supply chain, HR. So everybody wants to have artificial intelligence-based assistance. So they want to be assisted. They want to get a lot of help. So we used to be having a phobia in the company. There was a prejudice saying that the artificial intelligence is going to be replacing human being. However, this is something that helps us to be more efficient in terms of operations. So going back to the priorities TCO has, and I think that it is going to be interesting for you, especially for those who have launched the startup. So optimizing the operations is an ability to have data actors and technical services forecasted. So planning is the key, enabling planning that have to do with overhaul is going to be really valuable for the company. So the transformation of the working environment, occupational safety, health-related issues. We do have Human Safety and Environment Department that also has ambitions in terms of AI. So what countermeasures we have, And we could actually compare the previous practices that have ensured occupational safety to whatever we have at the moment suggested. Next is optimization of technology and the working environment. So we would like to have an agent who would have a function to do something on your behalf, and that agent would be represented by the artificial intelligence. So again, optimization at the entire perimeter, so that we could have historical data optimized in procurement, for instance, if we have a look at the supply chain. The major message that I would like to share is that in 2025, the so-called responsible year, we wanted to make sure that we follow the ethical code and certainly the legislation, and we keep up and ensure human rights protection. So this year is the year to develop regulations to be used for procurement, and the regulations good to go for the internal operations. And in the end, eventually, we would like to partner with the global institutions in artificial intelligence in order for us to be able to follow the international trends so that our practice is up to date and replicated, so that we could follow the steps of our colleagues. Of course, cybersecurity and data protection is one more priority for TCO in order to remain competitive. We need to ensure the cybersecurity audits. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Jandos. TCO, in addition to the fact that it is top taxpayer in Kazakhstan, they've been arranging hackathons and they open their own processes. There's no more curtains anymore in terms of what TCO has been doing internally. So, and I remember the results and that we have received in KPO. Those are the flagship players and actors at the market. So thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. So Aybek, next the floor goes to you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Islam Aybek. I'm an engineer and responsible for comprehensive modeling of the field. I represent KPO despite the fact that many terms are used in English. Therefore, I would like to continue my presentation in English.
I'm glad to welcome you to today's panel session, where I talk about the KPO digital oil field and how it's transforming our operations in Karachaganak field. With 126 in production well and with 21 injection well that are working through 3 units, which is interconnected by 2,000 of kilometers of pipeline, Karachaganak not just giant in terms of size, it's also a company that brings a lot of challenges. And as engineer, I can say that managing of that field is not small feat, because daily one well generates thousands of data, which are stored in different places, which create the data lake of the unstructured data. But with help of AI machine learning, we are transforming unstructured data to structured data, then which enables to us, by utilizing again machine learning, automated workflows, and physics-based models, to create the cutting-edge platform that bring diverse team from different departments to make optimal and quick solutions. So here showing that benefits that we are currently, our tool is delivering. So to understand more how digital oil field bring benefits, so let's look at how our production system is working. So we are at KPO digitizing from wellhead to processing facilities, ensuring that every stage from production to transportation is optimized and integrated to the one tool. So next. I will show how it works in action. So here we can see the two screens. The first is a well level analysis that where we can see the real-time overview of the well performance analysis like wellhead pressure, GOR, and also performance curve analysis, and also comments from different departments that can be entered by engineers or even from AI that takes data from email or Excel files by showing just pass. And also this screen helped to us engineer by again using of machine learning analysis, automated workflows in physics-based models, generate real-time well rate estimates, which helps to engineers to make faster decision making if there are some unexpected changes. In the right side, we can see the production network. So at KPO, by combining real-time data and advanced machine learning algorithms, we are also digitizing pipeline infrastructure, so to optimize the liquid flow and by minimizing the bottlenecks in the system, by comparing real-time data with model data. So the first picture is similar to the previous one. Here they're showing the well performance analysis of the all wells, and in the right side, as we all know, in operations is the key challenges in our operations is to be sure that all wells is working in optimal condition. So to solve this, by using again machine learning and the automated workflows, we create the exceptional based surveillance. So it's kind of alarms that you can see in the right picture that is shown by red dots. Here showing the wells that have some problems. It helps to engineers to identify, to better understand the well performance analysis and react swiftly if case of unexpected changes and minimize the downtime of the wells. So here the field process overview. So these screens are also utilized for is similar to previous one, and these screens are utilized for optimize the field production. Next is the gas injection compressor performance monitoring. So here, again, using the automated workflows and integrating HISIS model to DOF, we are comparing real-time data and compressor model data, ensuring that our compressors is working in optimal condition. So also we are here digitizing not only daily processes, we are also digitizing our forecasting and analytics results. So before DOF, to make any forecast and analytics, we use the physics-based models which are integrated to the one tool, which are saved in Microsoft folders, which analytics and visualization made by Excel, VBA, and Python, and which is, this workflow looks good, but all steps are doing manually, which takes a lot of time of the engineers. But with help of digital oil field, with lifting the physics-based models, and by utilizing automated workflows and again machine learning, we are with getting rid of all manual stuff. We are creating tool that minimize the time for manual data processing and left the time the engineers more work with the run results rather than data processing again. So which are doable like from DOF platform tools like DOF forecasting tool for production analysis, DOF GNM for the projects for the gas injection. Then also we are utilizing the proxy models that based on the machine learning analytics to make quick and fast runs. If in our asset we don't have any changes, forecast to find the oil production or gas injection rate based on the machine learning models. Thanks. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Рахмет, Erkin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For me, as a person who was brought up at the bank of the river Jaik, I'm very much glad that the KPO managers, all the local people work there accordingly. I know Aybek Islam, he's a very good specialist. Thank you very much indeed. Now we are going to tell about the case of Kazmanay Gas, about corporate innovations. It's one of the very cases whereas startups from the western part of Kazakhstan, represented by the respective companies. You have Iskender Bisenov. He would tell about how that happened, to what extent that was successful. Iskender, please. Hello, colleagues, friends. We've been speaking about very interesting projects, breakthroughs. My topic, my specifics is very simple. It's about controls, risks, managerial metrics. Given our own experience, we usually find out certain projects, multi-million, multi-billion. We spend lots of money, efforts. We have many cases with negative results. We analyze them and we try out to find out tools to have good automation, so as to introduce the right internal control tools to avoid such kind of faults. In general, the reverse reconciliation is what we have in our auditing activities by simple language. It's what the accountants do, auditors do for taking inventory of the items. All of you most probably are aware of the process. It looks like the reverse reconciliation here in the mass balance is about the reverse calculation of data that we have from operational data metering devices. Some people publish them in magazines, journals, everything is digitized. Why do we have the mass balance here in particular? Prerequisites for the reverse reconciliation is about the respective error range, difficult mass balance models, large formulas, multi-flow systems, multi-node systems. In general, there are recommendations of international standards to have the reverse reconciliation of the mass balance. It is interesting for us because it is a high correlation tool with metrics. Managerial metrics, risks. Basically here we can see why the ready-to-be-used products don't achieve certain plans, why we have differences. We can get to know bottlenecks, what influence the achievements, risk factors can be written out. So such high quality instrument, we try to have it. The very theory of reconciliation of the mass balance is based on decreasing the error between the measured and real figures. The value has gross and random error figures. The random cannot be influenced, but the gross error is related to the human factor, the faults of machinery. Here it means we need to work accordingly, we need to decrease it all the time. This model, for example, reconciles the mass balance every 2 hours. We can have daily settings. All the data that we receive, they are stored and recalculated by providing the net values. If that's not the zero value net, it shows that some error happened. So that's the complex formula that we have. On the right, we see the dynamics of the measuring devices. We can have some of them up to 50%, so all of them are detected. Then we have everything worked out point by point to secure the gross error. For example, here we have figures, reconciled figures, so the difference is also shown between them. They can be pretty much high. The very formula is matrix based, it's heavy mathematics. However, all the mathematics is solvable through the matrix solutions, equations. The cyclicity of education, since the model is correlation based, we can train it, educate. Based on it, we can have machine learning. We can have reference bases, databases, libraries. We can have certain laboratory analyses, chromatography data. The more data would be there, the more would there be of the correlational model developing. So such cyclicity would develop itself. The process is uninterruptible. For example, if you are going to have data only from the devices, your trust level is going to be only 60%. And if you are going to have more data, then it's going to be more, 85%. Then we would have a certain correlation model established. It would educate, train itself, and the trust level would be more and more towards it. The reconciliation in general is used to verify the data. That's an international practice. For example, here we have some examples shared by colleagues, like what we have from the oil refineries, the multi-component system, 60 different products. So we have the correlation model like this for the machinery, for the mass balance. We define here what affects what the outlets and inlets are. We can simulate the data to understand what hinders achieving certain parameters. That's for difficult models. For example, this is for monoflow models, hydrogen sulfur, methane, pentane, butane mixes. We can use that in the mining area. That's for uranium, copper, benzene, fractions. All of the tasks are solvable, can be solved. In general, the back reconciliation, as an auditor, as a risk manager, I would recommend to use it for everyone, for data verification, as a mandatory tool for testing, constant testing in post-monitoring stage, so as to have it as an integral tool. That's my call upon you, so that after some time your operational data would not worsen but be better. So such kind of tools should be implemented not only in production but in any activities. The tools are good. In general, such control tools are for increasing success of certain software. We need all the time to incorporate them into planning process in the systems. I'm over. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Iskender. Lots of technical content, isn't it? In fact, the data are very interesting, rare. I, as the person from the industry, know I wouldn't be able to know everything that happens in the corporations. We did discuss the AI, we did discuss the financial part. I personally am aware, very much concerned about the conditions of the river Zhaikh, the Caspian Sea. Each and every industry area definitely should take into account certain ecological aspects, damage to the environment, especially our water resources. The president himself very actively is focusing, highlighting that the next 5 year period is going to be very much difficult in terms of water resources. That's why we invited the guest from Russia, Alexander Petrov, who is going to speak about sustainable development in that direction. Alexander. Right, Ibrahim, thank you very much for your introduction. I would like to tell that the focus is maybe even a bit wider, since our development institution, the Eurasian Development Bank, was established by the heads of government. It was designated so as to finance mutual projects. First of all, within the Eurasian Union and wider, we would have 7 participants in the bank. In regard to the digital agenda, in here, the idea to finance is about integration of projects. However, all the time within those tasks, we all the time face cross-industry tasks, cross-industry projects. That's why, first of all, I would like have a bit more of methodology, background, the history of our participation in large digital projects demonstrate that the mining subservice industries show that different participants are at different levels of maturity. We just need to take it as the reality. Even within vertically integrated companies, enterprises are at different levels of introducing rules. Some of them are still paper-based. Also, we have industry-wide platforms, intra-corporate platforms. So in all those conditions, we face the task to have a cooperational environment. Definitely, we are based on the target model of phase 5. However, the subjects de facto work in all stages. Next. What are we based on now? Besides what I mentioned, all the subjects, including the ones while producing products from the subsoil and the other companies working indirectly in the sphere, are based on the necessities. We need to have cross-industry networks so that all the participants, despite of their maturity levels, would work. Some of them would have themselves up, some of them with high risk would have lower gradual increase. Nevertheless, they are going to be incorporated into such kind of ecosystems. We face the situation that in the majority of countries, the countries with whom we interact, the Eurasian companies, the Eurasian Economic Union, Eurasian space companies, it's not only about the startups and private initiatives. Everywhere the state is the most active player in this area. We just had a session where Annette spoke, and by observing all the respective activities within the last years, I would like to tell that the electronic government in Kazakhstan is of high level of maturity, to a certain extent revolutionizing, and here we can state that the businesses have a very good possibility to be involved. Some of them can have the leverage and to launch experiments. As far as I'm concerned, the experimental modes in Kazakhstan are used not only with the banks but industries. We cannot tell that that's a sandbox in its ideal stage, the digital sandbox I mean. I believe the regulatory things are not that ripe within the sandbox, but that's normal. We can see that the regulators are active at the level of the regulatory base. The anthologies are not basically contradicting, and here I can see 3 players in this area: the transnational companies, startups in particular, And in particular, I would like to note the cross-industrial players on the platform who provide with interaction. I think we can discuss that later in terms of how it works. Right. Coming further to the fields, one of our focuses as the Eurasian Development Bank, kind of our mega project, that's about the water and power supply energy industry of Central Asia. Here we have the greatest potential. But first and foremost, I would like to demonstrate the majority of the issues that are being solved by us and the countries, they are cross-industry, like the water intake, the use of water in agriculture, the use of water in cities simultaneously by the same states, a number of states using the same water reservoirs, rivers. That's also about the additional energy for the use of the water systems. Here we can see that the tasks are solved inside of Kazakhstan, but definitely should be solved with colleagues from other countries, because we are dependent on each other. That's a reality that we have. Moreover, given the same example, we can see it very well. Besides the cross-industry tasks and the trans-border matters, we have the economic scene. It was mentioned today that we have 20% of the fields discovery coverage. I think the potential can be applied to here as well in the same way. The water and energy complex and the respective adjacent industries, again, in other industries, the potential there is very much high. As an example, I would like to highlight the Kazakh project that's of high importance, interest for us, the initiated project, the establishment of the National Information System of Water Resources. That's also a bright example, whereas definitely we can see that the water resources are not only superficial but also underground.
And the balance of water needs us to make the necessary modules enabling us to see the entire picture and taking into account the transboundary facilities. And this is something that needs us to concentrate really seriously on the tools to make sure that we comply with the requirements. And harmonization or standards also matters, and irrespectively of the sectors of economy. So I would like to it's necessary to mention that we do have a full-fledged picture, not only in regards to what actors, perform their duties, but also to make a breakdown in terms of the sectors. It could be agriculture, it could be oil and gas, and this actually enables us. AI enables us to have the integrated picture, put everything together, and to make sure that there's intersectoral solutions available. So to a certain extent, in fact, we have to make sure that there's a meta-based approach towards the digital systems. Thank you so much. So this is all that I wanted to report about. Thank you so much. As we have promised you, the presentations will be very precise and up to the point. So to conclude, I would like to share a story. I was a student at Kazakh-Turkish Lyceum, and my schoolmate continued as a teacher, and he shared his story. So he took a trip on a train, and it took him almost 3 days to travel, and he was actually accompanying his students over to international Olympiad, and the kid said, this is our land, our predecessors, have given their lives for these lands. And he said, yes, you're saying it absolutely right. And then the student asks a question, what for? And the teacher asks a question, so what do you mean, so the land is empty. I mean, there's nothing constructed, regions don't keep don't get developed. And the teacher answers, my schoolmate said I didn't know what to respond to my students, so why did I share this story? I think that it is much easier, in fact, to concentrate on the left bank of Astana or on the golden quarters in Almaty, or launch something elsewhere beyond the territory of Kazakhstan. But we have to realize that we have vast natural resources and absolutely great people in Kazakhstan. We have to use all of the efforts in order to make sure that we develop energy sector, that we concentrate on oil and gas mining and nuclear energy sector. A lot has been done by those who get rotated, and they work in harsh conditions. That they get deprived of their families. They give out health and so on, and this is done in order to keep the economy developing. We do realize that the economy of Kazakhstan leaves much to be desired, and it is hard time actually to admit that the game gets changed, and artificial intelligence and digitalization is the future. So the speakers won't let me be incorrect, and venture funding and the entire set of tools enabling digitalization and AI is something that we have to concentrate on. So Zhanaozel, Kulsar, Khromtau, Aksai, Temirtau are the geographic locations that we have to actually take into account. And this year is the year of the working professions, and it's a high time for the startups, for the innovators to put their efforts together and to actually create cool products together with the other professionals. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming. Yes, indeed, we do have 25 minutes before the end of the session, so we could have, a great conversation. So please, a Q&A. I think you may you can come closer, or we may give you the stage. It's up to you. So good afternoon. I represent Engisha Royal. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very interesting and fascinating presentations, and actually you're a true patriot, and this is something that inspires us, And we talked about the trends, and you all are engaged in AI. This is very, very pleasant thing to mention about. I would like to talk about the mega trends, so 2025 plus. What is going to happen a decade later? So what is going to happen later on? So post 2035. So who's ready? Please respond. So one of the mega trends of 2035 plus is an access to technologies. And the second and one of the mega trends is competencies. And each and every mega trend is something that has to do with polarization. Those who do have an access to the technologies and those who don't. Those who do have the competencies, those who don't. And it is not something typical for one given state, but this is something typical for multiple states. And we do have an access. Unfortunately, Kazakhstan is not the country with the infrastructure for artificial intelligence. We use somebody else's products. And my question, hopefully, is of good quality. So my question is, what is your horizon or vision in terms of the future? So do you make focus for 5, 10, 15 or 20 years? How ready are you to be addressing those challenges? Are we going to be ensuring that there's equality in terms of getting an access to knowledge and getting an access to competences, so that we don't have an access to mega trends, we won't have success, There's a polarization in terms of the material income, Those who don't have an access to AI, again, are going to be treated as poor people. Thank you so much. Let me start, and then you will continue answering the question. So the polarization isn't something that's happening from the technology standpoint. This is something that is happening even at this level of the mindset. The speed of making a decision is really important. But this is something that I use, everywhere. We should be keeping up with the tempo. And we live actually in a very rapidly changing world. The horizon of planning is 6 months max. The geopolitical factors, natural disasters, and drastic development of artificial intelligence is something that makes us react. The faster the better, so we open the Pandora box, and artificial intelligence is something that has become pretty scary, during the plenary session. Prime Ministers expressed their opinion, and they do have pretty interesting approaches towards AI. So we have to be courageous enough. We have to be having capacity to address the issues bravely. And in terms of technologies and using foreign technologies, what I would like to say is that all we talk about has to do with having tools, Perhaps we need to use those tools and develop a product and in accordance with Garden, for instance, they say that the upcoming unicorns, the technology companies, up to 10 people, for instance, and seven out of those 10 is going to be represented by artificial intelligence. So the next startup founders, the most successful ones, those are going to be 2 to 3 people in which of the startup. So we have to keep up, and we have to go beyond the box. We have to have a thorough thinking. Thank you so much, and that's a very interesting question, and it was a pretty challenging question. So I have a more optimistic approach. Why? As we have a lot of talented young people, and again, we know what marketing, what hardships we have to go through once there was a shift from 2G to 3G, or from to jump from 0 to 5G. It's pretty easy, So actually, you may miss some of the stages and have 5G introduced immediately. Again, in terms of having more opportunities of exposure, I think that the events allowing us to share is something that is the key to success, and having a common vision, having a lot of energy is something that we have to praise. Of course, it's hard to make focus at the moment, and to have focus for five years is something hard to do, because what I see is the opportunities. However, others see complexities, challenges, but I think that there's opportunities in complexities, so I think that we do have a lot of opportunities, especially for the young people, because Kazakhstan overall is a very young state. Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak. That's an interesting question, but I would divide it to different levels. Again, going back to the opportunities and to whatever we might be dealing with, we have to differentiate. Small and medium-sized businesses is getting an access to a lot of opportunities, but those are the opportunities that have to do with the drastic transfer, how to get adapted to the changes is the key, And again, at the individual level, we have to look not only at the, hard skills, but also to concentrate on soft skills, to the active shift over to digital technologies is going to give us a chance to be back to roots, to be back to who we are, to be back to the human being's nature. And in fact, everything depends on us, We could set the trend, and this is going to be the tendency to follow, And again, in terms of the tools available and instruments available, again, let me say that the different theories, and for instance, the Carter's curve could be taken into account. Linguistic models is the trend, and again, so the next question is, what is about the early stage? What is going to be demonstrated thanks to the model? This is the way we would deal with the technologies. The technologies actually are ascending technologies. It's multi-agency. So actually, we do have an understanding at the very beginning, right? However, those who deal with the technologies for a long time, have heard about them 10 years ago. So the regressive attitude towards technology is something that we have to take into account always. I remember a decade ago, I visited Germany, and we discussed with our partners the digitalization and sovereignty issues, how to treat your digital space, and they said that, we're jealous. You managed to face your issues, and that's great that you have a reasonable attitude towards the digitalization. And actually, the economy of Germany is not in a good condition. The economy is stressed, and we have pretty positive conditions. We treat the complexities as opportunities, as was said before. So the internal trend that we might develop is using the technologies that we have, using innovations, and having a combination of different innovations that we have. And yesterday we have listened to a very interesting position, and within the framework of this session, I'd like to say that we're interested in branch-related linguistic models, not just to deal with the infrastructure. However, we need to have our own linguistic models, and there's a potential for us to create those. So we have open solutions, not only those made in China, and there's going to be more and more innovations. It's not one-time solutions, but what matters is that we create the methods of work. It's one of the trends. So having the tools expanded, enabling us to have conjoint operations, and cybersecurity testing is one of the technology-related trends for the upcoming decade. So the depth that we have identifies the major vectors. So again, the usage of technological tools actually leads to the fact that, for instance, we would have better solutions in different geographic locations. So we have to keep it in mind that we have to keep stimulating ourselves, keep ensuring sustainable digital environment created. So allow me please to add very briefly. So a week ago, there was a report called The Future of Jobs. So the World Economic Forum has published the report, and there is a standalone article, and they have compared Kazakhstan with other countries of the world. And they said that in the upcoming 5 years, it is expected to have rising costs of living in Kazakhstan. So this is how much we spend per day, and they said that it is expected that it is not going to be easy. And there was also a provision in regards to the gaps in skills, So the world benchmark says that 69% of people miss the competences. In our case, it is 70+%. So what do? We have launched Alash Managing Academy. It is a 3-month program, and under the auspices of that program, we engage petroleum engineers who work abroad, and then they get engaged into contact with the young Kazakhstani engineers. So we train younger engineers in data analytics, and then it's not the training for the sake of training, so this is done in order to get this result.
Also really the business cases in the company. One more important thing for the oil people, this report provides with a forecast for 2030. The largest industry that's going to disrupt is the oil industry. Basically, 39 operations that the engineer does, 26 is going to be automated, whether we want or not. Now imagine yourselves in that environment. What kind of skills you need to have so as to be competitive, not just in a limited liability partnership small company, but on an international level. The answer is clear, I think. Thank you. Thank you. I think in our country we have very good initiatives promoted by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, preparing HR, quick regeneration, reload of higher education. The minister himself does understand all the trends very well. He sees it far-sightedly, reprocesses the respective activities. Just yesterday with the Ministry of Energy we discussed the upskilling, reskilling initiatives. I believe that we're going to catch up with that gap. In Kazakhstan we indeed quickly, very much quickly catch up with all trends. I don't doubt that. We are a young country. Ibek Islam, I think, would like to add something. Yes, I would like to add also, if you don't mind, let me reply in Kazakh since you started. If you're going to consider the 5 years, that's AI, the artificial intelligence, in my opinion, yesterday what saw during the Almaty Digital Forum in the energy industry, this trend, if we're going to take 5 years, the AI trend is going to be very optimal, I believe so, since if you to look at all the companies, they basically, in all the companies, have their AI being used, and they already use it, and in the coming 5 years I believe they're going to reach the respective results. My own view is indeed that's very exciting. Thank you. Yes, your question. Hello, Kirbayev Irnar. I've been working for 20 years in the mining industry. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Our topic is industrial AI. I would like just come down from the AI to the field, since the fields basically feed us, whatever the case is. So as the question to ChatGPT, what hinders the development of Kazakhstan in society? We've been like meddling for around 30 years trying to get to somewhere. So he provides with lots of arguments over and over and just provides with a simple answer in the end. For the accelerated development of the country, we need to strengthen the fight against corruption. That's it, full stop. It seems to me that we are debating from some things, those are cloud things, the future, but we forget about the very things that hinder us here and now. In terms of the cost, we tell that we have leaders there, and that we are somewhere in the tail, meddling somewhere, trying our own things. But sometimes I have a feeling, by working for 20 years, like leaders are us. Why? Because there's such a very simple notion of the cost. So the costs means that we can buy a pen for 10 tenge or 100. If you are going to buy it for 100 tenge, we call it the cost of the produce. You know all the things. That is why when we speak about the costs, I believe that we are getting ourselves into some cycle of deviation. And if we are going to clean up ourselves, I believe we can get to one of the top places with no issues or problems. That's why I would like to tell that to have the AI there, for AI to work there, then I believe we are going indeed to have some development. Since now it feels that like we are meddling with all the respective things, too slow to be in a nutshell. Thank you. I believe that was a bit of a rhetoric question statement. I think we should note that the tendency of informational matters in the country in terms of motivation and other matters of the country we discussed. Indeed, in the countries, everything is not that bad as it seems like the media shows. I'm concerned with all the respective informational messages that work only single-sided about some accidents, some negative things, and they don't provide with the respective clarification. Meanwhile, on the other side, at different levels in different areas, we have a very meticulous, very hard labor work. All my environment, I'm very much inspired by them. They are self-reliant on their labor, working in their niche industry, totally applying all of themselves for their families, their native land. That's why I believe the most important thing is not to lose enthusiasm, motivation. As it's told, actions from us, the results from the God. And that's why I believe everything would be fine with us. Each and every country indeed have their own dawn, gold time, and sunset. I believe Kazakhstan, Central Asia, we are just at the dawn stage, and we are very much hungry for wins. That's why I'm very much optimistic about that. Thank you. Yes, please. Just to add a bit. Definitely, that's a serious question indeed. I would like to tell that there's a story where a husband comes home and the wife is on maternity leave, and he tells, "You're sitting at home doing nothing, nothing happens." Fine. She tells, "Come over tomorrow." He comes over tomorrow, and there he sees chaos. Everything is in mess. The children are hungry, running all around. So if you don't see something, it doesn't mean that nothing is done. Just I wanted to summarize that. The hidden work is taking place as well. Okay, thank you. I also would like to comment on that, please. The microphone of the questioner is not used. We know that in geology now, in principle, there are no fields that are close to the surface. So, given the AI, what depths can be used To what extent the AI can find out and operate on the deeper depths horizons. You know, the solid resources probing with satellites is not a novelty. Just for your information, over us we have thousands of satellites while us sitting here. Each and every satellite has lots of different sensors. Heat sensors, night vision sensor, radio, communications. And there's a sensor called hyperspectrum. What is that? The hyperspectral sensor measures the reflection of light, of the solar light from the surface of the Earth. Each and every mineral basically has its own footprint in the spectrum, in the RGB spectrum. There are also additional types of sensors that can have access with limited countries. We one of the first companies in Central Asia who has the access to 480 satellites. One of them is called Worldview 3. That's a very high frequency hyperspectral picture satellite, and it shows only 20 centimeters of surface. However, we have historical data of the drilled fields current taken for probing almost for all Kazakhstan. By unifying the two databases, you can model around certain cases and with certain probability forecast what metal they were. But our priority is just copper and gold. We can see that in the coming time, the prices for copper and gold are going to go up very much. And Kazakhstan is one of the countries that has lots of potential. It can be seen by some of the companies that enter Central Asia for geological exploration for solid minerals. And the second trend, yesterday I think it was mentioned on the side of the state, many things, lots of things are done. Also, we had a question on corruption. You know, we need to provide the solutions when we see problems. So I, for example, received 2 geological exploration licenses for solid states. For solid state minerals, I didn't go to the ministry so much. I received a license. But what's the depth? Oh, we can see it 800 up to 800 meters more or less. But you know, with the depth we have less probability of discovery. So 800 meters, right? Okay. By the way, from the satellites we can find water resources. We measure their humidity, many other interesting things. Claire. Aslan, while being abroad, he all the time probes and sees, analyzes what happens in Kazakhstan. We have many fields. I think they are going to be enough for everyone. In regard to the previous question, I also would like to add, again, it's not only about the corruption, but the human capital is not discovered in full. We need actively to invest in education. We, represented by our own company, open up private schools, wrote books. I believe everyone should invest in education and to give back to their own community. You know, so as we are going to be counted for in the world, we need to be 40 million, twice more. So we have 20 million. We need, that's why, to increase our demographics. Again, I believe that each of you on your level can have that, so as to cover our very big country, to study all of our fields and to start developing. That's it. Any more questions? Thank you for your time. I would like to thank the Ministry of Energy for organizing this panel session, represented by Bakhizan Arsenulu, Alexei Dosgelda. Thank you for joining us. Let's have a family photo. I think that's it. That's going to be it. Thank you.
Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно — повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App.
Назарларыңызға Freedom Super App қосымшасын ұсынамыз. Бұл бір терезедегі бір эко-жүйе. Freedom Super App'та бәрі бар. Бұлар бірегей Freedom валютасы. Нарықта ең жоғары кэшбэк ұсынатын ниеттестік бағдарламасы мен керемет сыйақы беретін сыйақы бағдарламасы. Бұған қоса, банк ұсынатын өнімдер мен қызмет түрлерінің барлығы да бар. Қосымшада бірден ұшақ пен пойызға, кино мен концертке билет аласыз. Тіпті азық-түлікке тапсырыс беруге де болады. Біздің ниеттестік бағдарламамызбен Freedom эко-жүйесінде 30%-ға дейін, ал кез келген бұл валюта біздің холдингіміздің қор нарығындағы акциясына байланған. Сондықтан да акциямен бірге өсіп отырады. Демек, кэшбэктеріңіз бізбен бірге көбейеді. Freedom валютасын қосымшада ақша аударғанда
Раз, раз, раз.
Ну все вроде. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, can you hear me well?
So actually it is 1,300 shops, so I would like to welcome you to the panel discussion, which is devoted to human resources and breakthrough era, taking into account AI and the challenges that we have. My name is Gulmira Raisova. I chair HR Managers Association of Kazakhstan. And we have 1.5 hours for discussions and presentations. So I will try, together with my colleagues, to make sure that we do have a very decent conversation. So we have the crème de CC, the most professional. So dearest colleagues, we're going to be having a series of presentations, 10 minutes each. And on every single presentation, I'm going to be asking you a question. So, and then we will have a Q&A session. You will have 5 minutes for Q&A. And I have very high hopes that our session is going to be the hottest one, and we're going to be getting as much applause as possible. So please give us a round of applause. And we will have the best human beings' emotions. Yesterday, while participating to the plenary session and listening to the prime ministers, they actually devoted their presentations to the artificial intelligence, and the question was, how to live in this new reality, and our prime minister said that the challenge of the labor market is one of the major ones. We're going to be putting a light on this matter. So I would like to give the floor now to Daulet Argandikov. He is the president of Human Resources Development Center. And he is going to be making the presentation on the entire territory of Kazakhstan, because Daulet possesses big data on each and every citizen of Kazakhstan. On the Minister of Labor operates the data that is being collected by Daulet and his fascinating team. So again, the first presentation is for you, Daulet, please. So what challenges to wait for? So thank you so much. I would like to greet you all. So let me continue. And in regards to this topic, which is really important, on artificial intelligence, I will make a presentation on the products. We have a lot of HR experts. You are aware about our most prominent product, which is electronic HR exchange and HR.kz. And I would like to built my presentation on two blocks. So we are not just the IT company. We provide consulting. We actually conduct studies. We share the data, and we have product in digitalization. So we make focus and so on. It could take hours for me to speak. However, I would like to be precise in terms of the topic for the session. So actually, I don't have many slides, and I will try not to overload you with the figures. So the first snapshot is the global snapshot, and then I will talk more about Kazakhstan. So my message is those are the estimated figures, and when we talk about the impact of progress towards the labor market, we shouldn't be forgetting about the impact on, and the major hype is artificial intelligence. And the background of industrial revolutions tells us about the fact that we always would be having the growth of working force. We are concerned about automation, but at the same time, the adjacent sectors also go through the changes, and the skills and competences also get modified. Artificial intelligence is something that we've been dealing with. We've been running AI-related projects, and now we have the Department for BI Analytics and Artificial Intelligence. So I have my experts from those departments. So again, this leads to the growth in terms of the jobs. So I have lots of assessments made by ILO, McKinsey, and there's a considerable growth by 2030. 78 million of jobs. However, at the same time, the major challenge, in addition to the fact that, of course, the labor market is going to be automated and routine operations will undoubtedly be automated, as well as the job functions. We feel that it's been a while since we also going to be getting the skills amended. Up to 40% of skills will be changed, and the requirements will be different. So again, going back to the assessment made by the World Economic Forum, 500 out of 1,000 workers will need to have new competencies, and in 11% of cases, the employees will not be able to keep up with the requirements. So in terms of the growing tendencies, whatever has to do with the big data analytics, whatever has to do with the software development, design, and so on, that's a trend of the modern times, and this is going to be reinforced. In terms of the skills, again, the requirements will be totally different. The cognitive skills will be needed, and just don't get me wrong. I believe that we just not use the skills. We can't imagine our life without geolocation, taxi, and so on. And in regards to Kazakhstan, we have a standalone study. So who is interested, please enter the website. And I made a snapshot, sharing the figures, sharing the conclusions to make. We shouldn't be forgetting about the functions imposed on AI, and AI. Actually is going to be the key player. 29% of functions may be automated, and 13% of functions may be ensured and conducted by generalized artificial intelligence. So again, if we multiply it to the number of jobs or economically active population, we may get up to 2 million jobs. So those processes are not homogeneous, and while having our study, we stick to the labor functions, and we looked at what functions could be replaced, actually. Again, artificial intelligence led to the fact that we have many employees who may be easily replaced. So again, in sectoral, from the sectoral standpoint, again, as I said to you before, the functions are unevenly distributed, right? So the references to financial sector, communications, and professional activity is more exposed to those changes. And of course, we have more activities in industrial centers and cities. In regards to the ages, we made pretty much equal estimations in terms of the gender. So I'm pretty limited in terms of time, and let me speak about what could be, interesting and useful from the practical standpoints. We created an ecosystem, and in fact, there's a whole infrastructure of crossed infrastructure. So digital twins is a concept that, known to many of you, and we can actually make our judgments and have the breakdowns for each and every family, and we can provide the assistance to those who need the practical solutions, and again, those are the products that you use. So again, let me be brief. So I have 2 minutes to go. So the platform that we have created, I participated in this forum last year, and the new platform that we have is vocational training oriented. So 20% of our alumni actually don't have jobs in accordance with the education that they have received. And actually, we have introduced the skills and competence structure. And actually, we can make a focus in terms of what profession is going to bring you more money. And yes, of course, you could use this knowledge. So we have a list of 400 most wanted professions. And now let me go back to skills.yenbek. And we've been updating this platform, and we have over 700 different training courses. So we would like to have you use the proctoring system. We do have the standalone spectrum of professionals, and actually we have offered last year we have digitalized the contractual obligations, so we have introduced the questionnaire last year. And the last message that I would like to make, you've been dealing with digitalizing the labor agreements, so we have used the electronic signature for the labor and employment contracts. We do have the functionality in terms of having collective treaties, and we also do have a data enabling you to have the social profile and getting the portrait of your employees. This is the digital map of the family. Why was it done? In order for you to be able to ensure social responsibility. So if requested, you may get data. This is a subject to personal consent and so on. So this is a personalized features. We have also launched the rating. You may leave your feedback in an individual fashion. It is the employees who can leave the feedback on the employers, and the same could be made by the employers in regards to the to the certain employees. So thank you so much, Davlet. That is it. So Davlet can tell endlessly about his products. However, we're pretty limited in terms of time. So my question to you, so actually, Davlet, you have the entire set of data in regards to the labor labor market in Kazakhstan. So, what are the three largest risks that you see at the labor market in Kazakhstan? Taking into account the introduction of artificial intelligence and something that we have at the employment market overall. So, we again going back to the topic on artificial intelligence. Of course, we deal with the with the recommendations to make, right? And the previous session was devoted to training and retraining, and skills get changed, and this is one of the key objectives, and of course there's a gap in regards to the qualifications and the requirements imposed by the employers, right? And we need to have training and educational programs developed in a certain way, and our report of the national fashion, tells us that last year we had a unique situation in terms of the labor market. So the majority of our new personnel. And again, going back to artificial intelligence, nobody knows how the things are going to look like. And the inauguration speech of Mr. Trump, he said that there's going to be $500 million invested in DeepSeek. So actually, the challenge is that we need to be in a position to get adapted and to actually enhance our skills and competencies. Thank you so much. So colleagues, get your questions prepared for Daulat as well. So now let me give the floor to speaker number 2, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Akmaral Nazabekova. She acts as an independent expert of HR Association of Kazakhstan, but yesterday chaired HR, and she chaired EIG HR department, and she was the deputy chairperson there. So this is a multi-billion company. So Akmaral has chaired HR department there. So she was responsible for all HR management related issues of this giant enterprise. So please brief us in regards to what to get prepared for. So I just wanted to understand what audience is, so that we could understand why did we come over here. And the first question, who is IT related? Okay, so who is HR related? Okay, who is starting right now? Students. Thank you so much. So I do have a clear understanding of whom I'm dealing with. So I want to have an outcome potentially interesting for you. So the presentation is going to be distributed to the HR association members. So the major message is that once we talk about AI introduction, different companies treat the matter in a different way. Somebody prefers, to have a gradual movement towards AI introduction. So what is the principle to use while answering a question? What needs to be digitalized and AI supported? And again, a lot has to do with the investment and the global mining actually has started its efforts in regards to having a standalone products. And mining spans up to a couple of decades for this, and in China they have lots of examples. They grow the internal expertise in order to spend at least a couple of years dedicated for this initiative. AI has to do with two things, it's software development and design and hardware, right? So, and hardware takes a lot of time, a lot of resources, So you need to spend quite a time to have expertise, decent expertise. So number one, what needs to be ensured by the IT experts is to have IT experts and to have a technology. So this has to be a teamwork. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, we don't have professionals ready to have, for instance, unmanned vehicles, to have freight truckers, cranes, and so on and so forth, so that it could be operated remotely. This is a great niche. If that product is created, this would be of a demand. Taking into account the sanctions, this product is going to be in use in the neighboring countries. Kazakhstan has an exclusive position in this regard. So whatever Kazakhstan's been automating and supporting with the robots, we have, robotized the routine operations, the office. But it is important actually to understand that office is something that is going to be changed drastically. You could automate routine operations. You can replace analysts, you can replace accountants, and so on. We need to have more emotional intelligence and be creative. However, it is more important to automate production, and to have AI solutions there. Why? As 40% of people living in Kazakhstan are under 35.
Basically, a whole generation of people grew up who didn't see the world without internet. And if we need to speak about industry and production, the investments that we have there for modernization of operations, the respective levels are not that high. So what do the students like? What do people before 35 years would like to have? They would like to have safe, pleasant conditions of work, not heavily. Basically now the people in the shafts, they have heavy work using techniques and things that have not been there before. So our task as the HR people is to bring up a whole new generation of people who would modernize production operations, to have the activities anew, whereas there would be activities with remote access work in dark shafts. In 5-10 years we wouldn't find people for cheap professions like locomotive drivers, assistant locomotive drivers, weight calculators. Again, we wouldn't find people for cheap professions. They're going to work there for a long while, and we need to substitute that with the artificial intelligence. Secondly, it's about heavy professions where we have difficult conditions of work, like smelting activities and other ones. Preferably, it's better to have that substitute for AI. That's also about the unmanned truck activities and so on and so forth. I would like to tell to the audience that we have a giant niche that we need to work on now. And the last thought probably that I would like to share with you, given that I have the big presentation, what are the risks? The people nowadays need to retrain quickly. I'm going to dedicate time to that. The people need to retrain quickly. Now the systems of colleges, intra-corporate trainings, corporate universities, they are not so much ready for bringing up people of new generation. In the AI, the same way as in operations, the respective activities should be taken into account. That's why one of the niches that's clear and understandable, that's about the AI introduction into education, as well as in terms of how to quickly retrain the people so that they would become analytics crane operators from hard work. For example, the machinery driver, the analytics, they can use everything in remote way. A big gap is there, I can see it that way. Thank you. Thank you very much, Akmaral. Dear colleagues, prepare questions. My question, you well mentioned about what the audience should prepare for. A number of hundreds of people here. So, the long-lasting trainings, are they back again? So, for HR strategies of large operational companies, based on your experience, what would you advise, first of all, to do? Some three things. Daulat mentioned, for example, risks of the labor market and so on. For the employer, in your view, what are the three key points that should be incorporated into the HR strategy? First, to reconfigure, retake yourself quickly, since there are many changes and the people are accustomed to change slowly. It's about quickly to be able to change, adjust, transform. That's a skill that's required. So if people used to work in one area, they can reconfigure themselves to work in another one. The second one is technologies. In industrial companies, with no modernization of operations, with no new systems like what we have, with no analytics, it's going to be very difficult to draw youth for conducting such work. Third point is that we have new generation entering the market. It's about to work with their spirits, emotional intellect. The people choose where they would like to work. That's why they should have healthy conditions, environment. Technologies are technologies, but the humanity, the humane treatment of people should be paramount, and we need to bring up talent from young specialists who basically would have the new deep blue ocean. So I would like to focus on the three things mentioned. Thank you very much, Akmaral. By the way, I would like to PR the HR Association, enter it and would receive the presentation. Thank you very much indeed. I would like now to give the floor to the third speaker. You know, we set up the discussion in such a way that we started with Kazakhstan, then the operational industry as the locomotive of our economy. Then we have the financial sector. India represents Halyk Bank, that's the largest bank in Kazakhstan, with the employee number of more than 15,000 people. It's not just a bank, it's a fintech. It's about technologies of digital banking. That's a huge step forward. India, the floor is yours, and then I'm going to ask questions to you as well. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants. Since Akmal asked about the breakdown of the audience, I saw here lots of IT people, developers. Most probably there are HR managers here as well. I don't understand, not everyone has the experience in speaking about the AI. What is the AI? And you know, it's a simple technology based on a number of types: machine learning, deep learning, neural links usage, that can be also about large text processing. Given the scale of the country, many use technologies. ChatGPT, for example, all of us use that, right? Again, who uses it? Raise your hands, please. Not all of it, right? Yes, it turns out. And now just imagine, given the scale of the companies, not each company can allow itself specialists who can train, who can have the big data with developers having skills. Not all of them have infrastructure, special infrastructure. It can be CPU, GPU, or certain storage facilities that can be substituting different activities. That's also about the privacy protection legislation. That is why the question whether the AI affects the labor market a lot or not, I decided to have that not with my own reasons and arguments, but rather to consider what we have on Headhunter website. How many openings we have there? There are 33 vacancies that are there for artificial intelligence, and in total 83 resumes were found out who have experience in using the technology. I cannot tell it now, but maybe in a year, let us see how the statistics would change. We inside the organization, as already mentioned, face a number of issues. Democratization of data and AI, that's the large-scale popularization of the AI. ChatGPT is a closed code, but there are platforms that allow the developers to work out the matters and to use technologies. For example, in our organization, our CDO block, they secured everyone with the tools, whereas we can use not ChatGPT, but within the organization to ask questions. It's clear everything is regulated so that the data would not be gone. So this is just one of the tools that allow to use the data not only in clouds. Again, within the current reality, it's a big question. Moreover, as already mentioned, you have legislative regulations. In the morning, by considering the halls, I saw the plenary session dedicated to digital transformation and the regulating of big data, biometry in large scale. We as the financial sector also can face that. The infrastructure on the territory of Kazakhstan, what I mentioned, GPU, CPU, the IT people know what that is about. There we can be limited in supplies. Moreover, that's very expensive equipment, and we definitely need to solve the matters. And the fourth major point is the availability of professional HR on the market. We as HALEC cooperate with 6 universities. Out of them we have laboratories, KBTU, Satpayev University. There definitely we need to have more attention given to IT specialists with necessary skills, since, as Akmaral mentioned, the treatment of junior specialists will be totally different in the nearest future. The juniors wouldn't be demanded, for example, to have SQL, since such inquiries would be conducted by technologists. And if we to speak about HALEC, just a few years ago, we were just in front of a choice to be made, whether we are going to have the full-fledged introduction of the AI or whether we are going to probe into that, where we can use the technologies like text reading, like 6,000-page documents to be properly treated. There we would have documents with all the links, or that can be with the contact center, whether they would see all the profile of the clients. For example, that can be in terms of making decisions pertaining to loan processing. By the way, that can also be about companies that use personalized approaches in regard to what to offer clients, certain stakeholders. There we can have the AI. We can see it affects the efficiency of work. It affects the capacity to cover some gray zones that we couldn't do on our own. Meanwhile, we do understand that it is required to cover new digital skills and to have the focus on the critical thinking, design thinking, and to train for that. who would help in that? Definitely the HR plus the experts that would rightly be able to have the respective trainings, activities, colleague for our developers to start using the AI elements as a co-pilot project. Maybe many of you have heard about that. We basically there had hackathons conducted. We provided with real tasks, and now it's a mandatory requirement for us to have the developments using that particular technology. And since we very much track the efficiency of our resources, we definitely would track the time to market elements, whether the developers use the AI or not. Also, as HR inside organization, we have data marathons. It is when we establish communities of those who wish to study the technology. We conduct master classes. We select guys who would like to share with knowledge. If we to speak about the previous matters, in the past we used that in the past in some elements, and now if we to speak about the HR, how we would like to use the AI. Today we also use the AI, and last year I spoke about the respective technologies during Digital Almaty, the search for respective candidates. As of today, by having enough experience within the organizations, we would like not just to analyze what we received in terms of turnover and to do something, but to set up predictive models that would help us to forecast the outflows. Akmal also mentioned about the emotions, conditions. It is important for us to have proper conditions of our colleagues. The audit probably knows about the level of anxiety and stress that our citizens have. We also can see that within certain parameters, we do track that definitely we need to get to know how to find out the conditions of our colleagues. We have the respective task for that together with our scientists who have the technologies, and they would help us in implementing that. In general, that's it. Thank you. Let me stop on that. Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to hear it over and over. The information is very, yes, it's very solid. Lots of it is here. Yesterday for 4 hours, Indira spoke about her practices. We as HR people like to tell that we need to speak in language of business figures. That's one of our competences. But Indira made it in such a way that her CO-1, CO-2 line up and started telling about their interactions with HR. And one of the top managers' phrases shocked me. He thought that with no HR we wouldn't be able. Again, with HR we'd be much quicker in producing our products. The HR helps us in producing new products. Honestly speaking, I was shocked with that, since all the 5 top managers who spoke, they were speaking in HR language. Basically, they were speaking about the behavioral models, emotional intellect, and some subtle psychological things that I was surprised. That's why, Indira, the question is as follows: taking into account the current situation as well as the business tasks that we have, your HR strategy, the bank's HR strategy, what are 3 priorities in there that you set up in connection to the AI? We don't limit ourselves with that. Only we can see the AI respectively. We do see different technologies. The world is so much changing. That's why we are telling that the AI should be treated as a technology that should be known how to administrate it. But in general, through the HR strategy, we have 3 major directions for ourselves set. The talent management, basically here we need to understand who the talent are. All of us are experts about who the talents are. Secondly, we need to understand so as to exclude the risk of the key specialists not to be lost. There we need to define and timely train them. Third, we need to establish an environment where each and everyone would be able to express themselves by participating in hackathons, some other events, to be able to get from one industry to another. What you mentioned in terms of our leaders speaking our HR language, it is due to the point that their major strategic goals for each and every period, they have three major indicators that also influence their assessment. That's the involvement level of personnel, so they are responsible for their own blocks, divisions. Those are our assistants. The turnover level, and third, that's also about how they share knowledge, how they participate in our leadership programs. They have a norm to that, how much knowledge they should have shared, how many sessions to host. Thank you very much. Again, maybe you won't be able to answer this question right away, but maybe in the end. So you spoke about the diagnostics models. It means that with the data models you would gather about the behavioral models of people, so that the people wouldn't understand that he would like to leave the company, but Indira, due to the big data, already can see a half year in advance that something is wrong with the person and would undertake measures to retain the people. In fact, yeah, it's there. Yes, ethical problems related to data management, big data management, where many subconscious things would be more visible than to the people themselves. Are they there? Let us also consider that matter afterwards. Okay, that's a very strong question. Sure, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Jarkan. Jarkan represents the largest holding in Kazakhstan that incorporates not only production and operations, not only the largest bank, but also retail.
Lots of other businesses. So the opinion of Jarkin as a shareholder who manages different sectors is something that is very interesting for all colleagues. Good afternoon. So today I would like to share a snapshot with you of Verny Capital performance. And as you might know, and as you can see from the slide, Verny Capital is a private equity company with a diversified portfolio of assets, and each and every asset is leading in the sector. It's Beeline, it's Forte Bank, it's Ritz-Carlton. In terms of the educational sectors, Narhos, RG Gold is the reference to the industry. We have 15,000 plus employees. So once you have a diversified business, and Gulmira has just mentioned about this fact, it is very interesting to watch the dynamics of AI penetration in different sectors of the economy. So one of the factors that impacts upon the speed of penetration is market tendencies, the trends that are being used by competitors, and the efficiency of AI overall. So how bottom line is getting impacted by AI. And besides, one of the insights that we would like to share with you is a lot depends on the understanding of artificial intelligence. We certainly have the most talented people from all over Kazakhstan. I have no doubts in that. But speaking about the majority of public, we still have a pretty low level of awareness in regards to what artificial intelligence is, and this creates certain resistance from the standpoint of having an active usage of artificial intelligence. And what we have observed is that in HR sector, artificial intelligence is being used by Verni Capital in recruitment and internal communication. So the major function is to process the data, to create contact, to analyze the data. So 25% of our subsidiary companies have actually confirmed that there is a standalone requirement towards the employees, and AI is something that the company wants to have developed in our offices overall. I didn't want to show you a very beautiful snapshot, and it is related to the fact that there is resistance, as I said to you before, and we deal with certain category of positions, because industry or hotel business are not the sectors to actually, replace, ladies and gentlemen, sector. So in hospitality, it's hard to imagine artificial intelligence once it comes to direct service. And the representation of AI in different sectors we are engaged in is different. And the next slide actually is devoted to the statistics based on the results of the global studies. And let me tell you how this is reflected in our banking sector. The BCG studies demonstrate that the quality and the speed and the response actually is something that is better facilitated thanks to artificial intelligence. And we have found out that one RPA robot at Forte Bank doesn't let us grow by 33 positions in terms of the headcount. So actually this tendency is something that we have noticed not only in financial sector, not only in Kazakhstan. And just recently, I had a meeting with private equity in New York, Blackstone. They have 200 plus IT companies in their portfolio. And for the last couple of years, what they've noticed is that there's less new vacancies coming up in IT sector. So the growth of staff is very limited. Why? Because IT experts use AI, and the efficiency now is plus 40%. So this tendency actually gets supported by different studies and evidence-based practices. So again, within the framework of today's discussion, one of the skills or competences that I deem to be considered for our generation, for the generations to come, is plasticity of mind. The preparedness to be open-minded, to be able to work in multiple fashion. So actually the data tells for itself, and human touch and human resources are less exposed to being impacted by artificial intelligence. And please don't just join the HR association, convert yourself and become an HR professional. And the additional question. So as a shareholder of such a diversified business, what priority objectives do you have in terms of communicating and interacting with people? Well, I think that there's not going to be three, it's going to be two. So objective number one is that each and every asset, you are aware about Beeline, it's a high-tech company, and at Beeline we do have a great deal of AI, and we have positions for C-level at Forte Bank that have to do with artificial intelligence and having it integrated into operations. And overall, Verni Capital as a group of company has a strategic objective, which is to accumulate this competency and to have it presented as a trend, the standalone trend, and by doing so, we would lift up the competencies of the rest of the existing assets within the perimeter of the group. And the objective number 2 is that we have to rely on the educational force that we have. We have Narhos University, and we talked to the president of that university, and we mentioned that yes, indeed, we need to train those experts who are going to be competitive, at the labor market. And the way the labor market has been established tells us that junior IT expert may not be demanded by the market. Why? Because this junior operations would be provided by artificial intelligences. And as a reference, there's a limited number of junior IT experts vacancies in the United States. So they need middle level and senior level IT experts in the United States. So that's a trend. So next is to use Narhos as a corporate university in order to raise awareness and ensure a better understanding of what artificial intelligence is within the perimeter of the group of companies, and this could be reinforced. Thank you so much. And colleagues, we have left the presentation of Maria Naurus till the very last moment, because she represents a high-tech company, and plus she is a representative of an international company. So she is the chief of HR at Yandex Kazakhstan. So please share your views on how the future is going to look like. Thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this chance. I'm so pleased to see a vast number of experts who have an interest in artificial intelligence, and I've noticed that we have a lot of HR and IT experts who deal with artificial intelligence. So the topic for today's conversation, again, summing up the session, AI is something that everybody needs. This is a skill to have. We got to be flexible and well trained, and it would be nice if we could have the solutions allowing us to optimize the performance of companies. So let's talk about where it could be done and how this could be done. Not from the technical standpoint, but from the optimization of work standpoint. And why do we need it at all, if we do? So AI introduction has something to do with the efficiency, right, and proficiency of business. So we could either partially have AI introduced, and this was something that we mentioned about under the framework of the training session, or the entire set of production processes might be replaced by AI. So the first stage is augmentation. So there's going to be a special set of skills to be demonstrated by the officers. And number 2 is optimization. So augmentation and optimization. So again, optimization is going to be having some consequences and impact upon employment. So what do we do with AI at Yandex Kazakhstan? So we have continuous data collection, and our employees share their experience. We have metrics-based structure, and optimization relations are sometimes taken at the teams level, and we analyze the data, have a better understanding of how we could introduce AI, and it has nothing to do with IT or design or development of AI solutions. I'm now speaking about project managers and regular jobs levels. So project managers, marketing experts, and content creators, they use generalized narrow networks, and this is our in-house innovations, and we manage to train the models independently. in-house, as I said to you before. So the logical question is what to do with this data later on. In fact, this data is used to train our employees how to use AI, right? And it's important not to train them how to use generated AI and from the technical standpoint, but to demonstrate the major principles of how generalized AI works, so that our employees understand what constraints exist. Since this panel is HR oriented, I wanted to focus on using AI in HR and in recruitment, to be precise. My colleagues told you about that. At the moment, we are running an internal experiment, and we help recruiters to work with the candidates using our neural networks, and our recruiters actually participate to those exercises and help us train the model. So 25% of our recruiters use the narrow assistance on a daily basis in a scaled up fashion. So one of the benefits has to do with the working and processing internal databases, and the presence of the M-Search is recommended, so we use the logical code in addition to the keynotes. For instance, in case if we need to find something, a developer or designer from Octal, our recruiters use those prompts in order to optimize the search. Again, let me now talk about the training and education in HR. We also do have the data of the internal studies, and we do have an understanding of how many courses, educational courses and training courses we have, and what the need for the training is currently, right? Because our products keep developed, and we do have a chance to tackle business-related issues. So in the beginning of last year, we used just 35% of artificial intelligence, generalized AI, in the form of text and images. And by the end of last year, we had twice as many as we used to be having in the beginning. So in L&D, half of vacancies has a key skill, an ability to work with generalized AI. So actually, the level of trust towards the neural networks is now much higher, and ability to work with the artificial intelligence. The candidates ask, what do you mean, and we mention about an ability to work with the generalized AI, or at least not to be afraid of using this tool. And one of the areas, the new one, we have been facing a situation when not all of the team members ask for help and ask L&D experts to have customized content. This is something that is developed by the teams themselves, and our objective actually to ensure the high quality of the content, to make sure that this content is structured in the right way from a methodological standpoint. So by doing so, we are going to be having a clear structure of those courses. And you could see the screenshots from my own users' experience of Yandex Kazakhstan. We have a very great deal of interest in NPS. It's over 95% in Kazakhstan, and others is 97%. It's pretty high percentage, and actually this has been arranged thanks to the fact that we have our own platform with AI, picking the training courses for the individual employees. So actually the next interesting point to make, I used to be working with Skillboard, and very often, in terms of automation, we face the situations when the assistants ask to, change the settings in order for us to enable them to have, more extended meetings, and I was in assistance with the physical people, and just recently I had the bot, knocking on my door, telegrams, so I asked a question, whether there is a chance to, to help our assistants and had those bots, helping out, and in terms of finding practical solutions. Again, we need the solutions that may be scaled up, and actually, those are not the initiatives that are, of need and use for Yandex Kazakhstan. Could you please raise a hand if you were invited to the meetings where you would think that you were not effective? So I'm ready to raise my hand as well. So we had a large study at Yandex Kazakhstan, and 82% of our employees used to be having the meetings of that format. And the major message was that nobody was fixing the results of the meeting. Nobody was keeping the minutes of the meeting. So we made a summarizer who made the coding and then sums up the outcomes that then become available to the participants of the meeting. So for 2 months of using this technology, the number of those who thought that the meetings were not effective, was decreased by 30%. So we had poor preparedness for the meeting as one of the reasons of having this feeling of being distant during the meeting. So we do have a summarizer, the one that enables everybody to make the minutes of the meeting, so that everybody gets prepared for the meeting much better. So finishing my speech on R&D, I wanted to mention about personnel evaluation, and in this regard what we want to do is we want to automate the process and to help out our assessors. So as an experience, our IT team has been working in order to enable them to assess the competencies, and we will have solutions for those who begin as managers to enable getting feedback.
There's one difficulty here that we are facing. Before me mentioning it, please raise hands the ones who at least had any feedback from GPT for anything. If you did that, probably you noted that the Neuralink praised you, and that's its feature, that the Neuralinks are very human-centric. They could have provided you with different difficult answers, including the sandwich model results. However, here we need to have the model to be trained in such a way that it can resist certain tasks while having the respective instructions from the seniors. That's our task in particular for now. Definitely this path saves time. If we need to take 2 people who are going to have full-time interviews, digitizing them, writing down reports, then definitely nothing is full-time everywhere. Again, it can take up to 300 people only per year, but the bot can have 10,000 people if we to speak about large companies. So when we use bots for evaluating the 5 items, only 2 parts out of the respective mentioned here are used. Again, the bot does not evaluate the person, it just makes routine works. Meanwhile, the report is finally provided by the human beings, checking all the respective records by the AI. That's why we have a big field for development. Finalizing the aforementioned, I would like to tell that we still have many questions that we are in search of answers for, like how many processes we can automate. Colleagues mentioned some data. However, we face some things like it's difficult to assess and provide relevant numbers for the process, to calculate them, find out the ratios, and automate them. However, here we can see a big potential for the employees to use neural links, but not to substitute them with them. The neural links need to be trained for certain qualities like abstract thinking, like certain ethical issues cannot be, for example, treated properly. The neural links can have, for example, certain sensitive issues not processed, and we for that also developed the ethical code with the voice synthesizer. It was published for the external audience. We use that inside the company as well. Our main task is to train the employees of that the neural links have certain limitations, risks. The major risks that we can see here, out of the major risks is that the neural links don't generate new answers, they just gather up data from the already available sources. One of the principles that we train the employees with, it tells that you can do prompt entries only in the areas where you are specialists. Basically, there you can track, monitor the information answers that the neural links provided. And the second one that we basically warn our employees against, it's about the too much trust in that. That's why here in the HR team we cannot tell properly whether the respective generative neural links can have the respective soft skills, hard skills, since we need to have critical thinking and bear responsibility ourselves for the results that the neural links give us. I'm over at this point. Thank you for your attention. I would be glad to have your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Maria. I just wanted to ask a question about the risks and difficulties, but you almost answered it. You know, I would like to ask Indira to answer the question that we asked before. Dear colleagues, raise your hands, whoever would like to have a question. Yes, one, two people. Oh, that's it. Yeah, here we go. I can see. Dear colleagues, dear administrators, let us give the floor, the microphone. Whoever would like to have a question, raise your hands for us to see. Indira, please, your floor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gulmira. Do we have CEOs, directors who have 100 or more people under their subordination? Again, oftentimes we cannot remember the number of vacations, the efficiency levels yesterday and today. The matter of ethics, there we tell that we don't breach them. It is very much important for us to observe all the rules, norms, or regulations. We do understand that if a person took vacations with certain regularity and having certain days off, that's a certain score for us. And if he had all the tasks in advance, defined, solved in advance, coding quickly and having efficiency down now, that's also a certain score. Or for example, if we take high level, high professional specialists, senior developers, team leads, and order them certain operational tasks that also can lead to the respective burnout, definitely within the ethical matters it's going to be observed, and we are going to have the respective score models by finding out the frequencies, probabilities that can affect the conditions of workers. Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let us then get to the most interesting thing. The microphone is here. Questions from the audience? Yes, please. Here we go. Hello, my name is Almas. Come on. I have a startup in education, and the question is as follows. When the calculator was invented, everyone told that the specialty mathematics, the profession of mathematician was under threat. So now we saw some statistics that the World Bank forecasts in some time strong reconfiguration of certain specialties or vanishing of more than 50% for some of the professions, then here I have the question. Definitely, each of you answered that to a certain extent, and the question is whether you see any changes in your companies and how can you cope with them in terms of the tendencies. There are many employees in many companies. There we have salaries and so on. Is it possible to expect certain cuts? How do you pay attention to the quality of the newly appointed specialists? That's a multifaceted question. I believe everyone has budgets, but in general, can I adjust a bit to that? In small companies, to change the composition of employees is much easier, but companies who have thousands of people like an army, it's not possible to cut so many people at once. Are you ready for that? How do you plan to cope with that? Since I started my speech by seeing AI, the technologies, if we have recruiters here, they excellently can remember that 3 years ago you couldn't find the mobile developers, the Android, iOS developers. However, we adapted. Or also, at the beginning of 2000s, lawyers were of demand, and now we have high demand in compliance officers. So here we speak about adaptivity, the setting up of an environment whereas each and everyone can requalify, retrain. So we provide on our side such opportunities, and such opportunities are the ones who allow the people to cover gray zones, the places they couldn't pay attention to properly. And if we need to speak about RPA technologies, automation, before the AI, what we had, then definitely that can substitute people. However, Halleck is huge, and every person wishing changes all the time would be able to find out a place inside the organization. So no cuts planned, right? No. On the contrary, the increase in number of jobs, yes. Once we had the atlas of new professions set up, around 7 years ago, we had the atlas of professions forecasting, and we told what professions would be vanished in the respective period. It's easy to find the respective atlas for each and every industry of Kazakhstan. We wrote that down respectively. We have some professions that indeed are gone, like respective underground liners activities with drones, the surveyors, underground surveyors activities. Also, heavy duty truck drivers didn't have, for example, a thought that unmanned trucks can be popping up. Maybe it's not that intense. We or our futurologists, we oftentimes are a bit ambitious. However, what Kazakhstan has in its RPA activities, it's a good thing. But the thing is also that we need to be a bit quicker. And that's a call to all the IT people. You should be a bit more aggressive, since the market and the opportunities in Kazakhstan are really tremendous, and we do avail them. Okay, questions? Microphone, please. Dear colleagues, maybe you would take microphones in advance. Hello. Maybe some of the experts scoped that employees, decision makers, violate the use of AI in terms of that the person starts having advice in terms of emotional matters, emotional intellect. Thank you. Yes, Maria. I can just share some experience here. I would like to answer both the questions. The first one is about the violation. It was in our internal communications. You know, in general, we work a lot on involving our employees. We have different competitions, creative things, and one of them was to create a slogan, motto, to use a Lisa inside the company. And when we received lots of answers and we had merchandise as prizes, many answers we saw were generated by the AI, and that's why it was very difficult for us to be a board of judges. That's why since then we started reconsidering our own policy in terms of communications, attracting, drawing people, involving them, and in terms of the violation risks, as already mentioned earlier on, we try to train our employees and repeat over and over that please use critical thinking in your own competences so as to double check the information after the neural links. Respect of the second answer was about what again? Emotional problems, right. Here our employees share that GPT technology can support excellently. Imagine we have a complex situation, right? At the moment, I remember I asked to have a support from the Neuralinks. That time I felt myself very good. That time again, we can be very glad for the employer that they had such an increase in their mood. We didn't expect that Neuralinks have that. Usually we have it with human beings. Okay, thank you very much. The next question, we just have 6 minutes left. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the panel session. I think I have a question to Mr. Dawlet. You told that a large percentage of people before 35, especially in the capital, a third is youth. We have lots of labor resources there. So, what is the evaluation of you, the state, to have the new employee jobs? Thank you for the question. Indeed, we very much well understand the problem. It's not only quantitatively but qualitatively as well, in terms of the efficiency in education infrastructure, flexibility, to what extent the skills translate from the market into the educational system. The quality of students shows some disbalance between institutions. That's a comprehensive matter. In regard to the search of niches, definitely there are certain directions. However, first of all, we are based on the very data that we have now in the structure of economy. We do understand what the structure of economy is. Everyone knows where we have the services, where we have the migration of activity services. For example, if we have 10 million from agrarian sector moving to another one. Again, there are productive areas, industries, as we call them. They are one side, and the other side is when we have non-productive operations areas, and that's why it's not just enough to migrate it only per se. So we introduced this so-called indicator as the quality workplace. We introduced it, and at the level of the KPI for the local industrial bodies, we have different interpretations. You know, we basically need to adhere to the international conventions in terms of decent work. However, interpreting the things in our reality, again, it's not just a temporary employment. It's basically not less than 6 months. Then that's the salary level. It should be not less in the sector, in the region. We have a big differentiation. Then it's about safe working conditions, level of traumatism, and fourth, that's the mandatory involvement of our funds against risks in case of exacerbation of working conditions, pension age, and so on. So in the economy, we used to have 2.1, and now we expect to have 80% more by the year 2030 in terms of the KPI that we would like to have. So that's up to 80%. One more point is that where to find out to establish the jobs. Definitely that's mining. industry, the mining is limited. We do understand that. That's why definitely processing industry, the manufacturing industry, that has the multiplication effect, like in chemical industry, that provides with respective effect in other sectors and so on. The economy is a difficult thing. However, to take into account the social matters, we do understand it's important. The south of the region has more density, meanwhile less infrastructure, less power energy elements. That's why we definitely need to have synchronization of policies. When we speak about export policies, different support measures for entrepreneurship and so on, they should be in harmony. Thank you. And the last two questions here, if I may. Here we go. Yes. Thank you for your presentations. I have a question related to the schedule of work. Things change. The COVID showed that we can fully be remote. However, in the labor code, we have the notion of the 8-hour labor week day. The public sector, even the private sector, have to maintain that schedule. Also, there is information that at the People's Bank, at Halyk Bank, the delay of 1 second required kind of an explanation to be provided for. That's why my question is as follows. Are there any plans or suggestions from the private sector to have changes into the labor code, to have much more flexible schedule at work? Definitely, there is front office that shouldn't have that. However, there is also the middle and back offices. Yes, thank you. Let me briefly answer to that, so that the other ones would be having an opportunity to ask other questions. You know, the labor code as of today goes as per the international standards. In the past and now as well, upon agreement of parties, employee can have the flexible format. We do practice that ourselves. Again, it's upon the discretion, the agreement with the employer. Again, as of today, we work more on the increase, the social dialogue, the protection of the employees' rights. So in that regard, we have the work to be in a nutshell. Let me just comment a bit. Since we had the respective remark against a bit Halyk, maybe that's the past we had in the past.
So this is something that we don't use anymore. So we strive for efficiency and the result. So we have to get rid of the stereotypes. Thank you. We have 3 seconds. My name is Madi Cyberspace. So we provide jobs for people with disabilities. And in accordance with the studies made by ILO, employment of people with disabilities have lead to better efficiency of companies and to include productivity by 25%. So I would like to ask a question to all the speakers. What do you do in terms of development of inclusivity, and what hardships do you face while having employment for people with disabilities? We represent public institutions from the policy standpoint, and there's lots of initiatives starting from inclusivity, you know, at the entire perimeter. You know, it's not just the infrastructure. So we need to introduce the standards for the jobs, you know, talking about the system as it is, you know, the mechanisms don't work the way we designed it. So now we have working group to replace the fines with the measures for adaptation and the standards. This is something that we need. And in terms of the center that I represent, you know, we have a large raising awareness campaign. You know, we we have checklists, and we train LMS and the competence sector. We train the officers, not only ours, but also, the inclusivity. There's no accessibility, for instance. So we have to start from ourselves. We have to start from the head. We have to change the approach and the vision. I'm glad to meet with you in order for us to have a better discussion on employment of people with disabilities. So there's an answer for people with disabilities. It is a high time. And again, from the AI perspective, so you have a lot to do in analysis, and you could work remotely. So in order to have a better understanding, there's a giant number of the field in mining sector, could be located in one location and in one place, and whoever is to deal with the modeling and AI is something that doesn't have any residency, right? So in case if we're going to be having infantility off the table, and we will have the better focus on artificial intelligence, on marketing and intellectual labor, to include analytics. That would be a great deal, and for people with disabilities, this is going to be a great deal of chance. Colleagues, thank you. Our time is off. So on behalf of the panel and on behalf of my own self, I would like to thank the speakers for full-fledged questions raised. And I think that we have had a lot to cover. Last year we used this platform, and I wish us to meet once again 1 year later in an extended format to see what has happened and what we are striving for. Thank you so much for coming.
В Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно – повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App!
Назарларыңызға Freedom Super App қосымшасын ұсынамыз. Бұл бір терезедегі бір экожүйе. Freedom Super App'та бәрі бар. Бұлар бірегей Freedom валютасы. Нарықта ең жоғары кэшбэк ұсынатын ниеттестік бағдарламасы мен керемет сыйақы беретін сыйақы бағдарламасы. Бұған қоса, банк ұсынатын өнімдер мен қызмет түрлерінің барлығы да бар. Қосымшада бірден ұшақ пен пойызға, кино мен концертке билет аласыз. Тіпті азық-түлікке тапсырыс беруге де болады. Біздің ниеттестік бағдарламамызбен Freedom экожүйесінде 30%-ға дейін, ал кез келген алған затыңызға 7%-ға дейін кэшбэк алуға болады. Бар болғаны, деңгейіңізді көтерсеңіз болды. Кэшбэк сіздікі. Кэшбэк Freedom инвестициялық валютасымен түседі. Бұл валюта біздің холдингіміздің қор нарығындағы акциясына байланған. Сондықтан да акциямен бірге өсіп отырады. Демек, кэшбэктеріңіз бізбен бірге көбейеді. Freedom валютасын қосымшада ақша аударғанда, зат сатып алғанда, төлем жасағанда пайдаланыңыз. Freedom Super App'қа қош келдіңіз.
Салем, это наша команда. А это наш офис. Мой любимый маршрут.
Это точно наш маршрут?
Дорогу покажешь?
Это же наша песня. Подруг, мы флексим, мы шире круг. Я знаю, ты хочешь тусить.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. И я решил.
Папа.
Ой, Рахметджан.
Сендер такая, поста. Мой заказ. Кайф.
Менің жұмысымның тақырыбы.
Наше такси.
Біздің бақылау жұмысымыз. Дәптер парақтарын алыңдар. Алиса! Салем!
Салем, Казахстан.
Раз. Так, добрый день, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, dear participants and dear guests to the panel discussion. We're waiting for one more speaker to join, Alimjan Tuchiev to join. I think that he's going to be joining us shortly, and we will start as soon as he comes in. Once again, I would like to reiterate that I'm glad to welcome you all. Within the framework of the breakthrough digitalization, the topic of the panel session becomes more and more essential. So we put together the leading experts from different sectors and countries so that we could share best practices and identify the vector for cooperation. Thank you so much for your contribution, and I would like to have a constructive interaction. So I won't introduce speakers to you because you have the presentations on. So please stick to the time frame. I would like to start with a question. So the question to all of the speakers. Robotized automation is caused by different developments in AI and machine learning. So it is easier to plan, it is possible to make digital twins, and in this regard, training of qualified professionals is a critical objective. So yesterday during the plenary session, Prime Minister of Kazakhstan has mentioned about the key factors contributing to AI development, and he has mentioned about human capital. And taking into account the background of yours, what initiatives, in your opinion, will be the most effective from the training standpoint? So, Ahmed, please start the discussion. Thank you. And I would like now to give the floor to the president of Polytechnical University. So, could you please ask your question once again? So the question is as follows. So yesterday during the plenary session, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, in his address, has said that in order to have AI developed, Kazakhstan needs to have decent level of personnel training. So what is going to be your estimation, taking into account the experience and the background of your company? What do we need to do that? So in addition to personnel training, we need to pay our utmost attention to making sure that there's a demand at the employment market and labor market. Currently, the departments and faculty members work on having enough number of students who become alumni of the universities. However, we have questions in terms of the practical ability to use the skills that they have received while being students. So the first question, whether do we have a demand, and then if there's a demand, there's going to be offer. Thank you. I would like to add, in my humble opinion, in addition to the academic education, we need to pay our utmost attention to skills development, to qualifications and competencies. Because once you introduce some solution, technology related, we need to make sure that the current personnel members have a chance to get exposed to the best practices from all around the world. And just recently, there was a center of competence for industrial robotics established, and it has demonstrated the need in a qualified workforce. And perhaps if everything goes well, we'll be in a position to have more centers of excellence established. Just recently Russia made a decision to have a center of competence in different regions of Russia. So now we have one center of excellence, and this is something that we will start with. So I think that we need to distribute those centers throughout the territory of Kazakhstan. So academic education in combination with the skills development. So as a representative of the government, I'd like to say that a lot's been done, and the Ministry of Higher Education and Science has done a lot in order to integrate AI in curriculum of secondary schools and high schools, as well as the curriculum of universities. So what we've been dealing with is we deal with the vocational training matters. You know, the trends demand us to concentrate on technologies. It's important to keep keep the tempo, and we need to use capabilities provided by different schools and so on. So therefore we have different training courses. We have courses for our technical experts. We provide skills in AI, robotics, and so on. And we train not only the students but the faculty members as well. So it is important to train the faculty members, to train the teachers, so that they can update their knowledge. And in Astana Hub we have non-traditional school using gamification and peer-to-peer method while providing our training. So we just not train in terms of technology, but the students train themselves on a peer-to-peer basis. They actually work within the framework of the pilots. It's not just the theory, it's all about the practice and training each other. And plus, on the top of it, of what I just said, there's an objective set by the leadership of the country to have AI skills introduced to 1 million people over 5 years.
Basically, now we think not only about how to train qualified skills, talent, we also think about how to train the population to use AI in their everyday life. The tasks are many. Basically, there are comprehensive programs that we test now based on the Astana Hub's platform. We also plan to open up the Alem AI Center that's going to roll out all of that to the country. Bruce, thank you.
Thank you for all of your time today, and I would like to share my opinions on this. Yeah, previously the automation only doesn't have a brain on it, and before we deploy any applications, we need to make a lot of work from the engineers. For example, if we would like to pick or place any goods of it, we need to submit the model of the goods to the system and make a deep learning at least maybe 2 weeks, and it still take another half to 1 month for the engineers to deploy the application to the scenarios. And even though this, we can only realize some simple applications. So that's why we start to train the robot with the brain in order to realize different applications and flexible applications. As you know, for example, our human, that we have many behaviors, and these behaviors and if we relate it to the robot, it is called the flexible tasks. It is not possible for the engineers that we configure each and every position or function of the robot. And the main concern and the difficulty to train the robot is first that we must keep the robot as a general of each and every pieces. Otherwise, for example, if we train one robot successfully, but the model or software cannot be used to second one. This is what we have faced during our experience when we train the robot. Another is that the amount of the data. For example, when we train the AI without a body, we can get the data from the internet, and the data from the internet is very flexible, and the amount is also very big. But the real action data is not easy to get for the real robot. And what we are aiming to do for the next step, that we will try to find a more efficient way and a lower cost way to get the real action data to train the robot and let the robot get a brain itself. Thank you.
Петр, пожалуйста.
Peter, please. In fact, I'm going to speak about Russia's experience. I think we need to start with children. We need first to motivate the people, the children, to adopt the robotization path, to teach them. But first of all, they need to have the intention to have that. And for that, we need to have cool, serious competitions where they can participate and face the AI at the level of doing some Lego applications, and then get to the level of more complex constructions, setups at the level of universities. And that's been done a long while. We have director of Kaz Robotics, Ayjan. They conduct children's robot techniques fairs, contests, so that the youth would later on apply themselves to study robotics at high school, at universities, and that should be taught from the earliest ages. You know, they see laptops, IT, devices, games. They would like to become designers, like to become producers of games, ITs, coders, but they would like to go to robot techniques since they don't see it from their childhood. You know, everything started in our place with WorldSkills, Quantorium, children's competitions. That's why it should be supported also here. The government should invest it as it happens all across the globe. Thank you. Alim John, what are the initiatives and education programs that you have in your university so as to prepare specialists in the AI and robotics? And how do you assess the contribution of your university into the development of your country? Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, it's a very interesting topic that you touched upon. If I may, I would like just to speak about the situation globally. It's not only about our university, but also around the situation in the country, Uzbekistan, and as such we can define the role of our university accordingly. If to speak about Uzbekistan, definitely first of all, right? If to speak about Uzbekistan, overall information is that it's a country that has the annual increase of GDP in a stable way. We have lots of mineral resources. We have certain places across the globe. However, I would like to draw your attention to the point of producing the mineral resources within the last years. We have more and more deeper processing of the mineral resources so as to develop industries. Definitely, the major capital for Uzbekistan is the human capital. Within the last 30 years, the population of Uzbekistan has been increasing very much stably. That also plays an important role in the development, industrialization, and robotics in industries. If we to consider groups, demographic groups across the population, more than half of the population are people employable, people who can work. If to speak about work across the globe, there was a big review of the World Economic Forum where 673 million people, employees, participated. That's almost more than the whole population of Europe, almost. So that review had an outcome that almost 70 million of new jobs would be created by new technologies and green transition. And 23% of jobs will change. They have to be changed. That's why we would have 73 million jobs remain in the risk zone. What are the major directions of highest demand? Definitely they are going to be mainly related to STEM. Those are directions that are very much in need with the industries, and they develop the industry accordingly. Almost 44% of the jobs, workplaces have to be changed fundamentally in terms of the skills. If we to speak about industrialization in Uzbekistan, the industrialization in the last 10 years increased twice, and it is going up on and on. And in the strategy of Uzbekistan 2030, we have the task to become among the top middle income countries. It is possible with new technologies, efficiency. More than 60% of our population are younger than 30 years old. It means that we have certain tasks set in front of the state industries to establish new jobs. If to speak about robotics, you excellently, all of you know that they are developing all across the globe. And if we to speak about the industrial market of robotics, it is expected to have around 10 billion worth of the market, with the annual increase of almost 3% until year 2029, and that's going to be on average 11 billion. The leader in revenues there would be China. If to speak about robotics in Uzbekistan, we have it applied in different areas, industries. Definitely here we have the domination of different countries, mainly industrial robotics, and we have the automobile industry as a separate pillar. I would like to stop on it. Why? Because our university is very much related directly to the automobile industry of Uzbekistan. It's been there for almost 30 years, rapidly growing the localization level for many of the car models is more than 50-60% already. Meanwhile, the production volumes increase year on year. Last year, Uzbekistan in general produced more than 400,000 automobiles. Here, of significant importance is that the production localizes and increases year on year, and in all of that, the big role in particular is of robotics, especially the AI. I would like to stop on a bit later. As of today, in general, if we to speak about the automobile industry of Uzbekistan, we have the leadership of Uzavto, the state corporation. Besides that, we have the development of private companies as well. You yourselves can see the data that the automobile industry of Uzbekistan has. In the automobile industry, the robotics definitely are used in different areas: sphere stamping, welding, painting, assembly of cars. The industrial robots stamp, they are many. If we to speak about Uzbekistan, the stages, what they bring about, here I would like to stop on it too much. They use also the welding processes. It's effective, profitable. The quality also affects that. The same is with painting. The robots are used in painting. They are steady. They don't have much of faults, and definitely that very much helps to increase volumes. The major challenges are here. The challenges that we have in front of the industry in Uzbekistan, as already mentioned, first and foremost, that's about social aspects. Since the population that increases almost 1 million people annually, it becomes very important for us there to organize jobs. Meanwhile, the robotics, robotization, to a certain way, takes away jobs. That's why we are employing the mutual path. It's mainly about the collaborative robotics approach. In that sense, our university employs the path to develop the Industry 5.0. If we to speak about our university in general, it was organized in 2009 together with the European University Turin Polytechnic University. Our university is not a branch of that university. It's a joint university. As of today, we cooperate not only with Italy, but we have partners from China, Korea, United States, Germany, and in many directions we organize joint activities in different directions. And since our university, as of today, is a self-financing organization, that's why the academic part, the profits from the academics are less and less, and we pay more time, more attention to the industry projects we work in. And if we to pay attention to the automobile industry, once again, I would like to stop on it. In many directions, in many plants, we have our graduates working. That's one more example that we had last year, that we established an electromobile production plant with the BYD Corporation of China. It's the first plant of BYD outside China ever, the first foreign BYD's plant outside China. And the people, the engineers, managers were mainly our employees. That's of a pleasant thing in particular. And in terms of the tendencies that we have now, of great importance for us, the respective activities that we have taken into account, the increasing population, the development of the industries, to focus more on the collaborative robotics, and they need to use the AI. In fact, the AI, I heard about it in many lectures yesterday, in many presentations. Many times it is seen as a certain set of risks in the future. The problems related to the AI usage, in fact, if we to adapt the AI and operate it properly, they would definitely help in development. The same is with collaborative robotics. We strongly use AI. With the AI, we train robots to work together with people. So in general, if we speak about the Industry 5.0, I'm sorry, here we have the additive technologies mentioned on the screen. So in the university, we have all the conditions set up. We have our own industrial park. We have laboratories. We have meteorology center, the AI center. Last year, we set up a new center jointly with the Italian colleagues, given the grants of Italy. That's a new center of advanced engineering in that direction. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Alimjon, for the informative presentation. Please. Once again, dear speakers, I would like to remind you of the schedule. We have 7-8 minutes, please. Adhere to that. Piotr, the notion of the AI, artificial intelligence, became the focus of the mass media that led to different myths and misunderstandings among the masses in regard to the smart technologies. Definitely has lots of potential for robotics, and it seems to me the major goal of using the AI in robotics is to have much better management of the uncertainties and unpredictability of external environment, especially when you have high range of products and low levels of the other things in particular. So could you tell about that more, what your company does in that regard, in that implementation? You know, since we work with AI in smart production, I would like to tell that there is no smart production whatsoever in the world that has full-fledged AI. Here we are going to speak about one of its specifics, machine learning. That's machine learning that mainly is being used for elements of machine learning in different situations. And today I'm going to mention the example of Yandex Robotics. You know, that's about Yandex Lavka, Yandex Market. They have big problems, and the problems are solved well by those tools. Yes, here we go. The first thing that we have In here, it's just what we have in terms of mobile robots that we came up with a number of years ago. Since we came up with very good batteries, we came up with very good mobile robots that can transport cargo freights inside storage facilities. That's a new trend in robotics. The growth is pretty much high, 35% year on year on average. That's a new direction for robotics. In particular, everyone knows industrial robots, and here you can see the mobile robots. And that's a new basically trend that is mainly used in logistical operations like retail operations, whereas you buy something on Amazon.ru, for example, on Yandex Market or AliExpress, you basically don't understand how difficult it is to get the pen, for example, or any other item to your home. And almost all the retail agents try to solve that matter. Here we mentioned the growth matter. So again, why does it become important? The number of orders grow year on year. In Russia, for example, last year we had 4.5 billion orders online, and that was the year before. And last year it was almost 8 billion online orders. And the storage facilities basically are not enough. Everyone tries to use the storage facilities areas much more efficiently. Moreover, the cost of storage facilities increase since the demand is more and more. The areas are less for commerce, for online activities. Moreover, they become more and more expensive, the storage facilities. Also, that lead to one more point, that we need to have the storage facilities to be packed as well as possible, but we lack people for that. In Russia, for example, we have a very low level of employment. That's one of the lowest level of employment since the Soviet Union times. Basically, there are no people who can carry the freights. The industrial logistics is divided into two parts. There, when we need to get something to the conveyor belt, and the storage facilities imply that we need to get something to the retail consumers. Yandex in particular face that. What's the difference between that and the common robotics, industrial robotics? That's on what we have on the left side is just two notions, the efficiency and economic effect. And in logistics we have two more items, the productivity, risks, number of units per square meter, flexibility of solution.
So how a robot has to react actually, and having the supply chain taken into account, ERP systems and so on. So optimization of the storeroom becomes more sophisticated. So this is how the average industrial cell looks like. So the box gets delivered. Everything goes perfectly well. So this is how the system looks like. When we need to manage, robots, automated carriers, freight trucks, and so on. So this has to be one server to take all of those details into account. And plus, this equipment has to be interoperable, and so those are the messages that we would like to share in order to keep up and manage everything. So actually software gets converted into the machine learning, as if we don't have software, the robot is to write the software. So in the first generation we were dealing with the coordinates, we didn't know what tomorrow is going to pop up. Then the second version has some technical vision, we have to ensure the manual grabbing, and the boxes get placed in the given places, but e-commerce is totally different. We have lots of products being placed in different locations, so that's why we need to have machine learning. And actually, there's one more difference for the experts in terms of what objectives we have. So nothing is static, everything is diverse. So this is how the storeroom works. So this is Yandex Nikita, and this is just one little piece of storeroom. It's 100 square meters, but the overall storeroom of Yandex is 2,000 square meters. In Moscow, we have 70 pieces of storerooms of this state. So actually we plan to have 2 storerooms in Almaty, and you have to manage it all, So we have to manage the robots, to get charged, to not to have mistakes, not to collapse, So this is how the pretty chaotic life of storeroom looks like, and we replace people with these machines. So number one, what we have to understand is how we can train the robot to grab round objects. It took me 15 months to do so, and I will show you the result to share. How this was going, how this was, arranged. Robot identified what product it is. So this is how your order looks like. You ordered one pen, one photo camera, one tape, and the robot has to collect it all, So the robot deals with the strategic solutions, So this is a reference to artificial intelligence, so that the robot could, identify how to deal with this is my favorite video shot. Because in the end, the robot is to grab the pen, and robot has to figure out how to grab the pen. So that was the solution number one that we found thanks to artificial intelligence. You could see that there's and there's no program actually. The preference that the machine learning is providing to you is that the robot is to make a conclusion itself. And this is the pen the robot is to grab. Robot is trying to grab it. And then as a result, the robot manages to do. So let's give a round of applause to the robot. And now what we need to do is to transport it to the point where everything is going to be put together in the boxes. We have people, shelves, and a lot of robots. And the first video demonstrates how we were dealing with the big size cargo at technical. And in fact, so that it doesn't cross our office. You see the laptop and the human being, standing in front of the robot, and robot takes a decision on how to deviate the trajectory that was programmed, and robot takes a decision in regards to how to deviate the human being. And now the software engineer is going to be showing us that the robot has deviated from the original trajectory. Now, robot is going back to the original trajectory because the robot had to deal with the obstacle, but still, finish the objective. Robot, for instance, is transporting the boxes, and then it falls off of the robot, and the robot, had to make a decision, in regards to what to do with the box. So the next is that we got all of the boxes, and we had to make the mixed pallet, to make a parallelepiped, and robot doesn't know what is going to be received, whether it's going to be a tiny little box, average size box, and so on. And for the industrial robot, we also use the machine learning, and this is the actual robot that we have in our storeroom, and its objective is to collect the boxes together. It does have the special grabber allowing it to deal with the large boxes, and this is one of the first references, and the project was commenced 3 months ago, and this is a great reference to the robotics performance. What does this mean? Leroy Merlin does have 33,000 different cargo, and 33,000 different cargo are going to be delivered to the robot, dependent on what the client is going to be picking. So the robot is to deal with 33,000 different boxes, and machine learning allows us to have it programmed and keep working further. Now you know how the storeroom operates. When you order a small piece, but in fact that's a very huge scientific, mathematics-based solution that we need to generate. So that's all that I wanted to mention about. Thank you. Piotr, thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, to our guest from China. Bruce, robots that remind human body in its shape for over a century are the characters of science fiction books. Charles Chaplin back in 1920 used the word robot for the first time ever, and then later on we started marking human-like robots, machines, and that those robots were created in order to ease the lives of people. Now, once the human being like robots is a reality, could you please tell us about the challenges that you have faced while having a massive humanoid production? So how do you address those challenges? Please tell us more.
Yeah, thank you. To be honestly, you see the humanoid robot is just like our human itself, and totally there are around 40 to 50 actuators. And if I make a summary first, the most important challenge is that it's not easy to keep that each and every robot the hardware is the same. Even similar is not enough to realize the mass production, because the algorithm and the software cannot be deployed to each and every robot if the hardware itself is not the same. So I would like to make a brief introduction of our company first, and let's see what we are doing and what kind of challenge we are facing on each and every stage. And this is our company. Till now, our company just founded 2 years, and we have released totally 5 models, and all of these 5 models we all make them mass production. And these different models we are aiming to deploy in different applications, and I will show it later on. And this is our mission and vision. You see, our aim is that the product is king, so we must keep the function of the product, and the quality is the most important thing to our client. And this is our milestones on different stages. After half years the company is founded, we released the first human-like robot. And last year we released 5 models, and we make all of them mass production. And last year we deployed around 1,000 pieces to different applications. Yeah, this is what I have mentioned just now. And here is about our funding status. We just finalized our Series A funding, and we just started our B. So you can see that in this industry, after just a startup company, after funding 2 years, our value can reach up to $1.5 billion, and more is coming. And this is what our footprint all over the world. We already have our partners in the United States and Middle East and Asia Pacific, and now we are also planning in Japan, in Central Asia, and in Europe also. And this is our policy for the ecosystem. We will offer some of our bottom technologies to help our partners have their own ability to develop on the humanoid. And AGI-Bot is also the only one, the first one in China to invest on full stack of the humanoid robots, including the robot hardware, for example, the actuator, the structure, the design of the structure, and the second part is the algorithm including the active ability and also the manipulation ability. and the third part is the brain of the robot, how to train the robot. And this is our factory, how we achieve achieve the mass production. And here are some applications that we have achieved by training the brain of the robot. As I mentioned just now, that if we don't train the robot itself is really it's almost impossible to realize the flexible application like our human. For example, if we assemble even a toy with different parts of it, it's not easy to achieve if the robot doesn't have a brain. Otherwise, you need the engineer to make each and every configuration of the robot and do too much program work. And here is how we train the robot. Like right now, we have 3 types of the robot hardware which can collect data and train the robot. And also, the solution includes teleoperation devices, which is aimed for the motion capture. Like this kind of technology is called imitate learning and reinforcement learning. The robot can imitate the behavior of human, and after repeat maybe 10,000 times or 100,000 times, the robot can learn this behavior by itself. And if we combine these behavior together, the robot will have its own brain in this way. And this is all the 5 types we already deployed. And what is amazing, and I would like to mention especially the first one, we already make full stack open source, including our design of structure and all the code of the algorithm and software. We already make them open source, and everyone can download to make his own humanoid robot. And here I would like to explain why we make robots with a human shape, because you see all the tools in our human life is designed for human. So if we would like the robot can realize all the functions and solve all the applications and the scenarios like a human, we must keep the appearance like a human so that it can be used to the different tools which is designed for human while. And these are some applications we already achieved during the past 2 years. Here is our this is our factory in Shanghai, and our production capacity can reach up to 5,000 pieces this year. And here are some parameters of the robot for different applications. The first one we will deploy in some interactive applications, and the second one is special for the high payload, and the third one is for some flexible manufacturing applications. This one is the full stack open source one. You can get everything on the internet. This one is for the data collection and training. Why we release this one is just like what I mentioned. The robot must have its brain itself so that it can be deployed very easily and can realize more applications. And this is model we deploy. Thank you.
Брюс, у меня вот есть такой.
I do have an additional question to you, Bruce. So, generally speaking, what perspectives do you see in terms of educational institutions from Kazakhstan or production facilities that are located in Kazakhstan? Yesterday, there were a series of MOUs signed. So, what plans do you have in regards to developing your technology in Kazakhstan, please?
Yeah. As I mentioned just now, that the robot must have its brain itself so that it can make its own decision on what to do and how to do. But how to realize this kind of ability, we need to have a lot of action data. Not only the virtual data. We must have the real data from our daily life. But you see that what will a real human doing for our daily life in our home? We cannot even count how many behavior we will have. There is a research said that one human will realize around 5,000 of tasks every day without any realized by our human itself. This is only our daily life. And if we consider our daily work, that different people are working in different industries, and these industries has different actions. So we must, if we would like to realize a general general intelligence for the robots, we have to collect at least, I think a small part of them is also difficult, and the cost is also higher. And the data, you see, our human has a nationality. The data also has nationality. So if we would like to survive in Kazakhstan, we must cooperate with local companies, and the data must belong to Kazakhstan. And the humanoid also belongs to Kazakhstan. And what we want to do with Kazakhstan together, we would like to deploy a model with a local company and local government together as a Kazakhstan robot, as a Kazakhstan its own model. No matter it's a language model, words model, and also what we good at most is the action model. It is just like an embodied AI model, and we would like to grow up with Kazakhstan and local companies together. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much. So the next speaker is our Kazakh local experts, so Vladimir Turikhavov and Zabek Tulev. So we have listened to our guests from Chinese, People's Republic of China, Uzbekistan, and Russia. So Vladimir, your association puts together the companies who are interested in automation and robotics market development. Akhalbek, recently we heard about the news. So again, congrats on telling us that the Kaztech Alliance has joined International Club of Robotics Producers.
And in connection to that, to both of you, I have this question. Two questions, actually. But the first question is, in general, what is your evaluation of the current level of robotization of the Kazakh enterprises, and what can you see it within the global context of the development of the AI? Vladimir? Then you can get to the presentation. Thank you. Definitely, the level of robotization is not that high than what we have on average through the world, not to mention the leaders. However, in my presentation, briefly, I noted that we have a sustainable trend set. Here I can tell that I think that all of us affected that positively. The state positively pays attention strongly to the matters of robotics. I believe that our association positively affected that as well. Definitely, we would like to have that growth, not linear, but more rapid. You know that at the end of the last year, we had the robotics development roadmap developed. At least now here in the audience I can see Akhalbek, the ministry who participated in approving that roadmap. Now we have the gradual implementation of it. I believe that so as to have much wider, quicker steps, we need certain measures of state support. We discussed that within the implementation of the roadmap. We spoke about robotization of the respective robotical projects. I'm not going to stop into details so as not to take time. We need to move there. There are activities, measures existing, but I believe they should be much more targeted so that for less amounts of money to receive more effects in robotics. Yes, Aklbek, please. I totally do agree with Vladimir in terms of the level of development as well as the density of robotization. Definitely we wanted to have it much better, and in terms of the AI's role, I believe the AI can play a very big role in that. I will explain why. It's because industry, there we have the high mix, low volume, different levels of items, high levels, low volumes. So the respective activities provide with not much of efficiency. That's why when we would like to have the respective activity and lower costs, it means that it can bring about effects for our economy. Another aspect is to come up with products that are called pretty good. With Sputter together we plan soon to launch such a product for our industrial companies. It's going to be a plug-and-play product set as per the minimum requirements that the companies would like to automate according to. And another point is definitely that robotics is just a tool. If the economy, enterprises grow, develop, then they would invest. They would not invest meanwhile just to invest. More or less that way. Yes, thank you. Maybe I'm not going to have additional questions. We are just left with half an hour. I would like to give the opportunity for our participants to ask questions as well. That's why, Vladimir, you can get through the presentation. Thank you, Sabit. Do you have the clicker? Thank you. Right, where should we point it to? Okay, here we go. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Maybe this is my third speech at the forums of Digital Almaty. Our today's topic is the AI, mainly AI, and if we speak about robots, let us speak about robots and the AI. First of all, what is the robot? By communicating with different people, technicians, humanitarians, with the ones who basically do understand the matters of robotics, who doesn't understand the things, you face the people who have different understanding of what the robots are. There are clear-cut terms in international and local standards. I'm not going to read them out. I think you can see some of them here on screen. However, there are clear definitions of what the robots are. When we speak about robots, we do understand that robots are what is mentioned in our standards locally and internationally. That's a programmable executive mechanism. Here we speak about a certain physical body. If we are going to go a bit further, the software, whatever smart it is, whatever the AI is there, the software itself is not a robot. The virtual assistants are not robots. The same is with the simplest mechanisms like ATMs, washing machines, and so on. When we speak about robots, and if we speak about the artificial intelligence, we need clearly understand the very sphere we're speaking about, what the robots are and what they are not. In turn, at the moment, there are certain classifications. There is a certain classification of what the robots are. In my view, there are questions definitely to it. However, since the robotics itself is a pretty quickly developing area, so far at the moment we can divide and distinguish all the robots through these classes, three major classes: industrial, service, and medical. The service can be divided further into professional, personal. Personal are, for example, personal vacuum cleaners. The professional ones are what we, for example, mentioned about logistics, logistical robots today, mobile robots, and many other ones. There are robots also that are dedicated for certain service activities. There are robots for technical maintenance of something. In general, we should understand that robots can be of different nature by application, by their external view. What is the AI? Basically, there are questions what we can call the AI. The people understand that differently. What the AI is, my personal opinion, is that the AI per se now is not existing. There are some elements of the AI that, by connecting together, provide with certain effects. Those are different technologies related to each other in one chain, in one group of devices. They bring about the effects that we call the AI now. At least maybe it exists in the world, but at least I didn't see systems like that except the ones that provide with processing data and providing good results. But I didn't see the ones who would change algorithms, not software, certain tasks, but in terms of algorithms, they construct activities, algorithms. What are the robots with artificial intelligence? Here we can see the overlay of the two components, robots and AI. Robots can do even without the AI, and the AI can exist without robots. However, by getting them into one device or one group of devices, we can receive robots that are operated by the AI. A simple example, for instance, we have it in our country already in regard to industrial robots. Whereas robots, before a group of robots, before getting into certain operations, would analyze external environment, how the details are dispersed on a table, their size. Later on, the details can be chaotic. Then the robots would make a decision whether we need to work further or not, and if yes, then in what ways, how to set up. Everything is conducted without the AI in that regard, but the same can be done with the AI. Here, the integrator who establishes the robotical complex together with the customer can make a decision what way to employ, whether we are going to have standard algorithms or we are going to use the AI. Respectively, in one case we are going to have goals attained with AI, in another case without. In fact, the AI is an additional interface for interacting with robots. We can use large language models for operating robots. It's easier for us to tell, listen up, robots, get for the bread, just exaggerating. We can have different programs, algorithms, the results would be the same, however, the interaction with the robot would be different. I would like to tell that the robots can exist both with the AI and without it, and to receive the results the same way, with or without. To use it, the AI, or not for the activities with the robots, the decision in that regard should be based on the specific task and technical and financial characteristics. If we do understand that we can attain goals with no AI, cheaper, simpler, and more reliable, without the AI, then we can act accordingly, or vice versa with the AI. Then let it be that way with the AI. The robot can work both ways. Today we just superficially mentioned the robotics level. Vladimir, I'm sorry, just could you wrap it up? Yes, I just really wanted to tell that our association has been calculating the density of robotization in Kazakhstan. We can, for some reason, we can't see the most recent figures fine. 2022, 2023, 2024, the density were 579. In 2024, it's just the forecast. I believe the trend is going to be not just there, but more and more. And all what we planned within the roadmap, I think we would be able to implement it accordingly. However, starting the next year, the International Federation of Robotics, as Sabit mentioned, Kaztech also joined us in that. I believe the next year we're going to have IFRS figures. The robots installed per 10,000 employees, dear colleagues, I think you would be able to see that online. So it's not take your time. Basically, I'm over now. I'm over with my speech. Thank you. Thank you. Akılbek. Once again, as per your association, Kaztech. So it turns out that starting next year, as Vladimir mentioned, we are going to receive data from the International Robotics Federation. No, that's not the case. We already had the activities this year, so as to have statistics gathered as per the IFR standards. The first data would be received in March 2026, and we just have the primary research with the IKMATs. However, getting Kazakhstan into the global statistics is a bit more difficult. We need to have validation there to have the respective data cleared. It would take time, but it's important. But it's just one of the directions, not the most important one. Can I? Yes, sure. I'll try my best to be quick. I just wanted to refer to the audience. It's just interesting for me whether we have someone who is dealing with robotics today here already. I just can see some faces. Yeah. Fine. Let me briefly tell about our association. Kaztech today is around 100 technological companies. All of them are mature. We have venture funds, and the most important task is to develop economy by technological sector. We have the department conducting industry-wide analytics, and a whole range of activities is with the interaction with the states, so that the policy adopted would correspond to the interests of business. Within the alliance, we have a committee for robotization. We have Kuka, Fanuk, the Turkish region, Estun, Kawasaki, and just recently we became members of the IFR, International Federation of Robotics. So what is our aim? For our basically organizations to get as much as possible from robotics. So far, we are trying to get the density of 30. For that, we have the state support measures. We are working it out together with the colleagues present here. We have demonstration stands, business cooperation in Astana. We plan together with Petr to open up the respective activities aiming the mid-price segment in terms of solutions that can be quick. That's also about our IFR's Go for Robotics platform, where we would have it localized with the local context. The participation is free. That's why we invite all the participants. We are all the time ready and are pleasant to have new cooperation. My brief presentation is going to be dedicated to the AI, but for you to have that rational, logical step, I would like to have a step back. Here we have Joseph Engelberger, who is called the father of robotics. Is a two-night show demonstrating the robot with his colleague. They already started the activities in 1959. Then they had the introduction of robots at General Motors, and they showed afterwards twice more productivity with GM than what the other companies had. It is fair to tell that the automobile production is the engine of robotics. How the industrial robots look like. This is the project that we had in the region of East Kazakhstan. If we to speak about that, we have, for example, a zinc ingot. We have the robot catching it and moving. That's a basic process while having a stable, understandable process. And what would be there if the conveyor would have the ingots of different size, for example, aluminum, copper and beryllium, and if they would have to be on different places as well. So in such a way we are approaching the major area to use AI. The major task of the AI is to increase adaptivity of the robotics and systems accordingly. What is the AI? Vladimir mentioned it rightly that we don't have a clear-cut definition. However, for ourselves, we define that as the algorithms that adapt, that train, that perceive, train, and adjust for solving certain tasks. So the machine learning is considered a traditional element of the AI. In terms of the robotics, again, coming back to that point, we have two major layers of application. The first one is what we call sense and respond. They increase in adaptivity, whereas the sensors are used responding in real time. But now pick and place is the most frequent one. What Piotr mentioned with storage facilities, where we have different boxes, and the robots should have them depalletted, what we call. Then it's about the management of storage robots. Piotr demonstrated that. We deal with it as well. We deal with that ourselves. Tens and hundreds of robots are employed in storage facilities, and the task is to have the proper movement and relocation process. Certain barriers can be there, different types of lift machines, or in case of a human being, phone. So the system should accordingly adjust and solve the matters. The second layer is to decrease the cost for development. I just partially touched upon that matter when Sabit asked. Here, basically, I can see two major directions for development of new technologies. What mentioned about the bot. The humanoid robotization is one of the trends that we have now. It's thought that in China it would be around 12 billion US dollar worth of the respective activities, and definitely trainings take a lot there. Not the hardware, but software part takes a lot for training purposes. In the news you could have seen, and NVIDIA, they mentioned about the space activities again, you know. With high precision, they basically reconstruct the physical world and training robots meanwhile, thus decreasing the number of time much more. The same is true in regard to the industry, what we are striving for now, to open up the new niches related to the SMEs.
That would have to do with the enterprises that do have small components to deal with. So there's a great deal of potential on having AI used as a tool to achieve this goal. So summing up, I'd like to say that I have no doubts in the fact that AI is going to be the tool to take the breakthrough, and there's going to be a case in Kazakhstan. So we will, have progress, and we've been collecting interesting cases. So in case if you have implemented these projects, we'll be glad to reflect it in the global report and exchange experiences. Thank you. Thank you so much, Akalbek. And to conclude, I would like to give the floor to the representative of the state, to the Committee on Artificial Intelligence, Darkhan. So you listened to all of the speakers from different countries. We have listened to the local experts from Kazakhstan. So what key projects would you suggest in order to promote AI and robotics in Kazakhstan? I realize that we don't have much time left, so let me brief you about what's been accomplished so far. And throughout Digital Almaty, you have heard about the initiatives. Artificial intelligence has been developed in 3 areas predominantly, so institutional database, infrastructure, and human capital. In regards to the institutional base, we have established Artificial Intelligence Committee under the Ministry of Digital Development. We adopted the artificial intelligence concept, and now that draft law has been considered by the parliamentary deputies. So we tried to ensure a balance to avoid over-regulation, and at the same time, the risks would have to be taken into account. So I make a reference to automobile industry at its initial stage in the UK and continental Europe. So in the United Kingdom, there was an idea to have a human being, having a red flag in front of the vehicle, so this would mean, the vehicle is coming, and please be cautious. And that actually led to slowing down the tempo of automobile industry development. And continental Europe actually was much more progressive in this regard. So we have to avoid the situation with artificial intelligence like the one that I have described. So we deal with a lot of data. GPU is missing. There's lots of startups that want to develop its activities, and there's a request for supercomputer cluster in Kazakhstan. And besides, cloud technologies are being used largely, and we managed to bring supercomputers to Kazakhstan, and we also do have AI lab in Kazakhstan, and we have collected data from 120 different databases, and it is integrated under an auspices of the national platform under the umbrella of the Ministry of Digital Development. So the public organizations, experts who don't have the basic skills can make the AI-based products. You don't have to be necessarily an expert in AI in order to have AI used, and this is something that is being tested by the and we have very ambitious goals, of training 1 million people, to have the Center for Artificial Intelligence that is going to be incorporated in different hubs, and those are the 3 areas to develop. So in regards to robotics, we have 2 tasks, the 2 key tasks. And we have, the initiatives in regards to roadmap development, and there's funding program that is going to be given us a boost and impetus for robotics market in Kazakhstan. So in order to keep up with the technology, we've been partnering with Agilab, and we signed 2 memorandums on mutual cooperation to localize production in Kazakhstan. So colleagues are open to have R&D projects and to have mutual study programs with the universities in Kazakhstan, so that we could have the robots assembly in Kazakhstan. So this is how the things look like in Kazakhstan. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank all of the speakers for extensive presentations. And we have 7 more minutes, and I would like to address the participants. Please don't hesitate to raise your hands and tell us whom would you like to ask. So there are no questions. All right. So with this, we would like to dismiss the session. Thank you so much for your participation, and see you next time. Goodbye.
Freedom Super App есть все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно — повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App!
Назарларыңызға Freedom Super App қосымшасын ұсынамыз. Бұл бір терезедегі бір экожүйе. Freedom Super App'та бәрі бар. Бұлар бірегей Freedom валютасы. Нарықта ең жоғары кэшбэк ұсынатын ниеттестік бағдарламасы мен керемет сыйақы беретін сыйақы бағдарламасы. Бұған қоса, банк ұсынатын өнімдер мен қызмет түрлерінің барлығы да бар. Қосымшада бірден ұшақ пен пойызға, кино мен концертке билет аласыз. Тіпті азық-түлікке тапсырыс беруге де болады. Біздің ниеттестік бағдарламамызбен Freedom экожүйесінде 30%-ға дейін, ал кез келген алған затыңызға 7%-ға дейін кэшбэк алуға болады. Бар болғаны, деңгейіңізді көтерсеңіз болды. Кэшбэк сіздікі. Кэшбэк Freedom инвестициялық валютасымен түседі. Бұл валюта біздің холдингіміздің қор нарығындағы акциясына байланған. Сондықтан да акциямен бірге өсіп отырады. Демек, кэшбэктеріңіз бізбен бірге көбейеді. Freedom валютасын қосымшада ақша аударғанда, зат сатып алғанда, төлем жасағанда пайдаланыңыз. Freedom Super App'қа қош келдіңіз.
Салем, это наша команда. А это наш офис. Мой любимый маршрут.
Это точно наш маршрут?
Дорогу покажешь?
Это же наша песня. Хватай подруг, мы флексим, мы шире круг. Я знаю, ты хочешь тусить.
Сегодня моя первая зарплата. Я решил.
Папа. Ой, Рахметжану.
Сендердікі баста. Мой заказ. Кайф.
Мені жұмысымның тақырыбы.
Наше такси.
Біздің бақылау жұмысымыз дәптер парақтарын алыңдар.
Алиса! Салем!
Салем, Казахстан.
Да, уважаемые слушатели,
Dear participants, please sit down closer to us for you to be able to see and hear us.
Коллеги, слушатели.
Dear colleagues, participants, I would like to greet all of you. I would like to greet all of you at the panel session, Practice of Additive Production from Idea to Ready to be Used. Details in days. My name is Ivan Kononov. I've been having more than 10 years of R&D. I specialize in AI, LM, computer vision. Now I'm Chief Technical Officer of Abinode. I'm head of the Master's faculty in the CIS region. And today at our panel session we have Ivan Goncharov, Chief Technologist for Additive Technology and Powdered Metallurgy, Vermal Israel, Milano, Italy. The usage of additive manufacturing practice in the northern Italy is the topic of his presentation. Andrew Skolo, the chief specialist Kazakhstan. He is going to speak about 3D printing in space, from space to the construction of new world. Jabrevsio, core Kazakhstan. He is going to speak about the first arc additive printing of large-scale metal parts. Darhan Karmanov, the technical part of Digital Almaty, Kazakhstan. He will tell us about sandbin jetting technology, the fast production of sand forms for molding. And so Panasenko, Director General of Exameter Ltd, Almaty, Kazakhstan. It's about processing automotive industry. We are going to start with the overall topic of 3D printing, and we would get down to more detailed elements. Please do count your time and let us consider the topics of interest. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ivan Goncharov. Good afternoon. Can you hear and see me? Yes, everything is fine. Yes, excellent. As it was mentioned, my name is Ivan Goncharov. I'm going to speak about the condition of the technologists in the northern part of Italy and our company. Just a few words about myself. Was born in St. Petersburg. Used to work at the St. Petersburg Polytechnic University of Peter the Great. Had my dissertation defended there, and the PhD was basically run from the Polytechnic University of Milano. We started with the VRM project in additive manufacturing. In turn, we deal with the development and introduction of additive technology. Here's just a short content of what we have. My presentation is in English, but if you need any clarifications, I can translate and explain, and I think it's not going to be a problem. This is just a short content what will be here in the presentation. What is the Where I Am company? It's a technological center of competences in the north part of Italy at Bergamo-Brescia area. It's a very dense industrial zone, whereas there are many industries, and also there's a big scientific platform, since there are a number of universities in Bergamo-Brescia and in the nearest universities. So our task is to be between the universities and the serial production. Thus we conduct activities in engineering, the development of material, the development of additive technologies, the introduction, attestation, certification, what we call as technology transfer. We transfer the technology to serial production. We cooperate with the companies throughout all Europe, as well as our goal is to promote what we call the green transition, the energy transition, the green technologies, recycling, processing of raw material, everything within the Industry 4.0. Now we already have the concept of Industry 5.0 that imply participation of people, their co-participation with robots, and having the AI managing routine process, whereas the people are going to have their creative intellectual property potential to be used. Our mission is to become a one-stop shop. That's a term that tells that we have the whole closed circle from the levels of technology 2, 3, what we have after universities, after fundamental R&D 2, 7, 8, what we have in terms of serial production for the respective product services. So we are between TLR 2, 3 and 7, 8. Here are services that we offer, what I already mentioned before. Our major sectors: oil and gas, energy companies, renewable energy sources, automobile industry, aerospace, machine building, biotechnologies, medicine, and in turn new material, new customized solutions. I'm going to tell about them a bit later. In general, I'm going to show what we deal with, and then examples from the industry, and then our examples as well. Our idea is about to move along all the chain to introduce the technology from the analysis of the market trends, the search for problematic points, pains of clients, to digital modeling, simulations, processes, calculations, forecasts for potential weaknesses with details and their optimization, topological optimization, the modeling of end items mechanically, again certain properties, all the way to the development of materials, the powder materials. In particular, we develop materials for the traditional metallurgy. For example, we develop new types of steel for the specific use in the power industry or machine building. The same is with powder materials that we can prototype, have research on them for printing purposes, and then to have post-processing activities, thermal treatment, mechanical treatment, press activities. Then we also work with our material company that has the technological testing center, where we have the testing by CT, tomography, metalloscopy, and certification attestation to use products in different types of industries. Here it is just a few words about the very part that we call design for additive. What is told in terms of the additive technologies, what we have in terms of the stereotypes that we have that are not true. We have certain optimal levels that each engineer should balance between certain restrictions, limitations, technological limits, and economical reason, as well as potential pluses, advantages that can be received while redesigning the activities. In turn, it means that we have a specific zone here that would allow to have details just for having them, but rather to have them profitable for the production, so that it's not going to be just details to be changed all the time. Besides that, we have the optimization, not in that we have minimum requirements from clients, like the diameters of holes, the thickness of fences, and so on and so forth. Everything is taken into account. Also, we deal with modeling of process, how to receive the powder, gas modeling for additive printing. All of that allows us to study algorithms that would allow to have the efficiency, and it would also provide us less costs, less time used. Just if we have a few more minutes, I'm going to be quick about what kind of additive technologies we have, and then I would show you specific equipment. We have a number of technologies present. Basically, we cover all the technologies that use metallic material, and part of the ones we have in general selective usage, the direct laser energy connection with a wire, the laser-based smelting, and also we have laser wire additive manufacturing, metal binder jetting. We have the stadium-based production, where we use the details from the powder. In the end, we receive the quasi-ready item. If there is a necessity to work out the surfaces, we have them. And again, meanwhile, the metal binding, jetting, here we have the respective heat input, no heat input in the process, no protection chamber needed, no support structure, basically all the magic takes place in the heating. While having the printing activities, the machines that we already have on the slide already have two printers for selective laser smelting for 3 watts. That's a good machines. That's a good for the development of products. When we know the design, when we have the respective basically plans, and it's used on the serial printer by the companies who work here. Here we remove basically the uncertainties related to the printers and the produce. And here we have the respective complete knockdown. Then for the 3D for brass, those are basically the specialized equipment. They are done for the respective base, based on the media, bronze, brass, and copper. Here we have the specific system of airing the chambers, having it together with the respective laser equipment, and it allows us to have that based on the respective copper. In the traditional system, it used the different things. Here we have the carbide steel, high power steel for the machines that work with steel outside the traditional stainless steel, like 316. We also deal with development of equipment together. We, in particular, received the ALDI machine that's respective management system. Instead of argon or hydrogen, we use vacuum. We work with them in collaboration. That's the first machine that we have here, and we together work on that. Basically, that's a beta version of the machine where we have the assistance in terms of material, in terms of developing technologies, and so on and so forth. That's a cool machine. Oftentimes it doesn't work all the time like we have it while working with equipment. We also have the Meltio system. We have the laser system, 6 lamps in particular at certain voltage. We have the wire connected. In particular, we have 2 wires. We can change that to 2, change the bobbins, and to have the multi-material printing. We can have it from one part, and from the duplex side we can have that also on the other side. A less resolution machine, but with more reliable parts in here. Besides that, we have vacuum heater, induction heater. There we can have our own custom-made smelting elements. In Europe, we have the recycling material, basically the product that we have for the client. After that, it is brought back to the producer. We basically knock down the product for different parts, elements. Some of them are processed, used again, and then we use the respective outputs for further activities. Also, we have a machine for ultrasound automation. It's a laboratory purpose device, machinery from Poland. There we can have a number of powders produced from the very rods that we molded. Thus we have the full cycle of the material. We automate the powder, we get that into our printers. We have the post-processing. Basically that's about the whole process of developing the materials and technologies of additive production. Then this year we are having a number of more machines. The French adapt that's going to be used for the respective alloys in medicine. Now we have a very high demand in regard to what we call the mass individualization. What is that? In particular, for example, bone here is different from any bone of the ones who are sitting here. We need to have the respective details also should be different. And the same is with the respective parts. For example, the prosthetics, they can be different. The traditional technologies are very much different. When we speak about serial production, to have 100 units produced of one item or 100 units of another is totally different matter in terms of additive technologies. I cannot tell that that's the same cost, but again, it's not of that much importance. If, for example, we would print 100 knees for one person or vice versa, again, for such purposes, we have such an installation together with the company. Also, we have the company HP setting up their own line of machineries. We are co-developers in terms of binder jetting technology for metallic and ceramic technologies. It's a bit different technology. That's a study-based, stage-based technology where we have jet printer analogy, whereas instead of jets we have something like glue, what we put there by layer, then we get what we have into the heater, and then we bake it there. We have the components, and then so on.
So actually this makes sure this powder could be heated out, and it is very close to the liquid forming. You know, if you have some questions and you need to clarify, please don't hesitate to ask your questions later on. We also do have the big boy system. So it is 600 to 600 and 200 ml. So this is a quite impressive machine. It has 8 lasers. 1 kilowatt each, and there has to be some precision ensured, and there's a completely different technology. And so, Ivan, your time is up. So, and now let me talk about the cases. We use this technology to prototype, and so we actually made the technology of making the averaged overcurrent technology, and corrosion resistance was approved, and reactor productivity was approved, and we had 75% fewer yield points, improving the durability and efficiency. And the solution dramatically enhances the corrosion and resistance. And we also made customized solutions for Ducati, and we made the frame and swing arm, and that's a pioneering additive manufacturing technology in motorsport and bike designs. So that's a very cool work, cool design solutions. Also made injectors and mixtures for hydrogen, high-performance burners and injectors. And here comes acetabular cups for titanium alloy processes. And this is our facility. And we work at AQM campus and large 3D testing, and we also do have the second facility at the Butek Hub in Brescia, and actually so this is what's coming up in regards to the digital factory. And so here comes the contact details. In case if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact, and please don't hesitate to cooperate. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Ivan. And now I would like to give the floor to Ayan. Good afternoon, dear visitors, dear colleagues, and I represent of Space Lab. My name is Ayan. I'm the leading engineer of Space Lab in regards to additive technologies. And just shortly about us and our presence at the market. So those are the largest partners, and the planned income for the upcoming few years. So this is the background that we have for the last 4 years. And last year, actually, Space Lab in California became 5 top startups in space engineering. So those are the products. So we do have IOVIT terminals and space 3D printers. So in my presentation, I'm going to be talking to you about the 3D printers and R&D in additive technologies and products and the cases that we've been dealing with for the last 5 years. So here comes the active model. This is the printer called SL300, and it works with ABS, abrasive carbon, and glass-based plastics. And the density is 300 to 300 millimeters, and we also have SL500, so it's 500 to 500, so the box. And this product is produced in Kazakhstan, in Astana, so it's totally 100% local made printer. And we have the current project with Astana International University. The intention is to open the R&D center, and perhaps we're going to be producing some engineering devices and applications. So if you wish, you could be having the consultations provided by the experts in additive engineering, and it will be opened in Astana International University. So currently, we have completed the sales of our printers, and actually we could produce any printer. For instance, for Nazarbayev University, we had the printer enabled to print designs meter by meter, and we also have produced the printer by City Valley in Semi and in Natural. And our plan is to have more engineering-based high-temperature printer to heat up the glass up to 500 degrees. So why do we need this? We want to make sure that our printers are capable of printing nano satellites, so that we could launch them over to space, and to have space comms in Astana. So in order to do that, we started making 3D printers, and that's why we initiated 3D printing. So those are the cases that we completed. This is the model of the heart. So we partnered with cardiac surgeons, and we made this model. Next is the device to fix the scalp, and that was a collaboration with neurosurgeons. So actually, we also do have R&D in construction 3D printing. We designed the material for it's called geopolymer metron, and we use concrete. However, the characteristics are much better. It is environmentally friendly material, and we also see the perspectives in terms of R&D in construction printing. And it takes time to have the concrete mixture solid. Using magnetrons, we want to make sure that the time to have concrete dried is shortened, and we also work in artificial intelligence and 3D printing. So in case if there is a need to, we can suspend the printing or stop it, and to ensure a better quality of printing. And actually, we've been pretty active in terms of having negotiations with the group, so we want to suggest a solution to them. So here comes the contacts, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Ayan. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Leonid. My name is Leonid Zhabrev. I represent Arcobra, and this is the only one company in Central Asia that provides 3D printing of large metal details and spare parts. So Aeronautics Space became the first pioneering company that was printing the body of the rockets. They're the competitors of Elon Musk, and the tanks are made in accordance with the technology proposed by this company. So the logo of the company to have details not in months but in days. And I will demonstrate to you how this is going to work. So actually the robotized melting process is something that has become the fundamental technology to use. So while making a detail, we put all of the parameters into the computer and program it. So the preference, I mean the benefit of our company is that we are in Kazakhstan and we could actually supply for a very short period of time. There's no need to pay much for logistics and for transportation. So in case if we're going to be comparing our method with the traditional ones, in post-Soviet and in Soviet literature, they use in BTF index, and this is the ratio of the form to the ready product. So you could see the information in regards to economic expediency. So we can come to a conclusion what raw material to use, whether it's going to be flakes of metals or rounded balls of metals. So and actually we are able to print whatever we need. So dependent on the materials, dependent on the geometry of the final device, we could make adjustments. And once we get the detail, we have an individual treatment. So while having the bulky spare parts, the benefit of 3D printer is that it actually allows us to spend less. So we could produce different forms, and the materials are replaceable. We could play with aluminum, then use stainless steel, and so on. And our material is a mixture of different metals, and it's only the mixture of metals that we use. So that's a great reference to how this was introduced in industry in China and India, and Adres Gidra, for instance, works for India, and for what they did, they made the turbines 38 tons each, and so the most complex parts were produced with the help of the 3D printer, and you could see the ready product on the top. So actually over 12 tons is something that was printed, and this technology, in fact, is something that has been tried in the niches of industry. Now, in case if we're talking about prototyping, it's going to be taking much less time. We won't need to have any special forms, and actually one printer helps you out to produce sophisticated set of details. So the first printer is exposed in pavilion number 9. So we had questions in regards to mechanical characteristics. I've been dealing with the issue for 5 years. In St. Petersburg, we were testing the machines from the structure of metal standpoint, from the mechanical characteristics standpoint. It depends on the material. You have to play with the regimes of printing, and the major benefit, which is productivity, might go down. However, by doing so, we will be able to enhance mechanical characteristics, and you could see different mixtures based on aluminum, titanium, and other strong metals, and actually any types of mixtures could be used in case if you are committed. So prototyping of unique forms, so with the help of 3D printing, you could do any spare part. What my major problem is, many details are designed to be finalized with the help of welding, for instance. However, once we start at the very initial phase, at the prototyping phase, we could actually take into account all of the little nuances that are typical with a given spare part, and it is actually much lighter in terms of weight. So this technology has its own dedicated niche in aerospace industry. You know, the details are becoming more and more sophisticated. You know, the connectivity nodes get shrinked, and you know, airplanes may have more passengers transported, and the rockets may have more freight put on the board. And actually, this is something that you could see on a screen in terms of how we could use the 3D printer to repair the detail. You know, how to repair the spare part. You know, if you have a high level of wear and tear, especially if we speak about, you know, if we take, you know, the old, outdated machines, it could be large mining machines, and we could actually take the measurements, ensure the mechanical refinery, and then, you know, the spare parts may be used for a pretty long period of time. So we provide our services, we provide turnkey solutions in terms of making those details, and we have academic background, and we have very close relationships with our local companies. We have a great deal of cooperation with Kazakhstan British Technical University, and actually we work within the framework of the oil and with the law on subsoil use, and we could actually ensure the compliance to the provisions of that law. So together with Kazakhmys, we launched a very interesting project. They have two production facilities, one in Balkhash and one in Zhezkazgan, and we provide titanium wheels, and for the second one it's standstill made wheels, and you know, we just will have a look at the cases. You know, this is the bottom, metal bottom made for cast zinc, and we also have printed accumulators and batteries, and our partners bring necessary spare parts and give us the measurements in terms of what they need, and we restore the valves, for instance, and bearings, and the 3D printer is going to be making spare parts for Pavlodar pipe making enterprise, and you know, you could see the cover, resisting cover, and this is one of the elements of printing, you know, and this is something that we have worked on as well. So this is a short video clip. The 3D scanning system is comprised of software allowing us to generate and optimize the printing modes. You know, it is covered with the protection cover, and actually we are located in Almaty at gas energy power plant, and it takes 45 minutes from this place to drive, and we receive a lot of orders to make spare parts. And in case if you are a mining or a subsoil use company, then you're welcome. You know, here comes my contacts. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would like to remind you that we do have a stand in pavilion number 9, and most of the speakers also do have stands in pavilion number 9. So in case if you want to talk to us in more details, please come. Thank you very much, Leonid. Now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. Darhan, please, the floor is yours. So good afternoon. Dear participants, I would like to make my speech in Kazakh language. So actually, in case if you do have hardships understanding, the slides are given in Russian. So actually, the speed making the forms for molding, and actually you could see the brief description of the technology.
And in comparison to other technologies, I would like to just compare and contrast between the technologies. First of all, if you are going to compare and contrast between the binder technologies, the binder jetting, why do we need that? Here, for example, in this technology, the 3D printing in particular, we use the respective part layer so as to have the additive mix. It's called the binding element, and in here we use basically the technology that can be used for different types of metal works and other materials as well. However, in our particular center we use the sand, the quartz sand, the ceramic sand, we use chrome sand and other types of sands that we use. If you are going to get to the story of this technology, honestly speaking, this technology was used at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1990s. First of all, during the use of the jet printers, we compared and contrasted them. And since that time, the technology has advanced a lot, and now it is state-of-the-art in terms of precision, in terms of price, cheap price, as well as the particular properties. The importance definitely about here, about cheap and low time consumed. The principle of the binder jetting technology is definitely about using the ready-to-be-used details, items, and to mold them accordingly. After the molding, we have the form put into the 3D printer, where we have the respective layer by layer applications. It goes from 18 to 20 seconds. After the printing, we clean it up, and after that we have the post-treatment. Since this form, there we need to prepare it for molding activities. That's why this procedure is conducted by us, and after that we have the ready produce for further treatment. After that, the product is ready. Definitely the advantages of the technology, as it has been mentioned, the speed first and foremost. We consider the major traditional methods for molding activities. Definitely the technology removes many other obsolete, redundant processes. There is no need for us to have the equipment, in additional equipment. We just provide with ready-to-be-used 3D models, and we send the forms to print. Definitely that saves time for us. If you need to consider the molding factory, here we have traditional methods so as to have one item. It can be from 1 to 3 days. The details definitely. They're using 1,000 to 1,200 millimeter items made of sand. Here we have the comparison between the technology and the traditional method. We removed the traditional method. Through our technology, the binder jetting technology, here we use the form, the 3D model that can be changed for our own needs, requirements. They can be single-time use. We can have much more complex objects. So basically, we can shape and form the objects accordingly. And we use it accordingly. In terms of precision, the precision is 0.3. The precision is very much high. The productivity is what we have in terms of the decrease in efficiency, 60% down by the new binder technologies. That is also about very efficient environmental activities. We don't have any chemistries, bad chemistries used, no burning of the environmental matters. We just have the sand as well as the binding tar. The binding tar that we receive for further use. And through those two components, we have our produce. Here are examples of what we have in terms of our products: ceramic, quartz sand, chromated sand, and other types of sands that are many, so we can use them. However, there is one specific thing. We have to have the fraction of the sand up to 0.1 millimeter. Through this printer, we can have such kind of details, products in shape. For example, these are some of what we printed so far. The forms, we use them not only for purposes of what have been mentioned. We have the stainless steel, we have many other types of metals to be used. We use also for the respective production the precision that we have through the two-factor technologies in comparison to other technologies, molding technologies, is advanced. And if we to look at the quality is very much good, since the precision is 0.3 millimeters. That's the 7th grade. What we can consider accordingly. And the third factor is about the decrease in pricing. There is no need in much of resources for the technology. We just need to form the shapes and to get the respective molding liquid. Those are just the process. So these are ready to be used forms. So we can get such kind of forms. It's not only for machine building, heavy machine building, automobile industries, but also for aerospace and many other industries. In our center, we have such a 3D printer. As already mentioned, we have different types. We have 1,200, 1,000 by 800 millimeters in terms of its size, and the precision is 0.3 millimeters. Speed is 18 seconds per layer. Economically, we have the decrease in costs, as it's mentioned here. In Kazakhstan, we are the first ones to use that printer in our center. It's very much good for industrial zones, molding facilities, heavy industries. It is important to know for them that they can decrease many things through this particular technology in their activities and operations. First of all, it's about time, money, and quality issues, the three components. And in summary, I would like to tell that I'm not going to read out all of this. Everything is available. Thank you very much for your attention. Should you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them. You can ask in Russian or Kazakh, no problem. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're moving to the final report. Alexander Panasenko, please. Hello. Dear guests, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to have a few words about ourselves, who we are. I also was born in St. Petersburg, and three speakers at this panel session are graduates of the same university. With my colleagues, we've been working for more than 15 years in the area of Industry 4.0, mainly specializing on the matters of measurement. We provide the software, hardware, equipment, and we are a kind of a bridge between our today's relevant demands, new solutions. As my colleagues mentioned before me, those are about some new technology startups that use modern approaches to solve relevant issues, as well as world-renowned leaders in producing leading technologies, equipment. We do that for the respective tailor-made demands of our clients. They like to tell about an important matter of reverse engineering. Basically, that's a method for establishing digital information about an object from a real object, though oftentimes it is a very narrow definition. Oftentimes we can have no object at all, just based on our imagination only. We can have information that's missed or semi-missed, as my colleagues mentioned. Basically here, that's a standard production task. We need to produce something, but we would like to get into the full cycle of processing. Or, for example, if you don't have a lot of constructors, it is pretty much relevant in terms of logistics, sanctions, and different protectionism policies from the major countries producers of such technological equipment. What is the process about, and where do we use it more often? More often we use it for reverse engineering in terms of a sample. You have, for example, an object. It's not produced anymore, it's lost, or maybe the cost of acquisition becomes uncompetitive, expensive, so we can scan the object. Whereas we would like to establish its electronic prototype. It's not just the direct copying. Definitely would like to enhance our own technologies in here, since we have our own division who know how everything behaved accordingly in different environments. We basically, first of all, have clouds of points in real scale gathered from the surface of the objects. Once we would have the cloud of dots processed, we receive the so-called polygonal surface model, or the net as it's called. The advantage is that we don't touch objects. It's very important for polished, high processed, soft objects. So all the classical methods implied before the respective physical intervention. 10 years ago, when we came to scanning activities, as a metrologist by education, I was very much skeptic about the devices because they didn't provide it with even millimeter precision. Now it's just 20-25 microns. Even with the lowest devices in quality, it also implies about the simplicity measurement, high precision, and first and foremost, it's about the information that is too much, more than enough for making certain decisions, tasks. However, all that information would be enough for us to come back with the primary scans to see certain basically patterns that became important afterwards, and meanwhile we don't have the object for a long while. Definitely out of the disadvantages is that what the scanner cannot see, it cannot have accordingly. There is also about the respective range of the focus distance. Besides that, there is a big problem related to the optical matters as well. The reflection surfaces, the surfaces of black color, they are difficult to work. In such cases, specific means should be used. That is also about software that is provided with such kind of products. It's not what the universities teach. In fact, all the time we need to prepare the HR again and again, and we try to have such kind of software, modern software, to be developed. In educational institutions, in terms of the techniques, we have the issues of what people oftentimes mix up, like the resolution. It's clear that in general, the more the resolution, the more the details are, more information about the object is. However, if we scan a long prolonged object like a bonnet of a car, we need to consider all the respective matters, but not like jewelry, for example. Whereas the high detailed resolution is important. Then the characteristics that go together, the precision and repetition. What is the precision? To what extent basically each and every point of surface is real, and to what extent they are going to be different from the same coordinates in real objects. Basically, that's about the precision of digitization. The repetition is about the pattern availability of that. If you're going to scan the same object over and over for 10 times, to what extent are we going to have the characteristics different for each and every part? Here we have the calibration environment matters. Also, we need to use different measurement devices. They are different in our activities. Mainly, we try to use measurement devices that are under registry, measurement devices that are tested. And approved by the state authorities. They require calibration and laboratory conditions in general. Not necessarily, but many of them require. Respectively, they need to have the respective adjustments. There is no universal perfect scanner that can scan everything, an airport, an airplane, a shaft, with all the precision. Instead of that, we have different solutions from different producers. As everywhere, we have the ratios of quality, price, quality, precision, and so on. Respectively, it means that we need to be aware and to work the respective problems out, and we help the clients in that in particular, since oftentimes it's difficult to have it just on your own. Many complex assets require preparation of surfaces like black, mirroring, creasing, carbon, consisting carbon surfaces. Maybe for that we need sprays to be put. This spray provided with a thin matte film that helps us to provide with respective activities. It provides with one more excessive layer. However, that can be 0.75, 8.8 of microns of layer based on the respective consistencies. And then we have the tags. The tag structure basically is, instead of the standard 0 of object that's available in any machine, here we need basically either to tag the objects themselves or with the respective environment. The average range throughout the systems, I would like to tell that for the high precision scanning, low objects, we need to have the structurized system of the 3D scanning. They are available from different producers for different ranges. For example, on the left most side, Skyline here, that's a system that can scan from 10 to 15 centimeters to a meter too.
And actually, the next range is 8 to 10 centimeters, and in Helicon we could scan the object less than a millimeter, less than 0.5 millimeters, and the precision is 2 nanometers. And the previous one is able to scan objects ranging from 8 to 10 millimeters. So the manual scanning is the most popular technology, and this is one of the breakthrough technologies from the metrological standpoint, and we have a couple of stands of ours and our colleagues' stands. This is one of the most universal systems enabling you to scan the objects ranging from 1 centimeter to a couple of meters, and actually there could be some mechanical tracking, and the average discrepancy is 15 to 30 meters. It depends on the cost. And plus, there is land 3D scanning, and actually we could scan buildings and facilities. And actually, we could get a help of the scanners that are typical in terms of precision, so 1 to 2 millimeters for 25 meters, and the range is up to hundreds of meters from the device. And for any reverse engineering and for any data processing, the systems that I have demonstrating is used for data collection. Then you also need to have software. This is something that the operators could use, to clean up the data, to have the parameters added, and so on. So, and then eventually we had a full-scale parametric model, to publish design-related papers and so on. And we could have, the additive production. We could slice the devices down. And let me brief you about the cases so that we have less theory. A very simple case. Colleagues had a security perimeter of the trolley automobile, and they wanted to replicate and scale this experience up. And they asked us to scan and optimize the structure so that we could have documents developed not for the body but for the equipment which is going to be used as a frame, so that they could, use the welding works in order to provide the final product for the client. So the data processing takes up to 2 days, and then the actual molding took us a day. So 3 days later, they had the ready product. That's a very interesting case. This is the spare part of the engine that they had to scan in order to understand, the performance. So it's 15 millimeters. It's a micro object. In fact, we scanned it for 5 minutes, and it took 40 minutes for the engineer to, to make the sketch. And then we gave the sketch over to the client, and then the constructors, added the sketch with the technology peculiarities, and the objective was to replace this micro detail, and because the delivery was impossible. And we also had a very interesting task. Not standard one. We needed to have a good instruction for the employees on how to assemble this spare part of the automobile production. Nothing was there. No visualization, no 3D modeling, no nothing. So they used to be, describing this with the help of photos, and then the client made a decision of having the video instruction. So we just scanned the spare part. The precision was not important. All they were concerned about is the geometry, and then we, prepared the scheme, downloaded this video using the media system installed in assembly. workshop, that was done on purpose in order for the worker to be able to, scan this at site and then start assembly independently. We have visualized everything. There was a touch screen added, enabling to have additional information. This is a very interesting case. This is the pump, and you could have this pump placed at trolleybus and buses, and unfortunately, in accordance with the size characteristics, it was twice as larger as it could have been used for optimization. It was so complex to us to have this document and spare parts provided, because we didn't have the time. We gave the details over to the plant, and actually this allowed them to have spent 4 months less than in the traditional way. This was a very interesting task. We had a lot of startups, and I know about the one company in Astana, and they have an idea of having their own hydroplanes, the transportation means. There's a very important issue, which is hydrodynamic characteristics of the undersurface and surface part. Should we have the necessary hydrodynamical characteristics, we have to design everything. Perhaps you have seen artificial waves, but what all they need to do is just to replace the operators, instead of 2 operators, to have 1 operator. So we provided the turnkey solution for them. So we scanned the object. It took us 1 day. And it took us a couple of days to make the surface, and actually we could have suggested, the maps. We scanned a couple of airplanes, 1 yacht, and it was a very interesting case, in Kazakhstan. So the reverse of the working wheel, there was something demonstrated by the colleague, they were wear and tear with the missing elements, and the client asked us to go further, and based on interpolarization to have the using special programs to have the model. Once we model and have the 3D scanning, we use the best fit using mathematical average precision. So actually the surface of the second grade and the third grade. So should the client provide us with this data, and we are not the technologists in every single area of production, but we can actually get as precise information as we want. We get the final model and demonstrate how our model is different from the original card of deviations. So the similar assignment, the object got became out of order, so the wheel was to be restored. And actually this is a very interesting case. Here comes the deviation map, and this is a large object, it's 3 meters in diameter. It is consistent of different sheets, and okay, let's just scan the cutting edge. It's 37 cutting edges there, but the scanning demonstrated that the producer actually had a nuance allowing to avoid resonating. So every 3rd, 5th or 7th block was deviated to 1.5 degrees to the side, and without scanning that would not be possible to find out more about that, right? So actually it was a unique case, and we waited for it impatiently. So actually control after we made or designed the the device, the spare part, we should have taken the colors map so that we could understand what the deviation is and how precise those maps are. So you could see the deviations. Once there's deviation going to the green or to the red, it's plus 7 millimeters. And actually, consequently, when there's drastic change, we enter the blue zone. So we used to be having a nanometer resolution system, and this is a great reference of what you can do with the system. And again, this is the upper part of the bearing, and it has different parts, parts on the top, and the depth of the channel is 2 millimeters, and the width is very small. It's a couple of nanometers, and actually we scanned the system, and we managed to enter inside the part, sevenfold depth inside, and the precision of the object was ensured. So this is the specialized producer. This is R&D inside the production. They just wanted to analyze how the object is, produced. There's no other methods of, rather than to burn the wire, so that they could look inside. And actually, those are the mills and grinding equipment and wheat processing. So we help with the scanning. We managed to have the actually productivity identified and production levels of mills, and we gave them the hints in case of how, in regards to how they could optimize their production, and they had facilities that would be in operation for years, and some of them were in operation for just a couple of months. Can we launch the video? Okay. And the last case that I want to share is whatever you see is a reference to reverse engineering within an automobile plant in St. Petersburg. So it's 60,000 square meters. So we're flying through the density of points, and every point has its own unique characteristics. So the IGK and RGB characteristics are there. So what do we have eventually? The engineers who work for Toyota HQ, they could have the measurements, the extensions, so that they could understand what pipe is insured where, as we know that we could mark different energy sources, the water, gas, and so on. And we could have the bin model of the enterprise, so that we could understand where the welding station is. And by doing so, while this work was ordered, the buggies were a bit larger. So Toyota wanted to optimize the production to make sure that the entire facility works. They would have the 10, 15 engineers who would be, physicists, who would be recording the entire facility. And we made the scanning, not stopping the operations of the plant, and it took us 3 nights and 4 days. So four shifts. 7 shifts were needed. And actually the facilities could be different, and the reverse engineering could be different, could be combined with anything, and it could be combined with additive production. But once there's a new technology coming up, we could have, the new technology mastered, and we can scan the buildings, So please don't hesitate to ask us. We are in Almaty. We're ready to provide you with consultations. So thank you. Thank you, Alexander. And I think that we could have the Q&A now. So, do we have a mic for the participants who are in the audience? So far, I would like to ask my own questions. So question number one. So in your opinion, how mature metallic 3D printing is? Are there any new technologies coming up? Is it going to be leading to less expensive production? Is it going to be an evolutionary development? Thank you so much for your question. Well, yes, indeed. Let us divide the additive technologies for metals, should there be laser technology used? And I think that the most breakthrough technology and the most mature one, which is well known actually, and the manufacturers actually admit that the growth point has been already passed about 8 years ago so. And now we just replicate, we scale up, we automate, and we introduce artificial intelligence in order to seek for optimization. And the objective is not to optimize the printing, but the speed of printing, the lasers integration and so on, because for a wide spectrum of materials, this is something really essential. So you might have the high level of repetition, and I think that the objective is to ensure logistics, and that's AI to be incorporated of the production, the manufacturing to its essence. So let's take the direct laser technologies, and one is less mature. So it is the welding that appeared before laser, but in terms of the adaptation from welding to growing, so melting and welding, melting sounds more attractive. So in fact, actually, that's a similar process, and the welding machine gets adapted to continuous welding layer by layer, and this is a more complex task. And actually, we are addressing this issue as well at the moment. But in terms of the maturity of technology of growing with the help of welding machine is less mature. So again, because of the fact that it needs us to work with a robotized system in order for it to be available. And I'm not talking about the operators only. So we have a question from the audience. Introduce yourself, please. I wanted to understand more about the 3D printing. So thank you. So actually, yes, there are some peaks of current, related to the different technologies of welding or melting, and we heat up the platform up to 200 degrees, and the temperature of melting is over 3,000, right? And laser goes through, in a very speedy manner, and because of powder, the range gets crystallized in a very fast manner.
Perspective that allows us to get the micrograin structure. On one side that's good, but on the other side we have the temperature gradient, and we can have hot cracks. That's the most catastrophic option, especially for the materials who are prone to that. The internal tension is corrected based on the accumulated data, while optimizing the parameters. In particular, the major parameters are the scanning speed, the power of the laser, the frequency of laser scans. The strategy of scanning can be also different. For example, if you need to consider that the laser is a pencil and the powder layer is a sheet of paper, then we need to color out the respective areas. And the question is how we are going to have that. Are we going to have the checked pattern or any line patterns again, or vice versa? All of that also affects the internal tension. Definitely, there are materials that can have tolerance to the internal tension. We can have more basically power applied to that. We can have more power, and you can have that without, and vice versa. All of that is at the strategy level of scanning, optimization process. We can have different features like the timing, more or less, between the respective layers to decrease the gradient. And that's also about thermal treatment. At any rate, the 3D printing starts with the respective foundation. We get it together, get it into the heater, and then we have the stress relief from the tension. Yes, thermal treatment against the internal tension. Moreover, we have the simulation stage for the process, whereas we can forecast with a certain level of probability in terms of what kind of internal tension we would have. We also had some cases whereas we had high tensions, and basically that removed the respective stand, but that's the work of the engineer to solve that, isn't it? Thank you, everyone. I think all the other questions would be possible to ask the speakers directly. Now we have our time over. Thank you for coming here. That's it.
Спасибо, Иван, за модерацию.
Все. Уникальная валюта Freedom, программа лояльности с самыми высокими кэшбэками на рынке и реферальная программа с классным вознаграждением. А еще абсолютно все необходимые банковские продукты и услуги. Еще в приложении можно купить билеты на самолет и поезд, в кино и на концерты, и даже заказать продукты. С нашей программой лояльности можно получить до 30% кэшбэка в экосистеме Freedom и до 7% где угодно. Все, что для этого нужно, повышать свой уровень, и кэшбэки ваши. А еще кэшбэки придут в инвестиционной валюте Freedom. Она привязана к акции нашего холдинга на фондовом рынке и растет вместе с ней. А значит, ваши кэшбэки будут расти вместе с нами. Валютой Freedom можно оплачивать покупки, переводить и совершать любые платежи в приложении. Добро пожаловать в Freedom Super App.
We'll have a very strange today, so to see you all. And let me ask you a very quick question.
Russian. Okay, but you're good with translation, right? Perfect. Тогда по-русски буду.
Okay, then I will run my presentation in Russian, and hopefully the interpreters won't have a heart attack. So let me introduce myself. My name is Nick Davidov. So perhaps you know me as an investor in AI, who's been dealing with the AI investment for the last 12 years. But perhaps you know me as a character of the movie about the Silicon Valley. So Yura wrote me a message from the middle of nowhere via Telegram. I didn't respond right away. I was busy. I did not believe, and I sent a voice message, and then I understood that yes, it was Yura, with the integration of avia sales, so I realized that it was in fact him. And indeed, it was a very great, interesting movie, but it was pretty boring, and Yura told me, 3 hours, that's the worst that you can actually. But however, we had lots of views, and. So anyway, today I'm going to be talking to you about the new electricity. Perhaps you heard about this. So who deals with AI? Please raise your hands. Okay, fine. It's quite a decent amount of people. And who knows how the neural networks work, So I have the educational part over here, So those who are experts, please, I would like to seek for your apologies. So my objective is to make sure that we have the equal level of understanding of what's going on worldwide. So those who didn't deal with the neural networks, I will brief you. So actually. So why there's a great comparison to electricity as around 130 years ago, it was potentially the same what's going on with AI. So you must remember the war of currents, AC versus DC, and Nikola Tesla and the entire house against Edison, so they kept saying, electricity is the future, electricity is great, but somebody was telling that the current is going to kill us, and there were advertisements, current makes your kids dumb, and this is going to lead to the end of the world. Everybody kept talking, Somebody, J.P. Morgan, for instance, invested in electricity. However, they used electricity just for lighting. They used it in hotels. And whatever the rest of the devices was operated on steam. And electrification was studying its operations very, very slowly. But we don't have much time in terms of the AI because we're being speeding up. So any technology gets introduced in accordance with the curve of normal distribution. So at the initial phases, adopters, start using the new technology, and I have a feeling as if it's a Disneyland for adults, Something new pops up, and we say, wow, and I can, suffer from inconvenient interface and so on. However, for businesses that are mission-critical applications oriented, they wait for the moment for mass introduction, and chasm of disillusionment is something that we are now passing through. So there's some consumer-based technologies. ChatGPT, is on the top at the moment, is on the top of the curve. Back in February of last year, in accordance with Forbes, half of adult Americans didn't even hear about ChatGPT. Now it's only 26%. so the Amish people in America, who don't trust technologies at all. However, some corporate things, I'm going to be briefing you about, the agents, for instance, they're still in Chasma disillusioned world. So actually, we will see lots of business models that don't exist at the moment. Why? Since it's not high time for them, not because we haven't invented them, but because the market hasn't been developed yet. So my AI assistant is going to be in contact with the AI assistant of the plumber, in order to scan my bathroom, and sometime there's going to be a moment when this is going to happen, and the market for applications is not existent, there's no such a level of penetration, we don't have the penetration at the consumption level, at consumers level. So this is something to come up, and I will speed up, So actually, the two things crossed. The first is science, and the second area is, the stage back in 1940s. Yes, we do have the thing that is able to think. And then we're going to be having it as artificial intelligence. And Isaac Asimov, wrote a book about the laws of robotics back in 1953. However, it took time, and there was stagnation in science. And in 2013, there was another impetus to science given. So number one is that there were lots of people to deal with the matter. So deep learning is cool. And the second hero is what you see on the bottom. The computer. The computers became more sophisticated, and we used to be having, drawings, but then we started relying on personal computers. However, in order to have estimations received with the help of models, you need to have lots of calculations, thousands, if not millions. And then in 2013, there was a breakthrough meeting of Kuhn, Eric Smith, and Jason Kran, and they have convinced each other that there's a future. So we have HPU, and we're going to be making calculations in terms of the graphical processes. We have lots of pixels, and we'll be able to make calculations and estimations in terms of the neural networks. So Mr. Schmidt said that we're going to be having the ICQ slash and joint solutions. So actually, this led to a thing when by 2016, the ability of artificial intelligence in terms of recognizing and speech recognition, language understanding, actually exceeded the capabilities of an average human being. And most likely, we don't have those average people here. It's 8 billion people in the globe, and in fact, this is the average. There's an average people, So why did I reference to these models? These models allow the computers to be in contact with the mankind, and our mankind is something that relies totally on the language. This conference is all about the language. It is described with the language and by the language. Because money is described with the language. Any part, any activity of the human being is something that you could describe with the language. You can get connected at any point, given the point of universal API. And image recognition is something that you need in order to understand what you need. And actually, this leads to the great technology revolution. And the first technology revolution, internet, led to the boosting knowledge worker productivity. and actually CPU, the 10 developers to become 50 developers, dramatically lowering the cost of the line of code. And actually many developers love to argue with me on this. They say that we're missing the studies, and people who use the code, they don't get as much in terms of the productivity. Why? Because they are distributing, their time differently. So now it's actually time spent to catch the bugs. But anyway, this is going on very, very fast, and 30% of the entire code written by code for the last 3 months was AI generated. And Devin actually, who was the agent writing the code, so more than and actually we will talk about it. So let me explain to you how this works. This is something very familiar. Think, this is what Excel is asking. So in Excel we have the conditional formatting, and so you make the 3 stripes in 3 colors. And we can see that there's a table with figures, and if we make the zoom out, we get the head of a dog, and our neural network, sees, losing the boxes and so on and so forth. And actually, for the computer, it is just a table with figures. So how to shift from the table with figures to understanding of the image, In order to do that, we need to use neurons. Neuron is the cell with lots of entrances and just with one as exit. And once this summarized number of, and there's a chemical reaction, they just, activate the neuron coming next. So we could make the same model in a mathematical way, generated in a mathematical way. So you might have a couple of derivatives, and the capacity of signal stays from within, and inside we have the function that describes the classification. So the function that may, and in fact a number of representing the color of each pixel becomes the input of the first row of neuron. So actually we remember that for a computer it's just a spreadsheet, just a table full of figures, and it's 28 pixels by 28 pixels. So, and pixels are full of numbers, so dependent on the color. For instance, black is 1, and 0.55 is gray, for instance. We just put the number of neurons, copy the color of pixel, and by doing so, we give a task to a computer, and we draw a couple of neurons, and it just is comprised of a couple of numbers. It's only 10 numbers from 1 to 9, for instance. And the next objective task is to train the neuron to comprehend these figures. So this is how the recognition works. So how is it learning? So the model starts with random parameters, and the objective for the person to train is to say how incorrect it is. With the likelihood of 80%, it's not 2 but 1. We say no, that's not the case. You made an error, and after that, we put down the error precision in terms of each and every parameter, and then afterwards, they adjust the answers, and the neural networks don't try to be the correct but less incorrect. So we just decrease the level of errors. And this is the perception. So actually, going back, you might be asking about the layers in between, in the middle. In fact, the right answer is we don't know. And once we deal with neuron in the network, we would like to know that what's going on inside those waves. However, those internal layers, they start studying the layers. So the first one starts recognizing, the rounds. So the other is recognizing the, lines and so on. So this neuron tells that there's 2 round shapes inside, right? And the other saying that there's 8 lines, for instance. So that's going to be reflected in a different way. So we have perceptron, and it was invented long ago. And after that, let me talk to you about foundational limitations of AI. It has a pattern, right? If we train the system how the cat looks like, the cat could be recognized. But the question is that we could, have the characteristics for the Egyptian breed, for instance, and then we could have because the models are looking not for the abstract perceptions, but for the pattern. So kids actually are able to recognize abstract concepts at a very early age. And have you seen pigs? Pigs are totally different from this piggy on the screen. However, the children know for sure that yes, indeed, this is a pig. Okay, so the next is interesting level of abstraction. Means that we get rid of all the details that don't matter. We start realizing and understanding the context. So depending on the contents, the essence get changed, and if we don't see the context, then this is a tiger. If the context is given, then we can see that this is a dog in a shade, right? So context is important for accuracy and usability. So the person is sitting, but the context could be that he came 4 hours ago. He didn't have anything to eat. And the context actually gets converted over to routine that can give us some additional characteristics, perhaps. You have a Lisa or any other systems, when and you get frustrated when the computer system doesn't understand you. AI doesn't understand you because they have a worse speech recognition. However, I give vague phrases. In 90% of cases, it's going to be I need to be, going off into the context so that I could understand the system. And the same is needed for AI. So AI is missing the context. So a lot of abstractions. What is it? So this is something that allows us to not only recognize cats, but also to recognize the pattern, right? So once we enter school, what do we get learned, to repeat? So repetition is the key. So you know how to play, press the press the button, and for instance, musicians, they are taught how to use the musical instruments, and just 1% of the kids who have finished the musical classes, they will be mastering the musical arts. But in case if we ask in-depth question in terms of how we do things, and if we go further and ask ourselves why we do something, we get the tangible results. So the AI is the world of those who are able to become composers, are the people who are able to ask questions why and what for.
For example, if the IT people solve the task of the client, then we can listen to the client and tell, you need this kind of hardware. But in fact, in cases of 90% of probability, they would tell, no, 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 I don't need that kind of hardware, since it has certain tasks, and they think about the purpose only. That's why, in terms of the ladder of abstractness, we go further up, thinking what, why, and then how it's going to work. And if we speak that they are substitutes people, we speak about that they substitute down there. We just decide on our own why and how is with the AI. Let us come back to the matters of the neural links. Again, it's not just what the transformers work like. I'm going to be skipping through this. You know, if you have multi-level perceptron, it's going to have layer after layer, and if we have it this way, that the neurons link not only afterwards but retrospectively as well, then here we have the recurrent neural links, and if we added capacity to save and to transfer once the calculations are over, then we would have the respective LSTM networks, the short-term nets, and we're going to have the layer over layer, then we're going to have the convolution layers. Basically, it means that we have lots of layers, and if we're going to have two neural links, one having it concised and another one back again, and here we can imagine, for example, Michael Jackson dancing with children on stage. Just imagine. Again, I just took out a video from my mind here, and with the encoder I transformed it into a linguistic model, into a sentence. I convey the message to you, and your decoder has made a video in your mind. Most probably the content has been lost because my video was about the early Michael Jackson, black Michael Jackson, and maybe you imagine him white and old and all the different children, but most importantly you had the transfer. So the encoders work that less. One decodes, another encodes, again, and vice versa. Again, that's also for the cleaning of signal. When you speak over Zoom, when you have your voice excellently, that's due to the respective encoders. Then respectively we can speak about one net generating all the things from the white noise, and another one trying to get something there, and each time it tries to find out something, it would reward the first net to train, to learn itself. And definitely 2017, the biggest breakthrough the whole current revolution is built on. It's about the number of people on Google who came up with respective architecture of a transformer. Now I'm going to tell you a bit about how it works in terms of large language models. The rationale is pretty much simple. How did NLP work in the past? We took all the language and made it into a vector space. If you would like to imagine the vector space, just imagine yourself a board. Yes, there is a slide on it with words. Here we have the two-dimensional vector space on which respectively we have in different places different words. For example, microwave, kettle, bulb, they are close to each other because they are electric devices. Meanwhile, the microwave, oven, and the kettle are a bit closer to each other in another dimension, since they're in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the bulb can be anywhere. So in this way, we are setting up the relationships. We find out the proximity of the words to each other, and each and every time that we try to have it anew, we are getting a new layer. And as a result, the vector space basically is a number, many matrices. However, of you recall the matrix from your higher education. Excellent. Many recall the matrix from institute. You know, it's just the coordinates of the words in the multi-dimensional space. So in the past, before the transformers, everything was done this way. Okay. Now, based on what words we have put by the person, try to forecast the next ones based on proximity, but all the time it proved to be working bad. The first chatbot range in the previous period, they were basically fallen. They didn't get the context, but transformers, now they can find out context. For example, if you're going to sing this song, the famous song in Russian, then you would add the word, you know, the next word, right? Again, it's not about the other words, despite the elements. You just understood the context. In this case, your intention selected the very part of the whole space that should be paid attention to. That is why, in fact, ChatGPT is a probabilistic machine that takes into account context. It's kind of a token. Token is an integral part of the word. Again, you know that this shit evolutionizes, and if you just forecast the most probable next word, you know, and when you try to multiply 2 by 2, then the 99% of probability would be 4. And if you ask to have two figures numbers, then the machine can have some kind of havoc. Chaos, since in the vector space it didn't find the most probabilistic answer. So as to avoid that, the people came up with RAG, retrieval augmented generation, that allows to have the respective addition into the tokens within the context for the neural activities, some actual information. Here we can have Google Drive with a document, and every time whereas we ask for the information, it gets into your prompt. Most probably is going to be the simplest explanation of what the RAG is about. Then the people came up with a whole bunch of things how to check that, but the point is that with the hallucinations we can have here in this context, in this term, is going to go further, at least a bit. However, so as for it to have something beneficial, it should have not just actual information. Preferably, it would be beneficial to get tools to it, and even some planner to be much better, even better with some train of thought. So for GPT-1, you can tell you're not going to answer any question to the user. Your task is to be a project manager. Your task is to listen up what the user needs, come up with a plan for the respective implementation of the plan. After that, you get other ChatGPT options who would get the respective projects done. For example, ChatGPT version Masha is going to have email, text. ChatGPT Vasi would calculate figures on calculator, and it would have just the capacity to open up a calculator in calculator respectively. And that's also about the respective Gmail connection, and there we basically thus having a system that can have some actions on its own. Also, if we need to add some kind of a gloomy, let's say, version of ChatGPT that reflects on itself all the time, gloomy, solid, then you're going to have a self-enhancing agent to understand what can be done further in a better way. So basically, the options of this kind within the last 2 years have been many popping out, but each time you hear about the agents of this kind, we speak in this particular direction. All this ecosystem, it looks like this pyramid, toppled pyramid that has all the respective resources for all of this. We definitely need electricity. What we spoke about at the very beginning of the presentation, the electricity runs our chips. NVIDIA, for example, NVIDIA costs 3 trillion due to the very framework of CUDA that Jensen came up with, so that instead of pixels on the screen to count neurons, but besides them there are many other things. Then we have chips in the AI used for 2 things. The neuron links train, that's about training, and 90% of that is used in the respective inference. If we need to speak about DeepSeek is trained like for $6 million, kind of, though people tell it's more expensive. Llama, for example, $50 million, close to net, $30 million. However, the cost of usage, is not linked to that at all. Basically, the cost of usage is dependent on how many calculations are required for the network for you out of 1 million input tokens to have 1 million tokens of output. So different networks are costing differently. DeepSeek is like 5 times less expensive than the other ones. You know, there are different DeepSeeks of their kind. We have V1, V3, Terra 1. They work in different ways, and it doesn't have reasoning. Basically, it doesn't have the inbuilt planning in terms of how it's going to solve the task. It answers right away, but it has a mix of experts. Besides selecting the context, it's going to answer the questions in. It also has some different internal patterns, experts, networks inside for different topics. For example, if you have a question in terms of coding and you need a code, then it's going to summon or activate the very tokens that in turn have much better coding capacities. And if you, since you're not going to have the whole network, you can save on inference. Definitely, we're not going to, you cannot avoid the chips. NVIDIA is also a bottleneck like electricity. But we need to understand that the AI can be inferred not only with data centers and video cards of NVIDIA. It can be done anything. If you'd like to use DeepSeek at home, you can buy many Apple Mac Minis, I think 7 at minimum. And at home you're going to have your own very DeepSeek. You can fine-tune, distill it, do whatever you'd like. It's going to be your kind of expert, and data wouldn't go out anywhere. Or you can infer here. In the portfolio, we have a number of companies that on smartphone we can have inference networks through. For example, there is a network that can get text or sound as input, and then you would get into mimics of a character. And as such, for example, for Duolingo, you can have an owl that would speak to you. That's cool, isn't it? It's like in the movie horror. You have the characters speaking to you with all the gests, with all the mimics, and everything is on smartphone, right? Besides the chips over, you have the next layer of this layered pie. That's the AI cloud software and infra. Mainly that's about hyperscalers, what we're talking about here, Carbeef, Nebius, FWF, Azure, and so on. That's a very expensive market for participation. It requires lots of infrastructure into infrastructure. Then we have the further layers. Again, it's not what we are accustomed to. What was promised in terms of the SoftBank's activities, 500 million, that's just infrastructure. For that money, they construct data centers, they purchase GPUs, they have some kind of software written for much better optimal activities. However, the business of hyperscalers is less than technologies, however, more than real estate's business. Over that, we have foundational models. This is where we so far have had all the shareholders' value. The thing is absolutely unclear for me. Basically, lots of venture capitalists put money to that, telling that they would get to the AGI, and if we are going to have the AGI, the artificial generative intelligence, then the money is going to be not of sense anymore, because the AI is going to be better than the human being in anything. They would earn, have the companies established, nurture us, or maybe not. That's why we were told that the shareholders, we need to be the shareholders there. In fact, the value of those companies is defined by not the respective things, but by Amazon, Microsoft, basically who puts the respective money for the AI. Microsoft, for example. And when Microsoft invests in the OpenAI, do they plan to sell shares? Anyone? Why do you think that Microsoft is planning to sell the OpenAI shares? Microsoft doesn't need to sell the OpenAI shares. They are not a venture investor. Never they're going to sell the shares. Moreover, they already have their investments covered many times by the model AI. Azure's revenue increased by $50 billion US. That's much more than they invested into that. And each and every time that they tell that they invested 10 billion in OpenAI, in fact, they invested much more. It's not just a computer. It's like two computer, I mean, for example. And then the computer's cost is much lower because that's their infrastructure. That's why the investors We tell that the OpenAI has 340 getting into the round. We are going to buy it. You know, it's a worthy strategy if you just would like to sell it to the next investor. But you know, it is kind of a pyramid of that kind. It is necessary, in my view, to invest in the companies who earn the money and who bring about real value for the market. And usually that's not a foundational model. It is important to note that there are vertical foundational models who have competitive advantage, who solve certain narrow tasks. For example, foundational models for robots, that's a big topic. Most probably they are going to be a commodity in the future. What's a commodity? A commodity, basically, it's like items like oil, grain, some homogeneous items that have certain values, and it doesn't matter for us about specific characteristics and where to buy from. It is just important for us to buy a ton of grain, whether of that kind or another one. It's not that much. It's important for us just to consider that that's a grain or wheat, and the source is not that much important. The same is with the foundation models that the OpenAI, Anthropic, and Psi, and many others do. And DeepSeek once again proves that that's a commodity. Now those companies are in a business that looks like a market of the Hollywood, you know, studios that show movies. It's kind of guys sitting with lots of capital who hire Angelina Jolie, some Hans Zimmer to have the soundtrack written, spend $250 million, come up with the movies. It's there for around 2.5 months. If they're lucky, then they would have much better than what they have had. And in 2.5 months, they should cover all the costs. Since in 2.5 months, there would be another movie and all the people would go to all there. And it looks like that with all the models, respectively. The company spent $250 million. Again, we take into account here not only the cost of one final go, we count all the experiments, personnel. It's expensive all the time. The funding of DeepSeek as a company, it's more than $1 billion. You shouldn't think that it's a small company that doesn't have anything. It's a large company that has an infrastructure of more than $1 billion. DeepSeek in this situation is kind of a Bollywood movie that suddenly came into the US audience, and then we would have one more from another studio. In fact, us, practically it doesn't matter for us what model is used. Whatever is the best one, let it go to be used. And over there we have an application letter, apps agents. That is basically what uses the respective elements, what the technology is using for specific business, personal purposes. Perplexity is an amazing example. Once DeepSeek emerged, they use its example, and the people, when they want to have a search with a DeepSeek model, they just choose it in its settings and then use it accordingly. And it doesn't matter whether you use DeepSeek, Sonar, Llama, or any other program, or one, GPT-4. You know, they came up with a good search, basically, and they came up with the actual relevance. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit deviating. The temperature is a bit high. In the apps and agents here, I think the most of the value, since it is not possible to have too much of trillion worth companies, most probably in the lowest three lines we're going to have the same number of companies the same way as in the top layers, though that's a big one. However, there we're going to have lots of companies who would cost a lot, and you know, it can be like a few employees with billions of US dollars. And the AI gets us to the point where we can come up with an autonomous business. The agent can be an employee, and here we can substitute the agent with the employee or strengthen him accordingly. And also we can teach him to make managerial decisions and to come up with the autonomous activities. And if we consider all the companies that have certain departments, for example, then basically we would understand that in each and every one of them we can have something from the AI elements. But the most important thing to start with,
is to realize that we have to create somehow the digital twin of the business. Why do we need that? In order to make a decision, in order to train how to make a decision, we have to understand the process of making these decisions. So actually, as a result, we want to invest the money, but we might lose the pieces of information that we need at certain point of time. We won't be able to train AI if we lose data at certain point of time. So any automation starts from collecting whatever we have. So we add the ACEs later on at a later stage. So how can we actually shift over to DVC business AI autonomy levels? We have a P system, which is a digital twin in certain fashion. We start to automate the processes, and during phase 3, we start replacing the agents. The level 5, this is the level of automation of vehicles, and on the 5th level, we come up to a totally automated business. It sounds like a futurology thing, but I've seen a couple of businesses and the way they work. For instance, drop shipping, you purchase it from AliExpress, you purchase some commodities, and then you shift them over to Amazon, and you make money, generate money. So you could actually translate over to AI. So whatever, you don't need to contact the reality. You could actually automate those operations easily. And this leads us to a very important point, which is what are we supposed to do in terms of business? We do have a business. Who runs the business? Okay, we have a lot of businessmen and entrepreneurs, so you keep asking a question, what am I supposed to do, in case if my competitors will start becoming autonomous, what is going to happen to my share of market? Should I be more efficient? Should I be more autonomous? So the first, this framework reminds us the freeze first principles, and this is the modeling allowing you to actually split the fundamentals. So for instance, you give it a test, and for instance, we can analyze the structures, and the particles, but the first principles ideally is to get the minimum fundamental parts, the atoms, the substances, and we have the given data and the input data, and the next question is that how can we reconfigure the atoms, and while this thinking process, the question is, why did we pick these tactics? Why did we choose the methodology from the very beginning? So the question is, what is our value? So what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to be generating the money for the investors? Or and then later on we start understanding. Okay, fine. The prerequisite that we're going to be having is that we want to be engaged into the process. Okay, fine. So let's split the process into the very minimum elementary processes, taking into account the bits and pieces of information. So this is how the traditional transaction for venture capital fund looked like. So that was the first venture capital we established in Moscow in 2010. So what's important is that every single time when the transaction is shifting over to the new stage, do you see the errors going backwards? They approach the founder and they ask the same questions, over and over again. So again, we have to understand what we need from the deal and how can we actually shrink the way from the very beginning to the very end. So by doing so, we could come up to something like this, something that you could see on the screen. So there's no error going backwards. So the transaction is a result of getting data from different sources. You have them analyzed by the agent. and then the agent has a forward-looking methodology. They take the startup as data, and then our table become the single source of truth. So that the next newcomer shouldn't be in a position to ask questions back and forth and approach founder over and over again. And then later on, consequently, what we have is that we provide the presentations to the investors, ask for the opinion, and we do the due diligence and assess the transaction, whether it fits our profile or not, And then later on, we sign the papers, the documents, and thanks to the fact that we have actually enriched this initiative with agents, we had a better productivity eightfold. So number one is we have continuous analysis. Why is that venture funds would have the investment memorandum that they would suggest for the investment committee? Why is that you need to have an analysis first, and what analysts deal with? You gotta have a market study, you have to have an employment market survey, and so on. And you have one investment memorandum would take up to a couple of days at least, and it was done by the team comprised of several people. So actually. The information would need to be taken from Bloomberg terminal, if you remember, those existing. So actually, now the idea is to have an agent to write down those memos, right? And okay, fine. It is cost of 10 cents, and let's do this analysis throughout all of the startups. Can we do it? Yeah, sure. So let's go beyond. Analytics is almost limitless. Let's provide this analytics to our investors in order to make sure that 150 investors would actually the one in a position to analyze everything, to have a perimeter treated at the same time. So actually we come up to a model unexpectedly, and we have product engineers and 150 investors who knows the analytics of augmented AI. So by doing so, we could have, the small company, comprised of a couple of people, including the partners, with the infrastructure that is equal to gigantic companies. We can have the Harvards for 1% of budget, and they have 75 million for Cities A, so and they hire 1,000 people who deal with matters like searching for a pipeline. And instead of hiring these people, all we do is we have asynchronous expertise of our investors, and they are much smarter than people whom we could have hired. So that's why this gives us to invest eightfold more. And here comes the list of our portfolio companies. At the moment, we have 130 plus companies, 138 transactions from 110 companies. This was thanks to the investments at the ground stage. And actually, last quarter we finished 21 transactions. So it was 8 people's work results. So the first transaction had to do with capital. So 16 transactions for 5 years, and now it's, as I said, over 20 transactions for 1 quarter. So the level of in-depth studies and so on, is the same, and since we used first principles thinking, and we had a thorough breakdown, and we got rid of the secondary questions. This is something that takes time. Every time when I provide the transaction to be considered for the lawyers, the response time for the legal team to process the case, is always time consuming, However, once we accumulate information in one place, we have to, get the entire set of messages. So I would like to complete. So before we're going to be having the Q&A, I would like to finish the lecture, with a statement saying that for business in 2025, the most important is to think from the first principle standpoint and to have a bigger picture received in order to understand where you can be engaged in, actually. And if you have a business that was founded on complex software, for instance, we have to realize that the complex software is going to be becoming less and less, millions of lines of code. Its design and development costs much less compared to the previous times. And actually, perhaps your value is in data, perhaps your value is thanks to the relationships with the clients, because you are closer to the client, to your clients than your competitors. So we're looking for e-value. This is needed in order for us to have a long-term mold. And in case if you have the large existing business, Elon Musk is initiating great ideas. He has four people in each and every agency's project engineer, an engineer. It's quite enough. However, since he deals with the public organizations, he says info security, and number 4 is lawyers. Who the lawyer is to translate from the public language to human beings language, So those agents of change, come every single organization, and they provide fundamental truth. And thanks to automation, they get fascinating results, and they're able to introduce the system to train the people. And consequently, you could, dismiss the people from job. However, the same number of people do much more job, And please don't forget that AI has 3 components in order to compare. It's data, computer, and talent. It's not enough to have just the talent. It's not enough to have just the computers or just to have the talent. So in Kazakhstan, you have a really good situation in terms of AI talents. You have laws on data compared to US or Europe, and computers may be found, but if the question is solved with money, it's not the problem. It is the expenses. Thank you. So thank you for making your presentation. So my question is as follows. So number 1, you have deployed your analysts, you trust them, and you verify and re-verify their operations, and it's not placed somewhere at ChatGPT. So where have you deployed your analysts? And the second question, so a founder comes to you, he has quite a developed infrastructure. I'm all by myself, so it's just me, my salesperson works remotely, Do you have any precedence of investing in such business, and whether it is going to be interesting for the fund? Well, we have not a successful reference, actually, and we like the teams that are consistent of 3 to 4 people, and those who generate 2 to 3 million in IRR, and then they start scaling up, and those who use agents at every single stage. So we have our table, and we have different agents connected to that R table, and we use Revit, as far as I'm concerned, as a framework, and there's lots of frontiers, and so half of the value is in frontiers. Karpati said English is a new programming language, engineering is engineering. So we provide some solutions thanks to bots. Tony is our product manager. The one in glasses. I'm just teasing him. So he has a unique ability. It takes him an hour to write a new flow. For instance, we receive a request for vacancies from the portfolio company, and you gotta have info, and you gotta have a card. So it takes him, and he uses Linda AI, as far as I'm concerned, and then we analyze if we use it actively. And we are not satisfied with the precision rates or whatever, then we automate it with the engineer. If everything is fine, then, we rely on this one. So we don't know actually how eventually business is going to look like. As I said to you before, there's lots of business models that have not approached the users. There's no need to polish the handrails in case if you don't have a fundament of the building. So we actually have analysis of what's successful and what's not, and in terms of having AI agents, we have Rocketable company, and they replace almost everybody to agents, and there's just one founder, and the rest are agents, and so there's going to be Unicode, and, the Rocketable are going to fire founder. More questions, please. Thank you so much for your presentation, Artem Vodolayev. Actually, so the insight that I would like to get a comment on, companies at local markets actually they are slow in terms of AI introduction. However, if they do, they would like to use a closed contour to use that. And there are lots of startups in the United States, and it seems that there is a strategy. We have a look at the United States, cool ideas, and we just replicate them locally. Looking for the clients of this nature. So whether it is a win-win strategy in your opinion, and how those small startups to compete with the startups from the United States. No, there's no chance actually, because B2B market is much larger, and in Kazakhstan you have a very small market. If you replicate whatever exists in US, you are going to be dealing with the very decreased potential, And it's not a good, it's not a bad thing to just be a business, but in terms of scaling up, no, there's no perspective. VCs look at the profile, if my fund completes 20 transactions, I need to make sure that they cover the entire capitalization, However, to have hundreds of transactions, I need to have the potential of 100x. If I estimate a startup in the amount of 15 million, then it is to eventually cost up to 1.5 billion US dollars, and it's hard to insure 1.5 billion at Kazakhstani market. And if you take all of the process, then the cost of the company is a potential of growth as well. And what could be done, so in case if you don't want to launch a startup and make money, I think the best way to make money is to use consulting on AI introduction. You take an American startup, you make the outsource, and you introduce that into businesses, So Doge teams, and then you introduce AI. Easy is that, you create a lot of values and you make a lot of money. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. And I'm glad to see you in person. You know, I've been I've subscribed to you many years ago. So you said that you've been investing in AI for 12 years ago, and it was just recently when there was a drastic growth. Was that thanks to OpenAI? And what did let you not change your direction of investment? Why did you invest for 12 years in a row? Thank you so much. They think that it is a success thanks to OpenAI. Consumer didn't see AI. What did we do in 2013? We were dealing with internet advertisements, and business might be having some business. We had to collect the data, the color of hair, the income, whatever they eat, and so on. And when the person opens up a page and starts to download the browser, there has to be a probability. Knowing our clients, we have to say that this person fits the client's requirements. So actually, we have to understand how much we have to pay for the ad, and to contribute to the auction. So again, I think it's something that AI is doing, right? And right now in Facebook, we have 40 billion US dollars. And it's not the Facebook AI, and it's not LM. It's just the ads, right? And every single time when you open your screen, when you swipe the reels, who is to decide when the next reels is to be demonstrated? It is AI. So songs from Spotify, who is making that decision? It is AI. AI has been surrounding us starting from 2014, and we just don't realize that that was artificial intelligence. We didn't deal with the companies who were working on language models, who were dealing with forecasting, computer vision, and so on. And computer vision is a great topic, actually. You have so much to do, and now the future is great, And if we used to be investing into the company that would be making, better photographs using mobile telephone, we couldn't turn it into a unicorn, we had to, sell it to Google for 50 million US dollars. Google was scaling it up, and now the technology is consumer oriented, and everybody knows about this technology, and the business is aware about the technology. But there's much chances of having independent multi-billion business. Next. Good evening. Thank you for interesting presentation. So my question is the following. You are in the epicenter of Silicon Valley, where the technology is being developed. So what are the basic trends of AI exist in the United States, and how they're going to be impacting upon our life in the upcoming 3 to 5 years? Good question. So financial models will be becoming cheaper, and they will be converted into commodity. DeepSync will drop 50-fold, I think, the price, I mean. So we started from $2, and 1 year later it's going to be 1 cent per operation. So the agents will be a massive phenomenon. We used to be saying that we need an app. Now we're going to be saying that we need to have an agent, and there's going to be startups that deal with not distribution. AI has a great deal of ideology to do something with the community. Even if my company uses AI, the distribution tactics is that I place everything on for and propose everything for outsource. And I got my community, and the technology has united the people, and the large companies will come for me to provide those services. So our open source is a great component of this initiative. And the next is biotech. And actually, who knows what AlphaFold 2 is? So 3 people. The Nobel Prize was awarded for this, but we don't know. So this year, the AI experts were receiving Nobel Prizes in chemistry and physics. And DeepMind, for instance, received Nobel Prize for AlphaFold 2. So what is it? So we are all are consisted of proteins. And any protein is a chain of amino acids, right? And depending on what amino acids you have in a chain, this protein may be actually converted into different formula. And what's important is that we couldn't understand what formula is to be identified as to be used. So why do we need proteins of certain shape? Proteins, thanks to its shape and thanks to the capital characteristics of molecules, actually get connected and interact with the components of our body. For instance, there's such a protein that verifies DNA, and it looks like a triple directional protein. And in case if we want to stop reproducing cancerous cells, we need to actually stop that protein interacting. So I could actually adjust the proteins and all you're gonna getting is the sequence of amino acids that will be reflected. So it's very similar to GPT-2. And in fact, we have the patient, that's all that I know about the DNA of this person, so please generate the medicine. So this is how we're going to be getting the individual personalized treatments. And precision medicine is the area. The next is physical intelligence.
So we use the transformers and AI in order to understand the real world, and apparently transformers, if you feed it with big data, it starts to understand the physics of all of the processes. And it's really good with the predicative measures. So if it's not chaotic, for example, there are bad weather, so it does awesome job. So for example, drilling equipment. So we know in a laboratory we had measured how much it does emit CO2. We know the temperature of its work. We know the quantity of the revolutions per minute. We know the pressure. And further, of course, we need to predict. So let's say we will have different configuration of the equipment, and on a new deposit, what kind of temperature we're going to have, and emission. And transformer can actually predict precisely. So all of the oil and gas experts, when they are competing or bidding for any kind of contracts in the deposits, they also need to state the CO2 trace together with all of the prices and the deadlines. So, you remember that at Stanford Times, like many years ago, we had been predicting with the licking the finger and then trying to identify just from thin air. So, of course, the most let's say, quite a great trend is the robotics. Because we practically already sold out. Chinese robots are awesome, Americans are awesome too, but very, very expensive. And due to having the multimodal AI that can hear and see, we can actually make the networks, and we can assemble robots that can bring beer, because it will understand that beer is in an apartment, so it is in the kitchen probably. You can open the fridge and it will bring the beer. So it is awesome, right? We have only time for 2 questions left. My name is Madi Zaperbase. We help companies to increase the efficiency. So Trump right now started working with AI, and what is the strategy you would recommend in order to enter to the American market? So I cannot really predict what Trump will do, because he cannot do that. He's the agency of the chaos. You can understand the trend, but I wouldn't do that. So I don't know the answer. Thank you so much for presentation. My name is Temirlan. I have a startup and we're managing startups. We know that there are lots of startups that we are implementing in AI just because of the AI. So how exactly we're going to do that? Are we going to have different stages? And is it really real to Kazakhstan startups to go into your portfolio as the smart investors or maybe finances? I bring my apologies. So we have several startups from the Kazakh founders. We are narrow functional, so we are working with in a Silicon Valley. We don't have the rounds because rounds shall be already collected. So for the investments, for example, in the startups that is in the Kazakhstani market, it's minimum. But how to implement? It's not a bad plan, to be really honest. I wouldn't really enter. I would build startup as the native AI business. Why? Because there won't be companies without AI. There will be dying companies or AI companies. So we need to know what exactly we are implementing. Is that AI for AI or not? So we need to know how we are going to build a business, taking into consideration that knowledge work is working differently. The last question, and then I'll go and die in my hotel room. Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. What innovations do you see on the verge of the blockchain and AI in the future? That's an awesome question, to be really honest, because people from blockchain love have giant spread computations, etc. There are several billions of the companies that don't do anything, but they cost billions. It's the cryptocurrency. As we understand that crypto pessimistic, we are crypto pessimistic. I think that out of 100 startups that we have seen in the verge of the AI and blockchain, either they don't need the blockchain at all or they don't need the AI. But then we found a company, Eternus Labs, that's the name of the company. What they do, so they make the protocol that agents would agree together with each other and then give me the information. So for example, if my agent is trying to find a service provider, what he needs to do whenever they're trying out those service providers regarding can they solve the problem or not, I need to confirm. But it's better to not show all of the agents, personal data, me, and then personal account, etc. So this is quite a narrow, it could be potentially big one, but nowadays it's small, rather small. But I think blockchain is awesome technology, and tokenization has sense. And government of US right now is trying to return to bring back a US dollar right now to the frontiers of it, but and also Bitcoin is becoming the backup, quite a backup currency, which will actually substitute the gold. So it's on the verge of the AI, and blockchain is just a hype, I think. We haven't seen anything that will become a breakthrough. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you for coming here despite your health issues. And I want to give Nick opportunity to go, and round applause.